Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. It's Monday morning NFL live stream with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can, either on here, patreon.com/NWSF, or the GoFundMe. And if you're looking for merch, Northwest Sports Fanatic merch, link is below every video on the YouTube page. Good morning. It's Monday. I figured I would go over some of the free agents that are still available, some of the strong names and strong pieces that you could add to your team. I'm watching Pat McAfee show like I always do, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Pacific time to noon. So I figured, I'd hop on. We can talk some NFL. If you want to do a watch party and you want to hop on the Pat McAfee show on YouTube or on Sirius Radio, I believe channel 82 Mad Dog, you can do that as well. I got it on my TV right now, so I figured I could watch a little Good Morning Football. Obviously, I have that pre-recorded. I can watch a little bit of the Pat McAfee show live. And like I said, I hope everyone is having a good day. And I wanted to just go over some of the names and some of the pieces that are going to be moving around here pretty shortly. Jay Band's in the building, what to do? Sarah Small in the building, what to do? But we got a few names that I want to go over. Normally, I don't really hop on in the mornings that often, but this is a time where if I have some time to be able to grind, I can always do some, reaction videos for some of the, future first rounders. Trevor Lawrence is one of them. All right, and we got a lot of the others. Zach Wilson. We know the names. Justin Fields. I mean, there's so many that I can go over. Mac Jones. It goes on and on and on. But I hope everyone is having a great Monday. We're getting closer and closer to the NFL draft. And like I said, if you guys aren't doing anything right now, whether you're at school or you're at work or you have time off, if you want to hop on the Pat McAfee show live on YouTube, type that in. You can watch it with me as we're kind of going over some of the topics. But in the meantime, I wanted to go over some of these names, and we can kind of go over where we think that they might end up falling in, not only towards the NFL draft, if there's going to be any movement for trades, or when these guys are going to actually get picked up. So I hope everyone, again, is having a great Monday morning. It's Monday morning NFL live stream with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can, either on here, patreon.com/NWSF, or the GoFundMe. And if you're looking for merch, Northwest Sports Fanatic merch, link is below every video on the YouTube page. Follow me, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, at NW Sports Fanatics. So let's kind of go over some of these names on the list as I'm doing some reading early this morning, just to kind of go over who and where some of these names might end up. So the first name that's on the list that is very interesting to me that hasn't got picked up just yet is Jadeveon Clowney. Now, I know the Seattle Seahawks, they had some success with him. He hasn't really been the same player since he ended up leaving the Houston Texans. Now, his stock is ultimately at an all-time low, but snap to snap, he's not going to get you a bunch of sack lunches. He's not going to be able to get you the sack lunches like he did before, but maybe a little bit more upside than Yannick Ngakoue or Judon, possibly. Maybe not Judon, but maybe Ngakoue. He's only 28 years old, even though Clowney looks like he's 38, but he might be able to do something for your favorite team at that point. LA Rams, what to do? Sarah Small, what it do? J Bands, what it do? So Jadeveon Clowney right now is ranked 7th overall out of the top 101 or top 100 free agents, and he's really the top guy that hasn't got signed yet. So I'm very interested to see where Jadeveon Clowney ends up signing. Now, if I didn't end up having Shaq Barrett, Ndamukong Suh, and some of these guys, re-sign with my Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I would strongly consider bringing in a guy if I didn't have to overpay for a Jadeveon Clowney. But since I brought back pretty much all my pieces, I know Jadeveon Clowney is not going to my Tampa Bay Buccaneers from this season. So if you guys have any ideas where you think he might drop on any of these names that I'm going over, drop it in to the chat. LA Rams, long time no see. I appreciate you. I hope everyone is having a great Monday. I'm watching the Pat McAfee show live on YouTube here on the TV. If you guys want to watch it with me, if they go over any topics that we can go over. Obviously, we saw March Madness, and my Oregon Ducks, women's and men's, ended up losing over the weekend. But, it is what it is. I kind of had a feeling that they weren't going to be able to get to the Elite Eight, but Oregon State, the rival here in my home state of Oregon in the 503, ended up making it as a very low seed. So that that was definitely very shocking. V-Man, 29397. Hey, man, considering the recent moves Philly and San Francisco made, considering both wanted to grab a QB, does this confirm Wilson to the Jets in your mind? No. So, V-Man, so with this, I don't think Philly is going to want a quarterback in this draft. I think they are going to go Jalen Hurts, is going to be at least a short-term answer. Maybe not long-term, but if they ended up going back and trading back and ended up going to 12, and they're going from the top 10 at 6, ultimately that means that Kyle Pitts, the tight end stud, who might end up being the George Kittle, who might end up being, the Travis Kelce, 2.0 coming into the draft. You're not going to get him. He'll probably end up being in the top 8 picks more than likely, right? And then you got guys like Jamar Chase, where he might be in the top 8, so you may not be able to get a player like that. He may end up going to a team like the Dolphins, okay? But if Devontae Smith, the Heisman winner, ends up sliding, they might be able to pick him up at 12. I know most people have him as a kind of a top 10 pick, but if some linebackers or offensive linemen go and he slides just a couple spots, I could see Philly going for like a wide receiver like that, but I don't think that they're going to go for a quarterback, because a quarterback, depending on who's going to be trading up and back, the only person that's going to be available more than likely at 12 is going to be Mac Jones. So, and I know guys like the Chicago Bears, the New England Patriots, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, we might be looking at Mac Jones depending on where he is going to be slated after we get past like maybe pick 12. So I don't really think that Russell Wilson's going to the Jets. Realistically, Russell Wilson's more than likely going to be staying in Seattle. What I do believe is that if Zach Wilson gets picked number 2 by the Jets, right, the only other trade option I think would be with Deshaun Watson, with all the scandal and all these accusations from these females with this misconduct that supposedly he's having at different places where he's getting massaged and whatnot. So we don't really know if Deshaun Watson's going to hold out, if he's playing for the Texans, if they decide to grab Zach Wilson on the Jets and trade him, for a guy like Deshaun Watson. But I think I think Russell Wilson is going to be staying. The Jets, I do believe that Zach Wilson, that's almost a given, unless they decide to flip the script and then they end up going Zach Wilson number 1. But it sounded like Urban Meyer didn't even show up for Zach Wilson's pro day, which doesn't mean necessarily everything. But I feel that Trevor Lawrence, by default, is the safest pick, obviously, for Urban Meyer, leading the new regime in Jacksonville. Will he be the best quarterback out of all those quarterbacks? I'm not too sure. I have kind of a feeling that over time, maybe Zach Wilson could be, but anybody that goes to the Jets, right, is going to be in the worst position to be able to pop off right away. All right, so you got the Jacksonville Jags. They got a little bit more talent right now than the Jets. I like the Jets with Saleh and where they could go, but if you're just looking at the weapons on offense, defense, special teams, coaching, whoever goes to the Jets is going to have the hardest time, based on just being able to start off and pop off right away. If you're the Niners and you get Justin Fields or you get Trey Lance or Mac Jones, you got a lot of supporting cast there where it's very realistic they could pop off a lot sooner than a guy like Zach Wilson on the Jets. Number 1 overall, Jacksonville Jaguars. You got Trevor Lawrence. He would more than likely be able to pop off a little sooner just with the supporting cast and the coaching that they have there. Mac Jones, if he goes to a team, I'm not sure like the Bears, because I'm not really sold on them, but if Mac Jones goes to a team like Tampa Bay, if the Bears trade up, or maybe the Carolina Panthers, whoever the Panthers get, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, or Mac Jones, right, they could pop off pretty soon, just based off the weapons, run CMC, and the pieces that they have. So ultimately, with the Jets, they are going to be in the position where it's going to be the hardest for that quarterback. But based off talent, based off watching the film, based off, the moxie and the swag and everything that I've read, the only concern I have about Trevor Lawrence is that sometimes he doesn't play big in those big games, and that concerns me. He does have the supporting cast in Urban Meyer, so he's going to be put in the best position to succeed ultimately very quickly, besides whoever goes number 3, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, or Mac Jones in the Niners, all right? But I do like Zach Wilson and his potential. I think for his talent and the NFL game, I think he's got the bottom line most talent out of anyone that's in this NFL draft, and he could be the best quarterback out of them all besides Trevor Lawrence, in my personal opinion. But It all depends on who the Jets surround Zach Wilson with at number 2, right? And obviously we know with Jimmy G, he's out of there on the Niners. I don't think New England's going to be interested. They don't want to pay that big money. But it will be interesting to see as we kind of creep up closer and closer, to this NFL draft, who's going to be where, what players are going to get traded, who's going to be the starting quarterback for your favorite NFL team. But I do love Zach Wilson. If I had to rate the quarterbacks, right now, based on potential and what kind of I see in my eyes, I like Zach Wilson 1. I like Trevor Lawrence 2. Number 3, if it ends up being, the Niners and they go Justin Fields or Trey Lance, those guys right there could do something on the right team. And then Mac Jones, I would have more than likely being like the 5th option. And then there's other guys that might slide at quarterback up or down in the 1st or 2nd round. But ultimately, just looking at those main 5, that's kind of the order that I would put him in, even though a lot of people would put Trevor Lawrence 1, Zach Wilson 2, and then we'll have to kind of go from there. And that's kind of what I feel, V-Man. So my Rams are going to win the division. Well, on paper, it looks like that, but we're going to have to kind of wait and, play the games out and wait and see. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers look like my team. Tampa Bay might be the team that everyone is gunning for. I returned all 22 starters, so it looks good for me right now. But moving forward, no Clan Jolly, I see you at school, my guy. But I feel that the Rams are the biggest threat to my Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We might be able to play each other in the NFC Championship game, but let's just get to the playoffs first, stay healthy, and Matthew Stafford needs to stay healthy. But based on Drew Brees retiring and a lot of drama in the NFC, I feel right now on paper, the Bucs and the Rams are the best 2 teams in the NFC on paper going in. And then with the AFC, we're going to have to kind of see what happens with shifting with the draft and positioning. But the Chiefs are obviously going to be up there. The Bills don't look like they're going anywhere. And then we got to see the evolution of teams like the Cleveland Browns, right? The Ravens, the Steelers. There's going to be the Titans, the Colts. We're going to be able to see Carson Wentz and see what he can do there as well. But it will be very, very interesting to see how things play out as we go into the NFL draft. And I will be doing an NFL draft live stream special as we go through the first round. I might not do the first, second, and then obviously first, second, and third on day 2, or obviously rounds 4 through 7 on the 3rd day, but I'll at least do the first round, possibly the 2nd and 3rd round. But again, it's all speculation from this point. All these experts, they feel that they know everything on who's getting drafted where, who's going to be the quarterback for what team, and every time we do these fucking mock drafts and we see these guys on ESPN, NFL Network, Fox Sports, they're all fucking wrong. You know what I mean? It ends up being some craziness where you get teams that trade up all the way into the top 10, teams that you never thought that would trade up, right? And then these guys that you never thought that would be interested in certain players always happens. There's always teams reaching for a player that no one expected to be in the first round or be in the top 10. Maybe they have him projected 20 to 30, and then he goes top 10, and everyone's like, what the fuck? But that's the life, of an NFL fan and the Fanatics from the Northwest and everywhere around the globe as well. Blake Midget in the building said, do you think the Falcons would trade within the division to allow the Panthers to move up to 4? Well, with the Falcons, I don't think that they're looking at quarterback, even though they do need to be looking at a replacement for Matt Ryan in the next couple years. Obviously, there's rumors about Matt Ryan maybe leaving or getting traded, Julio Jones maybe leaving or getting traded, right? But at this point, if you want to trade up, right, and have a team that would partner with the Falcons, it would have to be a pretty good piece, of draft capital to be able to trade. I'm not sure if you're going to trade with someone like the Panthers. If the Falcons were going to trade, they would probably do with someone in another division, in the NFC, but preferably in the AFC. Anytime you see a lot of these trades, they normally don't want to worry about having it come back to bite them. So if the Falcons gave up a pick to 4, and then they picked, like, let's say, Justin Fields or Trey Lance, and that ended up being one of the better superstars in the future, kind of like a Justin Herbert from last year, or a Burrow, Joey Burrow, or possibly a Tua. We don't really know yet. We're not sold on him just yet. You don't want to be the team that be like, oh man, I'm an Atlanta Falcon fan, right? I traded, from 4 to, let's say, 8 or 9. They picked Justin Fields and Trey Lance, and then that team fucking buries you and crushes you for the next 4 to 10 years. You don't want to be known for that team. So as far as the Falcons are concerned, I'm not sure if they would really trade back to a team in the division. I could see them trading back, but the thing is, with the Falcons, with Julio getting a little bit older and some of these other teams, it could be possible that they could be looking at a wide receiver. They could be looking at the best available talent. It all depends if they like Jamar Chase, if they like Devontae Smith, who they like at that position. Offensive line is something that they've been trying to address over the last couple years, but they could use help everywhere. Offensive line, tight end, wide receiver, running back. You're going to need a replacement for Matt Ryan at some point, all over on the defense. I mean, the Falcons literally can pick anybody. Penei Sewell, Jamar Chase, Kyle Pitts, anywhere that you want to go is definitely very possible, but I would assume the Falcons more than likely are going to keep that pick unless a team, comes up to 4 and offers the house, and then they can drop down somewhere between 8 and 15 and get maybe an extra first-round pick out of it or some second-round capital. Then that's possible too. But Kyle Pitts would look great in a Falcons uniform at tight end, maybe the rebirth of like a Tony Gonzalez, because I really think he can be like a Travis Kelce, George Kittle kind of clone. You could have someone like that, a Matt Ryan favorite check down guy, other than Calvin Ridley or Julio Jones. Who knows how long those guys are going to be there. But Kyle Pitts would look nice. Devontae Smith from Bama, the Heisman wide receiver, would be nice. Jamar Chase would be nice, even though I think that the Dolphins would be the best pick for him. But it's very possible a trade back for the Falcons, but I don't think it will be to a rival in the division like the Saints, the Buccaneers, or the Carolina Panthers, especially when the Falcons are needing a quarterback soon, if not this year, probably next year. And the Panthers are going to be looking for one. Obviously, the Saints are going to be looking for one, either Jameis Winston this year, next year, depending on where Mac Jones might be. And then Tampa Bay, in the next couple years, post Tom Brady, we're going to be looking for one, but it might not be for a little bit. So one sec here. I got some... It's crazy, man. Things are getting crazy here with my lighting. Want to make sure my lighting is all good. Thought the thing was going to fall over. No Clan in the building. What to do? All right, so let's go over some of these other, players that I'm kind of worried about. Are we going to get some of these guys signed sooner than later? I'm watching the Pat McAfee show live if you guys aren't watching it yet as well. But I figured I'd hop online. I hope everyone's having a fantastic Monday morning. Any questions you have about the draft? Any questions you have about your team? Any questions that you have about your boy? Make sure you holla at me in the chat. Monday morning NFL live stream with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that fucking like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can, either on here, patreon.com/NWSF, or the GoFundMe. And if you're looking for merch, Northwest Sports Fanatic merch, link is below every video on the YouTube page. Follow me, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, NW Sports Fanatics. So we first went over Jadeveon Clowney, Ruiz, LA Rams, what to do, Ramily in the building. Like I was mentioning, I feel that the Rams and Bucks are at the top, and we'll have to wait for the other teams. Great question by Blake, talking about Atlanta, but I don't think that they're going to trade back, obviously, with someone in the division. But I do think it's possible that they could trade back in the draft to gain more capital, because if any team needs capital and needs more picks to get better, competing with the Panthers, the Bucks, and the Saints, the Falcons are one of those teams, just like a few of these other teams that need help desperately. Jacksonville, the Jets, pretty much everyone that's in the top 10. These teams are going to need help, as well as teams that drafted, or we're going to draft in the top 10 but scaled back like the Eagles. They're going to need all the help that they can get. V-Man, bang, $5, my boy in the building. Blake has another question. So I believe Atlanta is probably going to trade with Denver, but I want the Panthers to trade up for a quarterback real bad. Well, the thing is, you may not have to trade up for the Panthers. You might be able to be sitting at, 6, 7, 8, in that general range where you may trade up just a couple spots or stay pat at your spot that you're at now and end up with a Justin Fields or a Trey Lance. Because I'm kind of feeling that the San Francisco 49ers at 3, it's going to go Trevor Lawrence 1, Trevor Lawrence obviously 1 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Number 2, Zach Wilson to the Jets. Will he stay there, or will he end up getting traded to maybe the Houston Texans, possibly for Deshaun Watson? Who the fuck knows if Deshaun Watson's going to sit out or if he's going to get in trouble with the law with these accusations by these females, if Danger Russ is staying or not. Who fucking knows? But more than likely, Trevor Lawrence 1 to the Jags. Number 2, Zach Wilson to who? The Jets at number 2. And then at number 3, the Niners. We're going to have to kind of wait and see where that goes. But I'm thinking Trey Lance, Justin Fields. That's really where it's looking at. I'd be surprised if it was Mac Jones. So if they go Trey Lance at 3, Justin Fields could be there for you, depending on if someone else wants to trade up like Chicago or one of these other teams. But I think you could stay pat, based on these linebackers and wide receivers and Penei Sewell, the offensive tackle guru from Oregon. There's going to be a lot of other pieces. Not everyone is wanting a quarterback. So if you're a Panthers fan, Teddy Two Gloves is not the answer long term, all right? But you could end up getting a guy like Justin Fields or Trey Lance, and that's going to be more than likely better than what you have right now. You might have to sit behind Teddy for a year to learn, but at some point, you can get some leadership. You can learn from a player like that and then move forward. And we'll kind of wait and see if that ends up happening. And that's big facts. But that's a great question, Blake. 2 great questions for you, my guy. Let's see here. No Clan Jolly. He said, my break is over. Message from an Eagle. My God. Good morning, Orion and the NWSF. Fly, Eagles fly. 2022 possible 3 first-round picks. We looking good for 2023. As long as that's okay for you as an Eagles fan. I know some Eagles fans want to go in right away and end up going to the playoffs, winning the NFC East right away. But if you can end up, not saying having a horrible year this year, but if you miss the playoffs this year, right, or you end up going, because it sounds like we're going to a 17-game season. So if you go 10-7, you might not even be considered a good football team. We're going from 16 games to 17 games moving forward. And, AK-41, the alien Alvin Kamara, is not too happy about it. If you saw social media, a lot of these NFL players are not happy about it. But I'm interested to see where it goes because, if you're willing to take 1 step backwards to take 10 steps forward and you can hit on those draft picks, you could be looking good battling teams like Dallas and Washington and the Giants for, many years to come. But it all depends if, Howie Roseman and all the big dogs there. Can you pick the right players? And that's a concern I think a lot of Eagles fans have, that they don't draft the right players in the right round. Or they give up on their guys, possibly Carson Wentz, a little bit too early. I'm not really too sure. I'm happy with Jalen Hurts, being the starting QB. But it does look like they are panning to be good in the next couple years if they can hit on those draft picks. But it is a big what if. Message from an Eagle. My God. V-Man, on a scale of 1 to 10, how dope is the nickname Wall Street Wilson if Zach goes to my Jets? Hey, it could be that. I mean, I'm not really sure. Zach Wilson might end up having another nickname. Your boy might come up with one, obviously, for Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson and Justin Fields and Trey Lance and as well as Mac Jones and Devontae Smith and Kyle Pitts and Jamar Chase. I'm going to have a lot of nicknames that I'm going to be creating on my own that people will obviously be copying and stealing. But Wall Street Wilson has a nice little ring to it. It just depends if he ends up going there. He's going to be the quarterback, to me, that has the most talent, right? But he's going to be in the hardest position to succeed short term. A lot of criticism, but they don't really have a lot of weapons to help him out. So I'm kind of concerned for that, but you do got a guy in Robert Saleh, the Niners Z coordinator, that is really a blue-collar guy. So I know they're going to be able, maybe not to compete year 1, but if they get a guy like Zach Wilson and he ends up being their guy for 4 to 10 years, you're going to end up wanting to watch Jets games. You're going to end up wanting to see the progression, and then hopefully you end up getting guys that want to come and play with Zach Wilson because, a lot of guys are very critical when they play on, kind of small market teams like a BYU, these Dakotas, any of these, teams like Carson Wentz. When you play on a small market team, like who have you played? Are you going to be able succeed on the next level? But also we've seen guys that have played at big-time schools like the Ohio State University, Dwayne Haskins and all these other quarterbacks that have just failed. Some of them had to switch positions. They couldn't even stick at quarterback, with Pryor and some of these other guys that have been, QBs at Ohio State that have had a lot of success. And that's one thing that kind of concerns me about Justin Fields, the reputation of a lot of these guys at the Ohio State University. It's a system quarterback. They said the type of thing about, who? My boy, Jay Herb. But now we're starting to see that Justin Herbert, with Joe Burrow, is the best 2 quarterbacks by far. And when it all comes down to the end, depending on if Joe Burrow can stay healthy or not, Justin Herbert might go down in history better than Joe Burrow down the road. I love Joe Burrow, and I think he definitely would have been in the running, for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Justin Jefferson was, well deserving of the award or a MVP offensively this season. Justin Herbert had a great season. They didn't really have a lot of defense, horrible coaching, a lot of injuries, and he still made a name for himself. If Joe Burrow didn't get hurt, he would have been right in the mix there as well. I absolutely love those guys. But Wall Street Wilson, V-Man, That's a good nickname. I might be able to come up with one just as good, maybe better, but it all depends if he ends up going there. But there might be another nickname that we have to think of. But Wall Street Wilson does have a nice ring to it, and that's big facts. LA Rams in the building. Did you see Ryan Wilson saying that the Niners traded up to 3 to pick up Mac Jones? I don't know how these guys at CBS get their jobs. Well, a lot of these guys on CBS or Chris Sims and some of these guys, a lot of times I don't agree with a lot of these guys on CBS or Fox or ESPN or NFL Network. Senile in the building as well. But I don't think Mac Jones is going to be picked ahead of Justin Fields or Trey Lance. I would be shocked. If you look at the offense that Kyle Shanahan runs, right, for San Francisco, it's a lot of play action. Obviously, you need to stay healthy, and that's a concern for Jimmy G. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to find a trade partner. They're going to be paying him a lot of money if he stays. It's like over $20 million. It's like $23 million. So you can get rid of a guy like that because your best availability is being on the field. And it's not going to help you as a San Francisco 49er fan if you can't stay on the field. You got some talent there. They didn't win the Super Bowl, but they were able to get there with the supporting cast of a great running game, good O-line, an amazing defense, and great coaching with Saleh as a D coordinator and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch handling things in the office and as head coach, right? But I just don't know if Jimmy G is that guy. So if they end up going Justin Fields, it concerns me, number one, because he's from Ohio State, and I'm not sure if he'd be able to run that offense effectively, long term. I think he would be a great fit. Trey Lance is one of those guys, even though he's from a smaller school, hasn't been a full-time starter for many, many years. I think that he would be a good fit there as well. I probably would think Trey Lance, to me, is the guy, for the San Francisco 49ers. If I had to pick one guy, I would go Trey Lance, then I would go Justin Fields, and then I would go Mac Jones. But yeah, Blake, you're absolutely on it, man. And that's why I don't really watch ESPN or SportsCenter. I honestly can tell you I haven't watched SportsCenter probably in 10 years plus. ESPN's going down the shitter. Like I said, it's very hard to be able to relate and actually listen to a lot of these guys that are out in the sports media world. But it does give me hope, as a guy on YouTube that can expand the platform, maybe get a knock on the door, from one of these platforms to actually get someone that has some insight, instead of just saying shocking things that they know is not correct, just to get a reaction out of the fans, just like maybe you did, with Ryan Wilson and some of these other guys, Chris Sims or Colin Cowherd or on NFL Network. A lot of these guys are just saying things just to get a reaction, even though Skip Bayless, as we know as well, skip. They say things that are outlandish. They say things that we know aren't true, right? But they say them just to get you talking. And Colin Cowherd's great at that as well. But I don't really watch a lot of those shows. I watch a Pat McAfee show. I watch Good Morning Football, and that's pretty much it. But for me, Justin Fields and Trey Lance are the perfect fit because they don't have to be great. They just have to not turn the football over. They have to both be able to run play action, what they're both great at, right? Being able to go through their reads. And if you got a healthy George Kittle and you got a healthy, Bosa, you got a healthy, really collective unit. The D coordinator position worries me a little bit for the Niners, all right, because Saleh's gone. How are they going to replace that hole and replace that void, okay? But on offense, with Deebo Samuel and all the weapons that they have, I really think that you could put Justin Fields or Trey Lance in there, right? And you could be successful. Seattle, obviously, with Russell Wilson, who the fuck knows that future and that debacle. The Cardinals are getting better. J.J. Swat, joined, and they got a lot of these guys, joining the team. We'll have to kind of wait and see where they go, as far as, can they win the division or not. But the Rams are the top dog on paper at this point, and it's all the rest of the teams, the Niners, right, the Cardinals, the Seahawks, being able to keep up. And obviously Seattle, every time we kind of sleep on them, right, they always end up winning the division or getting into the wild card. But now we're getting to a point where the drama with Russell Wilson not being happy, them not really addressing the offensive line, it's very concerning. So at some point there's going to be a divorce there from Russell Wilson in Seattle. If it's not this year, it's going to be very, very soon, just like Deshaun Watson in Houston. The divorce. It's written on the wall. It's going to be happening sooner than later. You predicting any teams trading up? Absolutely. Message from an Eagle. There's going to be a lot of teams. Atlanta sitting at 4 could be a trade destination, especially if it goes Trevor Lawrence 1, Zach Wilson 2, Justin Fields 3, then a team at 4 like the Carolina Panthers, if they see Trey Lance there and they're in love with them, or if Trey Lance goes to the Niners, right, and Justin Fields is available at 4 and you love him, Carolina could trade up. The Chicago Bears could trade up all the way to 4 with Atlanta and grab their guy, because it's going to be one of those things. If we do get quarterback, quarterback. When's the last time that we've seen that in the NFL? I don't remember. I don't remember a time in the last 15 or 20 years where we got quarterback in the first 3 picks. Do you? So if that ends up happening, a lot of people are going to be freaking out, all right? And they're going to end up maybe just jumping the gun and throwing away a second rounder and a first rounder the following year, or some third rounders, some fourth rounders, just to make sure that they get that guy. Because if Justin Fields goes, 3 and Trey Lance is sitting there and then he gets swooped up, all you got left is Mac Jones. I mean, there's going to be some other guys there, but they're not as talented as those first 5 guys. So I definitely think there's going to be a surprise team that's going to trade up. Obviously, we know the Panthers want a quarterback. The Bears are going to be looking for someone better than Andy Dalton. The Buccaneers are going to be looking for someone, but they're not going to trade up all the way in the top 10, to get a guy. If someone like Mac Jones slides back and they falls into their lap, I know they would consider him, even though we're going to be looking at running back. We're going to be looking at fucking DN. We're going to be looking at secondary. Who knows? The best case scenario for my Buccaneers, obviously Najee Harris. The Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be wanting a player like that in the late first round. But what happens if Najee Harris is just sitting there? It's not like Rojo's going to be there probably long term, or Fournette's going to be there long term. Could you imagine if Najee Harris from Bama, Roll Tide, ends up just falling in the Buccaneers' lap? Because we're going to be looking at running back in the first or second round. Ultimately, they're going to want a pass rusher to replace, a Shaq Barrett, a JPP and Ndamukong Suh at some point. So they're going to be looking for the best available D end or D tackle, more than likely a D end in that late first round. But if you got a guy like Najee Harris sitting there in the late first round and we can get him before he goes to the Steelers, and we got Najee Harris on the Buccaneers with Brady and Mike Evans and Godwin, and maybe if we get AB back and Gronk and all these pieces, watch out. That's kind of the piece that I'm looking at. I would take definitely Najee Harris on my team because I'm looking for that stud running back, that Jonathan Taylor from the Colts clone, to come to my team. I'm looking for pass rusher. I know they're going to go running back, but a lot of teams are going to be trading up. You best believe every time we go through this process every year, we think, it's going to go down pretty much how we think it's going to go down, and it never does. Normally if I do like a mock draft, or if I end up doing a live stream to the NFL draft, I feel I can get maybe like 70% of the picks correct in the first round. The only problem is that a lot of times in the first or second round, you don't know what position they're going to address. Let's say they have DN and running back like my team, like Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Do they go for the DN in the first round, or do they go for the running back in the first round? So that can really complicate things because you assume the team is going to go for that number 1 need, but they might go for that number 1 need in the second round and get that other position, if the better player is available, like a Najee Harris. Like, I know they're going to want a DN in that late first round, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a JPP replacement, a guy on the edge that they can, replace after some of these older guys might not be on the team to give me some more depth. But if Najee Harris is sitting there, could you really pass on a player like that? I don't think so. So that's what I'm kind of hoping, that Najee Harris ends up on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You'll see me literally jump out the fucking window, smash my head, blood everywhere. If you see Najee Harris, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Najee Harris. If you see that in the draft, I'm telling you, things are going to be crazy. I'm going to lose my shit. And you never know. That's what makes the NFL draft exciting, because you never really know what's going to happen until it really happens. But I know there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to end up, trading back. It's definitely going to be very, very exciting. I'm watching the Pat McAfee Shield live here as well. Monday morning NFL live stream. You got questions, I got answers. Make sure you put them in the chat. We can talk about your team. We can talk about the draft. We can talk about the teams that haven't picked up some of these key free agents just yet. I'm very excited to be able to hang out with y'all. Monday morning NFL live stream with your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash the fucking like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can, either on here, patreon.com/NWSF, or the GoFundMe. And if you're looking for merch, Northwest Sports Fanatic merch, link is below every video on the YouTube page. Follow me, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, NW Sports Fanatics. So I just started to get into the list, and I'll go into some of these other names. Jadeveon Clowney right now is ranked 7th. All right, the stock is low. Snap to snap. He's not going to get you the sack lunches like some of the other guys. Maybe upside over Yannick Ngakoue. Maybe not Matt Judon, right? He's only 28, even though fucking Clowney looks like he's 38, 48, but he's still got some gas in the tank. And if I didn't re-sign guys like JPP, Ndamukong Suh, Shaq Barrett, I would take Clowney on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Not thinking that he's going to be the Clowney of old, right, at South Carolina, knocking off helmets on that guy, that running back in Michigan, where he's killing somebody, right? Or, maybe that, Jadeveon Clowney player like we saw on the Texans, but he's still a guy that can give you something. It just seems like he gets injured up. He's injury prone. He gets injured too much, really, for my liking. So if you're going to have to pay a lot of money for a guy like that, it might not really, work out to the best of, the GMs or the head coaches. Typically you're going to overpay for a guy like Clowney. So that's why a lot of teams are kind of staying away from a guy like that. So I kind of see where people are like, okay, Clowney's good, but is he really that good? Is he going to get you sack lunches? No. Can he actually stop the run? Yeah, when he's out there. Can he really guard, on the pass defensive side? Not really. So, I mean, if you're going to have to pay a guy over $10 million and he doesn't really do all three things, run defense, pass defense, sack lunches, why the fuck are you paying him money? So that's why this motherfucker is still on the board, and that's big facts. But agreed, a lot of teams are going to be trading up and trading back. Let's see here. See now, do you think Jimmy G will make it a full season as the Niners starter? No, I don't think he'll even be on the Niners. And if he is, that's a lot of money to pay. If you're paying $23 million, you should move on. Like I said, get a Justin Fields or a Trey Lance. That's a guy that could run the Kyle Shanahan offense, and they can build around that. You don't trade the farm and trade the house just to pick up a guy like Penei Sewell, because it doesn't look like they're going to need that position at this point, with the Trent. With all the different picks that they've got. Trent got, picked up, and they got the money there. The offensive line looks pretty good, McGlinchey, so they're going to be good there. They're not looking necessarily at wide receiver in Devontae Smith or Jamar Chase or Kyle Pitts, since they have George Kittle, Deebo Samuel. So they're going to be trading the farm for a quarterback. So if you have Jimmy G, and then you end up getting a Justin Fields and Trey Lance, and you have that just to kind of learn from, more than likely, if they decide to keep Jimmy G or can't get a trade partner or don't let him go, you're paying a lot of money for a guy that won't make it through the full season. He hasn't really proven to me that he can make it, throughout a full season either in New England or in San Francisco. When he's out there, he's average QB. He's average. I wouldn't say that he's a good quarterback. I wouldn't say that he's a horrible quarterback. I would put Kirk Cousins ahead of him, but he's in that kind of same category. Outside of the top 10, somewhere between 11 and 18. When they're in the game, they can be good game managers and they can win you games. But the thing is, his arm and his accuracy, I don't know if he really has everything, that you would want in a QB. I mean, the Niners kind of, hid some of his weaknesses with the great talent at O-line, running back, the offensive scheme, Kyle Shanahan's play calling, the great defense. So they kind of shadowed some of his problems and weaknesses just with all the great talent around you. But to be able to get to the Super Bowl and win, you can't be throwing a bunch of picks. You got to be able to be efficient, and you got to be able to stay healthy. So I don't think that's going to be someone that's going to be there. I really do think that they will either, cut him, let him go, try to find a trade partner. If a team doesn't end up getting their quarterback in the draft, maybe they can work out a deal with another team. But keeping Jimmy G, I feel, with the Niners would not be a good move, especially when you're going to be picking a Trey Lance or a Justin Fields 99%. I mean, I'm really thinking that's the route that they're going to go. You don't give up all these first rounders, second rounders, third rounders to pick at number 3 to pick someone that's not a QB. They're still in their Super Bowl window where they're going to have to compete with Seattle with Russell Wilson, dangerous, the Rams with Matthew Stafford. The Cardinals and Kyler look like they're getting better. So at this point, you better get this pick right. Otherwise, you're going to end up going backwards, a couple different picks. And that's big facts. But who knows? Maybe we'll get surprised and Jimmy G will stay on the Niners. And if that ends up being the case, they're not going to be able to have him stay healthy. If I had to put money on it, I would say 90% chance if Jimmy G is still on the Niners week 1, he won't make it throughout the whole season. So you will see Justin Fields or Trey Lance take over. But I would kind of like to see Justin Fields or Trey Lance start right away week 1. Get them in there, throw them in the fire, and see what they can do. But that's my personal opinion. Cash Out Hybrid in the building. Sammy Watkins is all right for us. It was funny, Cash Out. We were just talking about, hey, Lamar Jackson, we didn't get our true number 1 guy. We need someone better than Hollywood Brown, someone to pair up with Mark Andrews to start getting some more weapons out there. And then you got Sammy Watkins like an hour later, or a couple hours later after I finished my live stream. He's a pretty good guy that you can put on the outside or in the slot. He's a vet. He's got injury issues as well. But, I mean, if you're looking at a guy, if he can stay healthy, I like Sammy Watkins more than Hollywood Brown, personally. I mean, he can get you in the end zone. His issue is just injuries and staying healthy. But adding a Sammy Watkins is definitely a plus for you guys rather than not adding anyone. You're still going to need to find that true number one wide receiver for Lamar Jackson to have that, kind of breakout, season. I mean, yeah, he can run. Yeah, we know he's got some ability to throw, but you're going to be able to have a balanced offense with running and passing. Having a great offensive line, which I feel they don't have after Marshall Yanda, the Hall of Famer, retired. You got to address the O-line. Keep adding pieces on defense, but ultimately, a true number one wide receiver. J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards can do it at the running back position. You might even want to get someone better than J.K. Dobbins because he's kind of like a third down back, a change of pace back. Gus Edwards is kind of like a goal line back, or he could be that, first down to second down back. But you might need to get someone better there. But if you address the O-line and get some better players there, that's going to make Lamar's job easier, right? And then if he stops running around with his head cut off and you get some real weapons out there, a talent of Mark Andrews at the wide receiver position, that could change everything. So instead of them looking, up at Cleveland and Pittsburgh, they could be at the top looking down at the Browns and the Steelers. Because we know Big Ben's going to be retiring pretty soon. Juju's only going to be there probably for another year. The defense, you got certain players there. Bud Dupree's no longer there. So there is opportunities to kind of leapfrog a team like the Steelers. The Bengals are nowhere near being at the top. But you're looking at the Ravens, the Browns, the Steelers. You're going to be beating each other up. And obviously Cleveland looks like they're the team that's going to be on the up and up, and they might be the team at the top for the next couple years. I know a lot of people didn't really think Cleveland or the Buccaneers would be able to have the success, but they finally are kind of getting there. But it all started from addressing the O-line. Jedrick Wills Jr. Roll Tide from Bama, as well as getting Jack Conklin from the Titans. Addressing the O-line for the Browns made the big difference with Baker. I still don't think Baker Mayfield's a great quarterback, but he's getting to a point where he doesn't have to force it as much. And if you have a great O-line, it makes Nick Chubb, it makes Kareem Hunt and the running back game better. And we saw that this year. If you can run the football effectively, you don't have to do all these crazy things with your arm. And Baker, obviously made the adjustments, and they had a better season, and they ended up making the playoffs, and they almost beat the Kansas City Chiefs. And that's big facts. Let's see here. Message from an Eagle, my boy. I still believe the AFC is fucked and the Chiefs will be in Super Bowl 56 yet again. Yeah, but the Bills are going to be there. There'll be the Browns, the Ravens, the Steelers, maybe some other surprise teams. There's always going to be teams that are going to finally make the jump and finally make the move. Obviously, it's easy to say that. But getting rid of your, starting offensive linemen, having to kind of start over. Yeah, I know you ended up getting Kyle Long coming out of retirement, which is huge, right? You get a guy like Kyle Long, to come out of retirement, from Oregon, right? He was on the Bears. He was a great player on that offensive line. Maybe lost a little love for the game for football. But now you get a guy like that on Kansas City. You're still going to need to address more of the pieces on the O-line. But as long as you have Mahomes and you have Travis Kelce and Tyreek the Freak Hill and you got all these other weapons on offense and defense and coaching, they are definitely going to be in the mix. You would assume that they would be in the AFC Championship game. But I really want to see where they go in the draft and moving forward on the O-line, because as you saw, as great as Patrick Mahomes is, if you don't have an offensive line to protect and you end up playing a team like Tampa Bay that has an amazing defensive line, or a team like the Rams that's got a good defensive line, these teams that have good defensive lines, quick linebackers, a secondary that can get the job done, we held Patrick Mahomes in 9. No touchdowns. And he is arguably the best quarterback in the league right now, future Hall of Famer. So, as great as Patrick Mahomes is, if you can get to him and have a good scheme like Todd Bowles did, you can get to the quarterback and your offensive line is shaky. I mean, you might be an amazing football team and not even score a touchdown in the Super Bowl. And we saw it. So I'm really concerned there for them, but who knows? I mean, I still think the Chiefs are going to be one of those top dogs. I mean, it's like when the Patriots were with Brady and Belichick. If you had to pick one team to make the AFC Championship game while Tom Brady and Belichick were there, you always thought that it was going to be the Patriots. They may not win it to get to the Super Bowl, but you knew you were going to play them. They were going to be there. They were going to be one of the teams of the two. And the Chiefs are kind of in that position now. They will more than likely be one of the teams of the two in the AFC Championship game, depending on what they do at O-line and the rest of the positions they get in the draft. We will have to kind of wait and see. Message from an Eagle, 49ers getting Fields. I think Fields or Trey Lance. The only concern, like I said, that I had is that I don't know if Ohio State quarterbacks can pan out in the NFL. We haven't really seen anyone. pan out from the Ohio State University as that system quarterback, pan out. But if anyone would pan out, it would be Justin Fields, because Kyle Shanahan can make anybody stand out in that Niner offense. He's very creative. All right, a lot of play action, a lot of bootlegs. Fields and Trey Lance are both great at those. So that's why I really feel Justin Fields and Trey Lance are going to be one of those guys that's going to be able to lead the Niners to some successful wins. And moving forward, I hope they get it right, because if they go Mac Jones, everyone's going to lose their shit. Blake Midget. He said, I know you're more of an NFL guy, but I don't know if you know the king of the fourth quarter who makes NBA-style video, who started on YouTube and blew up and got a job at Bleacher Report by just making YouTube vids. No, I haven't heard of him. Obviously, I'm on my own grind. There's a lot of people, trying to make it, on YouTube or different social media platforms. All I can do is keep the grind, keep it moving, and like I said, make up some of these subs to get back to the 20K. We hit 20K around that Steelers-Ravens video, had some people take away their subs, still need about maybe another 50 to 100, to get back to that 20K, but I know once we get to the NFL season, we'll be well over the 20K, whether the haters want to give me a sub and then take it away, that's fine, but I'm going to keep grinding from 20K to 30K to 40K. And as long as I keep working hard, not only can I grow this platform with the Fanatic family, there may be another opportunity that will open up with my voice, my knowledge, and my grind. So I'm definitely excited for the opportunity. I definitely get a lot of emails and phone calls, for different opportunities for sponsorship and things like that. But I haven't really found anything besides Collegiate Art Designs, the ones that make the Oregon Duck chain and made the NWSF custom chain. I'm partnered up with them. But other than them, I'm still looking for that next step, whether it be a Bleacher Report or an ESPN or Fox Sports. But I would rather build my platform here. But if someone comes, calling or sends me an email, I'm definitely willing to listen. But YouTube is really where it's at for me, and that's big facts. So it's definitely possible that you get a knock on the door from when they're major companies. I do believe that is one of those things that could happen. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of people that talk sports. There's a lot of people out there that are competing. But if you get guys like Skip Bayless, that can make $1 million to $8 million a year for just talking sports, and a lot of people don't really think he's that great. A lot of these guys are getting older, so a new generation has to come in. One of the opportunities that not only would I like to work like at a Pat McAfee show or working on a big network, I know the XFL and some of these other opportunities, they're going to need guys that call play-by-play in color, and they're going to get guys that do college football and NFL. That would be something that I definitely would entertain if I could get in touch with The Rock, and as they get into that season, maybe just to get my foot in the door. I think I could definitely do play-by-play or color for something like that, because obviously getting right into college football or NFL without a degree or connections is very unlikely. But, like I said, you never know. Maybe it could be commercials, it could be voiceovers, whatever the opportunity is, I'm still going to keep grinding. But I love YouTube, and I love you guys. You guys are the Fanatic family. Your boy's going to keep grinding over and over again. Lots of reading, lots of film study, but you guys are the best fans on planet Earth, the Fanatic family. Let's see. You think the Eagles got something up their sleeve trading up so early before the draft? I think that they're hoping that Devontae Smith ends up falling into their lap at 12. I think that's really what they're thinking, you know what I mean? Because Kyle Pitts is out of the question, right? They're looking for draft capital for the future. Jalen Hurts is the quarterback. They're not going to go Mac Jones or anything like that, or Trey Lance or Justin Fields. I mean, we could have 4 quarterbacks off the board, within the first 5 picks, or within the first 4 picks if Atlanta trades back with like Carolina or Chicago or Denver or one of these other teams that might be looking for a quarterback, okay? But I'm thinking that they're hoping that Devontae Smith, Heisman winner from Bama, falls into their lap. That's what I'm kind of feeling. That's the player. Jamar Chase is going to probably go to the Dolphins at 6, more than likely give Tua some extra weapons to be able to evaluate his career, even though Tua might not be the long-term answer, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. Cash out hybrid. Kyle Pitts could be the best player in this class. Absolutely. There's a couple players that I'm really sold on in this draft. Kyle Pitts is one of them. Jamar Chase from the University of where? LSU, right? LSU, University of Florida. Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase. Penei Sewell, I feel, is going to be the Quentin Nelson of the tackle position. We know Quentin Nelson on the Colts is the best, guard in football. Penei Sewell from Oregon, I feel, could be the next Hall of Fame tackle, the next big-name tackle that everyone talks about. He's going to more than likely go to the Bengals at 5, give Joe Burrow some help, and I think he's going to be one of those guys that Anthony Munoz and all these guys in the past that they've had at the O-line. He could be the best offensive linemen besides Quentin Nelson very quickly. I could definitely see Hall of Fame potential in Penei Sewell, on the Bengals, offensive tackle guru. I could see Kyle Pitts being the next George Kittle, Travis Kelce, Darren Waller, Mark Andrews. Absolutely. I could see Jamar Chase being a Justin Jefferson kind of clone, maybe even better. Devontae Smith could end up being a player like that as well. So he's a little bit on the light side, Devontae Smith. So I think some teams are going to be worried about that, of a guy that's going to be, 165, 175, 185. He'll hit the weight room and he'll probably end up being 200, sooner than later. But Jamar Chase really has all the things that you would want in a wide receiver and probably will excel quicker than Devontae Smith, but it all depends on what team you go to, if you can get the right relationship and rapport with the quarterback and a great OC. But those are kind of the guys that I'm looking at right off the bat, not naming, Trevor Lawrence or Zach Wilson, but if you're looking for guys that aren't quarterback, those are my favorite. Penei Sewell from the Oregon, offensive tackle going to the Bengals, protecting Joe Burrow's, blind side. Love that. Jamar Chase, I love that. Those are probably my favorite too. Kyle Pitts and Jamar Chase. I think those guys could really be super special. Like, we're talking about being a top 10 wide receiver and a top 10 tight end year one. It's very possible, depending on what team they go to. They may not be able to make a Pro Bowl year one, but if they do, would you really be surprised if they have a Justin Jefferson kind of impact? I wouldn't. Or Darren Waller, Mark Andrews impact? I wouldn't. I think these guys can be absolutely fantastic. And if you play fantasy football, I guarantee you better be looking at those guys, because if you end up getting guys like that, you can end up winning a fantasy football championship, just like Zini Panini did in our league. She ended up having, Jonathan Taylor. She ended up having some of these key pieces, at wide receiver, Justin Jefferson, and it ended up helping her win a championship on top of having Tyreek Hill, DK Metcalf, Deshaun Watson at quarterback. She definitely hit it out of the park. And sometimes you got to take a risk picking the rookies, but if you kind of have an idea of how good these players are and you watched them in college, you kind of maybe have a gauge, that, hey, this guy could be the next big thing. And I think you hit it right on the head. Kyle Pitts could be the best player in the draft. He could end up being better than Chase, even though Pitts is classified as a tight end. He runs like a wide receiver. So, it's very interesting to see where it could go. LA Rams in the building. Calvin Griffin in the building. The fuck is going on? What'd it do, my guy? Clowney wasn't even that good at South Carolina. He made some plays, but like I said, a guy that gets injured a lot, I'm not really sure where it's going to go. Message from an Eagle, time to wake and bake, hit the gym fast, no yum, yum, yum. He said, I'll be listening, brother, I appreciate that. I went on my morning walk already as well to get some exercise in. Pat McAfee show on the background as well. See now, Niners are taking a quarterback for sure. I just don't think anyone would trade for Jimmy. I think it may be the Dolphins situation to have a new quarterback learn and then bring him in. Possible, but Jimmy G isn't the long-term answer for the Niners, especially if you've given up all that draft capital. I would be shocked if they go for anybody besides a quarterback. That would be crazy. Why are you giving up all these number 1s and 2s and 3s and all this future capital if you're not going for a quarterback at pick number 3? So you can learn under Jimmy, or you just pray that that he gets hurt, but knowing that he's going to get hurt at some point between week 6 and week 10, then you bring in a Justin Fields or Trey Lance, and then you're good to go. But I would rather have Trey Lance and Justin Fields in there right away. You don't need Jimmy necessarily for leadership. It would be nice to learn some things, for these rookie quarterbacks. But you got Kyle Shanahan there, who's going to be a quarterback guru. We know that anybody that he puts in that system, as long as they stay healthy, will be successful, whether it be Justin Fields or Trey Lance or Mac Jones, but preferably Justin Fields or Trey Lance. That's where it's going to go. Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Trey Lance. That's who the Niners are picking. Stamp that. Big facts. Let's see here. Blake says, I'm asking a lot of Panthers questions. That's no problem, man. I appreciate when people come in and holla at your boy. Your boy's grinding. I'm always going to be able to answer questions. I obviously do a lot of reading, a lot of film study, more than most people on YouTube. If anyone else on YouTube is on my level, I feel. But, answer the questions. Fire them off. Let me know, and I'll be able to answer them. So do you see a route where Carolina trades for Sam Darnold and gives some Teddy Bridgewater some competition if they don't land one of the top 4 guys? It'll be interesting to see where Sam Darnold goes. Obviously, if they go Zach Wilson, Sam Darnold's got to be at, you know what I mean? But who would want Sam Darnold? Is that a team like the Bears? I think at this point, if you're the Panthers, you don't really need Sam Darnold because that's just going to cause a locker room controversy. Carson Wentz, Jalen Hurts, all over again. Both guys that are relatively young in their career. They still got a long ways to go before they're done playing. I would rather see them go young and end up going for the quarterback of Justin Fields, if it falls into their lap, or Trey Lance. That's where I feel that it's going to go for either the Niners, and then the team that doesn't get that other player is going to go to the Panthers. But you may have to trade up, because if you just wait for him to come there, and then a team that's sitting at 4 and wants to trade with Atlanta like the Bears, or Denver or someone else, and you lose that pick, then you're stuck with Teddy. You know what I mean? And I don't think you're going to end up getting a guy, because if you already got Teddy, you're not going to trade for Sam Darnold. You're just going to let it play out, see what he can do, and then look for a quarterback next year. And that's kind of my philosophy on that. There's no point of having Teddy and Sam Darnold. You need to keep beefing up the position. There's no Luke Kuechly. Cam Newton's not there. Riverboat Ron's not there. You need to, Brian Spida Burns. You need to build around the weapons that you already have there. So I think that, there's no way that you would bring in a guy like Sam Darnold. Just, keep it with Teddy, you know what I mean, and then go from there, and then hopefully you get Justin Fields or Trey Lance, because I know the Panthers are looking at a player like that, and I guess if you can't get either one of those, then you might go Mac Jones, but I'm not too sure. It all depends if they feel Mac Jones is good enough at that spot, or if they want to go for the best available talent at that point. Cash out hybrid. Baker is not a number 1 draft pick. He's not looking like it just yet. But it all depends on your supporting cast. They made the playoffs once they addressed the O-line and got a better head coach. So imagine if you put Baker Mayfield on the Bills. You would have the same type of success that Josh Allen has. Josh Allen, obviously a little bit higher ceiling, stronger arm, better decision maker, right? But how many less wins would Baker get than Josh Allen? If Josh Allen can get you 13, what's Baker Mayfield going to get you on the Bills? Maybe 11? I mean, you're still going to be in the playoffs. So, it is what it is. Calvin Griffin in the building. Is it Smith? Okay. You like Devontae? Well, you're an Alabama guy, so you're biased, Calvin. Devontae Smith over Jamar Chase. Yeah, I said it. He's just a little bit small, but I think both guys are going to be great. But again, it's kind of like the Jerry Jeudy, Justin Jefferson comparison. Jerry Jeudy was very well-rounded, but it all depends on the quarterback that's throwing to you. So if Jamar Chase has Tua, it might be rough. We know Kirk Cousins had Justin Jefferson. So, that relationship, Kirk Cousins, you saw Stephon Diggs go to the Bills. So whoever your quarterback is, that's going to be the best available fit. Now, if Devontae Smith goes to the Eagles with Jalen Hurts and Jamar Chase goes to the Dolphins with Tua, then obviously Smith could end up having a better season, just because even though Chase might be the better athlete, the Eagles would have the better quarterback at that point, in my opinion. I think I would trust a little bit more Jalen Hurts on the Eagles going to Devontae Smith rather than a Tua kind of unproven, with a Jamar Chase. But the Eagles, we'll have to see where they go in the future. And then the Dolphins have so many great picks coming up. They're going to have a great super team here in the next 3 years. The amount of draft picks that they have in the first and second round and third round in the next 3 years, if they hit on 70% of those picks, more than likely they're going to end up being right there at the top of the AFC East, if not at the top, number 2 with the Bills. Patriots will have to slide back at some point, but I think the Dolphins, if they hit on those picks, don't be surprised if they're one of the better football teams in the next 2, 3, 4 years. But it all depends if they can draft correctly and address the needs that they have. Blake says, do you watch any other NFL YouTubers? No, not really. I know which ones compete with me. Obviously on YouTube, you got the Grossi Posse, he's a big Packers fan. You got the Sports Fury, they represent the Cowboys and the Bears, but I don't really watch anybody else. I'm too busy, honestly, grinding, reading, watching film. Some of these guys probably watch us, and, a lot of guys on YouTube, they'll copy each other. Sometimes people will watch this channel, get ideas, and go from there, but I don't really watch ESPN. I don't really watch other NFL YouTubers, to be honest. I just kind of do my own thing. And, if they want to get ideas and copy, nicknames and catchphrases and things that I do, the biggest form of flattery, someone copying your style and doing what you do. So that's kind of how I feel. I'm just grinding, my guy. I'm grinding. Cash Out says, I believe in Justin Fields. Normally, I don't believe in a quarterback from The Ohio State University, Cash Out. But if he goes to the Niners, that would be the first time I start to believe in a quarterback from The Ohio State University. But the thing is, if Justin Fields goes to a team that doesn't have a great coach or supporting cast, I don't think he's going to pan out. You got to have a great coach and a great supporting cast for Justin Fields, Trey Lance, and Mac Jones to either pan out short term. Otherwise, they don't have the same type of skill set as Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson to kind of address that concern of succeeding long term. Because those are the only two guys that I can see succeeding long term on a good team or a bad team, just because their talent level is that much more greater than Fields, Lance, or Mac Jones. Now, can those guys develop and get closer to Zach Wilson and Trevor Lawrence? Absolutely. Right? Like a Tom Brady, like a late round pick, someone that, you never thought would be a good football player and they pan out. It's definitely possible. I mean, we've seen it on all positions. Quarterback, running back, wide receiver, AK-41, Alvin Kamara, the alien, getting picked in the 3rd round. And he's considered arguably the best running back in the league by some people. You got Derrick Henry, King Henry, and some of these other running backs, Dalvin Cook. I mean, there's so many names that you can go in there that have great, great running backs. But just for an example, being a 3rd rounder, playing like a 1st rounder, and now considered a top 3 running back in the league in AK-41 in most people's eyes, anything can happen. It all depends on where you go, who your coaches are, who's your supporting cast, and what can happen there. And that's big facts. Buccaneers and Rams together. Let's go. Hey, it's very possible, man. I'm very excited for the season. Calvin Griffin, Pitts is can't miss. I like Pitts arguably out of all the wide receivers. Jamar Chase is great. I love his talent level. I love Devontae Smith, but I like Kyle Pitts, honestly, out of any tight end or wide receiver. I think he's literally a lock to succeed. I mean, he's got the hands. He's got the route running. He can run like a wide receiver, and though he's going to play tight end. He's a guy that is not going to fail. I agree. I love Kyle Pitts. I think that whatever team he goes to, he's going to be a stud. I think he's going to be top 5 tight end right away, and he's going to be in that same group with George Kittle, Travis Kelce, right? Darren Waller from the Raiders, right? Mark Andrews, and then you're going to have your boy right there. You're going to have your boy right there, Kyle Pitts. I feel top 5. If he ends up not being the 5th best tight end in his rookie season, he'll be somewhere between 5th and 10th. But he'll be working his way up to be in that top 5 category. And I definitely think that if he gets on the right team with the right staff, he could be number 3 sooner than later. I mean, he could surpass Mark Andrews and Darren Waller, and that's saying a lot based off how good I think that those guys are. I mean, we know George Kittle and Travis Kelce are the best when healthy, but this guy could be the next generation, the Tony Gonzalez, the next guy, that could really tear things up. And I'm really excited. I mean, a lot of people in fantasy football are going to be looking at that. Orion, where's all your Super Bowl champ merch? In the closet, my guy. In the closet. Is Micah Parsons a reach at the 12th pick? I've been seeing some information on him. It all depends on the, draft capital, what your needs are as an Eagles fan. Looking at 1st round, 2nd round, 3rd round. I don't know if I would pick him there personally. They're not going to go quarterback, but I think it is a reach. But it all depends on what happens, who trades up, who trades back. Do we get 4 quarterbacks within the first 4 picks? Does Penei Sewell go 5th to the Bengals? Some guys are going to slide a little bit. Where is Devontae Smith going to go? Where is Jamar Chase going to go? Is Jamar Chase going to go 6th to the Dolphins? Is the Eagles looking at a guy like Devontae Smith at 12? I mean, I don't know. I mean, losing a guy like Zach Ertz and then having, to kind of recoup the wide receiver position, it might be a smart idea to get Jalen Hurts some weapons. So, I mean, Micah Parsons could definitely help any team, picking 10 through 20, but maybe a Devontae Smith would be better for the Eagles to me. I mean, that's where I think that they're hoping that he's going to slide. See now, Teddy's going to be on Carolina next year. Too big of a cap hit unless you can trade him. Agreed. We're going to see, but I don't think Teddy's the long-term answer. Like I said, I really do think that it's going to be Justin Fields or Trey Lance, either on Carolina for one of the spots and then the Niners on the other spot. Unless another team like the Bears trade up to 4 and they're like, yeah, we want Justin Fields, or we need somebody better than Andy Dalton. We want Trey Lance. So it's going to be very exciting. I'll definitely be doing a live stream for that as well. The It Couple, Tampa Bay in the building. What to do? We are the champs. As you see the new little kind of collage that I put at the bottom there with Mahomes and my Buccaneers and Brady. I love that. Made some time getting that all set up. How are you? Tampa doesn't really need to draft for position, so hopefully we'll take someone great. We usually draft great, especially in this regime, the It Couple, in the last 3 years. The Devin White, the Antoine Winfield Jr., the Tristan Wirfs. Those were a big part of our championship run. Yeah, we needed Gronk. Yeah, we needed Brady. Yeah, we needed AB, of course. But look at the pieces that we've drafted. A long time ago, we had Levante David, and that was great. But look at the impact that Antoine Winfield Jr. had at safety. Look at the impact that Tristan Wirfs had at right tackle. Look at the impact of some of these guys. Bringing in a Leonard Fournette was great too. But Devin White arguably is, top 3 linebacker in the league now? I mean, I don't think there's any debate, especially if you saw the run that he had in the playoffs. Did any other linebacker stand out in past history that we can remember that played that well, intercepting the football, getting sack lunches, picking up fumbles, making the big plays? I mean, you got guys like Fred Warner on the Niners, great. Darius Leonard from the Colts, great. But you got to put Devin White up there too. You know what I mean? In my personal opinion, Darius Leonard, you can put at 1. Devin White, you can put at 2. Fred Warner, you can put at 3. Bobby Wagner is still up there too, even though he's getting a little bit older. Not going to forget about him. But those are the top 4 linebackers in my book. So, I mean, if you want to go Darius Leonard 1, Bobby Wagner 2, Devin White 3, Fred Warner 4, whatever way that you want to spin it. But I'm talking about winning championships, making an impact. I think Devin White is the best linebacker in football, not named Darius Leonard at this point. I love Bobby Wagner, no disrespect. I love Fred Warner, no disrespect. But I really feel, if you look at what they do for you game in and game out, you don't pick a top 5 pick at linebacker unless he's going to be the next Luke Kuechly. And I think Tampa Bay found it. And without a Devin White, there is no Super Bowl. And that's big facts. And I think Darius Leonard could be a linebacker as well that could lead the Colts to an AFC championship game. I'm not sure a Super Bowl, but he's got that kind of talent as well, sideline to sideline. Bobby Wagner has arguably been the best linebacker for as long as we can remember besides Luke Kuechly. Those were the top 2 guys. But now the new regime, Fred Warner, Darius Leonard, Devin White, are coming in. And honestly, we're going to be picking D-end, running back, secondary. That's where we're going to be looking at in the first, second, and third round. We're not drafting for position. We're drafting for depth. For after guys like JPP, maybe Rojo or Leonard Fournette are no longer there, beefing up the secondary. We got great guys, Sean Murphy Bunting, Carlton Davis, Antoine Winfield Jr. We got Jamel Dean at the nickel. So we can always add more people in the secondary. But just imagine if Najee Harris is sitting there. The Steelers want him in the late first round. That's the team that's linked to Najee Harris. They need someone better than James the Terminator Kana. But if Tampa Bay, even though they're going to be looking at running back in the second round to replace Leonard Fournette next year and someone to complement Rojo, if we get Najee Harris, that's like Jonathan Taylor, 2.0 right there. So I'm kind of hoping that even though they're looking for a JPP or an edge rusher in the first round for Tampa Bay, that we decide if Najee Harris is there, do not pass on a guy like that, because in other drafts, he could be a top 15 pick, but we just have so many quarterbacks that are coming out in this draft, he's going to slide, and not a lot of value is given to running backs anymore. But I do believe in Najee Harris and my offensive line, my scheme, and what I could do. That would be the dream pick for me. So if Najee Harris, I'm calling it right now, if Tampa Bay gets Najee Harris, watch out. Because not only Tom Brady, we know, is getting older and older, but if we get a running back like that, who knows how long Tampa Bay can stay, maybe not necessarily as the best team in the NFC, but be a respectable team, that we could actually be a playoff team. Who knows how far we're going to go, and injuries, you know what I mean? I'm not one of these cocky guys we smacked around the Chiefs. They only got 9. We're going to win the next 2 or 3 Super Bowls. The Super Bowls and the playoffs are not guaranteed. I mean, on paper, the Buccaneers and the Rams look great. Stafford, joining the Rams, Buccaneers re-signing 22 of 22 starters. It just doesn't happen. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to end up winning everything. I mean, it looks great on paper, but you got to go out there and get it done. And that's big facts. Let's see here. But I agree. The couple, Tampa Bay in the building. Calvin Griffin, I'm not biased. I can't stand Mac Jones. I'm not sure if he's going to end up panning out. I mean, it all depends on where he goes. If he went to a team like the Niners, he could pan out. But if he doesn't go to a team like the Niners, it might not end up panning out there. Oh, look at this. Bang! $50. Odin's Child, $10. Odin's Child, $50. Let's fucking go. He said work blows today. I was just getting to that. And then I see these amazing donations by the best fans on planet Earth. When you got friends, you got family, right? The Fanatic family, that is going to show so much love and appreciation. Thank you so much, man. Like I said, having depression and having that 3 weeks, just in the bedroom, in the bed, just not feeling myself. And then just to be able to feel refreshed, went on a walk today, feeling good. And then being able to get the love like this, thank you so much, man. And I'm going to get to everyone's comments because that's what I do. Odin's Child, the MVP of the Northwest Sports Fanatics. NWSF, all day, every day, $10, $50. Who else does that? Who else does that, man? You are the best, man. Appreciate you. Let's see here. Odin's Child, streaming while you're at work. I appreciate that. I'll give you something to listen to. I got the Pat McAfee show on the background here as well. Let's see. Davi84, the Cowboys will have one of the best drafts this year. Well, you better hope so. That defense was horrible. I love CeeDee Lamb, right? But I don't know where they're going to go. Yeah, we got Dak Prescott, Dakota Prescott. We'll see what he can do. I like the offense, but the defense was so horribly bad. They might not be able to get past a team like the Giants, the Eagles, or the Washington football team, who more than likely is going to win that division. But I'm praying that you guys have a good draft because as a fan of the league, as a fan of every team, even if it's the Cowboys, I want to see teams be good. I want teams to be competitive. No one wants to watch teams that are just trash. So hopefully you'll end up picking the right players. But CeeDee Lamb was a good pick. We'll see where it goes. But the defense, I'm very concerned. You ended up getting some pieces there. Dan Quinn, you're trying to get a better D coordinator, try to, soften the blow, with everything that's happened, but you got a long ways to go. At this point, the Cowboys could be the third or fourth team in that division. Maybe number 2, but I don't think they're better than Washington. We're going to have to see where Eagles go with Jalen Hurts and the Giants, with Saquon and Daniel Jones. They've made some improvements on defense, but the only team that I think I feel confident in today is the Washington football team, and then the Eagles and the Cowboys and the Giants. They're going to have to prove to me and prove to you and prove to everyone else that they're the real deal Holyfield. The couple, Tyler Johnson, Andy Scotty, in my opinion, are great young receivers who will be a 1-2 punch at some point at a high level. Tyler Johnson went to Minnesota. Was one of the best wide receivers in the Big Ten. You know that he could pan out. I don't think he's going to be as good as Chris Godwin or anything like that, but I think he's got a lot of skills. And if someone gets being banged up, beat up, hurt, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, if we get AB back, you can put in a Tyler Johnson. I think that, he can make some big plays. I watched him in college. He's got a lot of potential. It all depends on the depth chart, injuries, and whatnot. But I do like Tyler Johnson a lot. The couple, Minnesota Gophers, your boy watched him. Cash out hybrid, Justin Fields could be the Lamar Jackson of this draft. When I say that, I mean no team really wanted him, and the media doesn't believe in him, and then he ends up proving everyone wrong. But it also helped that Lamar Jackson slid to a great organization like Ozzie Newsome, right, where they already had a great O-line. They already had running backs. They already had a defense. So it's kind of like the same situation like the Niners, Cash out, like you're saying. If you can get a guy that falls to the team like that, it's like if Lamar Jackson would have went to the Browns like Baker did, or if Lamar Jackson went to the Jets, no one would be talking about Lamar Jackson. Yeah, he'd be able to run around with his head cut off and make some plays, but with no O-line, Jamison Crowder is the top weapon, defense horrible, coaching horrible with Adam Gase. I mean, Lamar Jackson would be kind of a second thought, a third thought. He would be probably middle of the pack quarterback, probably behind Kirk Cousins and some of these other guys. Because we haven't really seen that he can prove that he can be a pocket quarterback for a full game. Yes, he's got the legs. Yes, he's the best running back at the quarterback position. Cam can do it at the goal line, even though he's getting older. But Lamar, Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray, these guys can run for first downs and make big plays. But ultimately, you're going to have to learn to stay in the pocket, and hopefully when they get better weapons, then you're going to be able to see where it goes. And that's big facts. Bang, $10, Odin's Child. Bang, $50. $50, my boy. Appreciate you. Chiefs Kingdom, baby. New York is fully legal now with all the weed, with all the herbs. Everything is legal. My guy, my guy. Chris Lee in the building. The right pick is a must this year. We threw in the kitchen sink. Niners in the building. We are a dream situation for a rookie quarterback. Chris Lee, I don't know if you're new to the channel. I don't recognize your thumbnail that you have there next to your name with the Yankees and the Niners. If you haven't subbed to the channel, please do. Appreciate you. Fanatic family in the building. We're doing well today, man. It's a great Monday. We've got some great donations by some of the best fans in the world. V-Man, $5. Odin's Child, $10. Odin's Child, $50. My boys. And anytime you want to watch something, I appreciate that. I just haven't seen you in the chat before. So maybe you've watched the videos, but just haven't, been in the chat. That's my favorite part, doing videos and talking NFL and talking sports is being able to interact with the fans. So I hope that in the future, just like you are right now, you got a question about your team. You want to talk about, draft picks, draft capital, anything you want to talk about Niners. And I'm going to be going into baseball too. So, as we go into baseball season, I'll probably do some Yankees, Cubs, Dodgers. My dad's a big Dodger fan, grew up in LA. Has been a fan for 50, 60 years. Mariners, obviously, I'm a big Griffey guy. But I'll be doing some live streams. For baseball too. Some watch parties, on Sunday Night Baseball and things like that. But yeah, you're brand new. Appreciate you. Sub to the channel. Tell your friends. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. We got about 50 to 100 subs to go to get to 20,000. We hit the 20,000 mark. It was the Steelers and the Ravens in kind of towards the back end of the season. Had some people give me their sub and then have them take it away. That's fine. If you don't want to stick with the Fanatic family, that's fine. I totally understand. I'll be able to re-earn those subs or get someone that's going to be long-term and not take their sub away. Appreciate that with the sub, Chris Lee. And like I said, once we get these 50 to 100 subs to make up for ones that were taken away, we're going to be growing beyond 20K. And then obviously as we move forward, during the football season and beyond, 25, 30, your boy's going to keep grinding. I'm going to keep working, but I appreciate you guys. So let's go over the list as I got Pat McAfee show here in the building. Let's see here. Lutz Nation in the building. You're brand new. Awesome. Anyone that's brand new, anyone that wants to come in and join your boy, I got the presentation, as you can see the studio background, right? Your boy has got over 1,000 videos in the library, 3.3 million views. Like I said, with all the film study, reaction videos, live streams to games, and just shows like this Monday morning NFL live stream. Appreciate you. I love you. Thank you for subscribing. We got some great donations. We already got $65 in donations by the best fans across the globe today in the building. Appreciate you guys. And Lutz Nation says, I'm brand new. He said, just subscribe. What do you think my Eagles will draft? I talked about that earlier in the show. Obviously, the Eagles following on this channel is very big. We obviously, once they won the Super Bowl with Slick Nick Foles, Eagles have a big following on this channel, as well as the Saints fans and the Chiefs fans as well. The Eagles, with their thinking, originally people thought maybe they're going to be looking at quarterback. But if you're at 12, right, and then you were sitting at 6, so we thought Kyle Pitts, maybe a Zach Ertz replacement. We were thinking, maybe a Jamar Chase, a Devontae Smith. Then they traded back, right? So that means they want to be able to gain capital and get better later. So Jalen Hurts is going to be the quarterback at least short term. They're not going to pick Mac Jones or a quarterback. So what I'm thinking is that they're going to be looking to hopefully have a Devontae Smith fall into their lap with Alshon Jeffrey and Zach Ertz and a lot of these guys that are going to be either moving on or not being on the Eagles anymore. You're going to be able to, just D-Jax, going to the Rams. I mean, you're seeing a lot of these players that were on the Eagles. You can't be able to stand pat with like a Greg Ward, long term. He was good, for what he did for you guys, right? But you're going to need that stud, that true number one, someone that you can pair up with Dallas Goedert and some of these other weapons there, right? Carson Wentz is gone. He's on the Colts. Now it's the Jalen Hurts era, right? So I'm thinking Devontae Smith is what they're praying, that they don't have to trade up, that they can just have a player like that fall into their lap. A lot of quarterbacks, go in there in the first, few 4, 5, 6 picks. So it's probably going to go, Trevor Lawrence 1, to the Jacksonville Jags and Urban Meyer. Zach Wilson 2 to the Jets and Robert Saleh. They'll either trade him for Deshaun Watson to the Texans and Zach Wilson will go there, or they'll stay pat. 3, the Niners are going to go Justin Fields or Trey Lance, right, with that pick. Number 4, after that, Atlanta Falcons could go Kyle Pitts, but if they want to trade back with a team and someone like the Panthers or the Bears want to trade up for a guy like Trey Lance, Justin Fields, or Mac Jones, very possible. And number 5, you got Cincinnati Bengals with Penei Sewell, the best offensive tackle, the best offensive lineman in the draft, the Quentin Nelson of the guard position is Penei Sewell at tackle. Penei Sewell from Oregon will be the next Hall of Fame offensive lineman. I mean, we know how great Quentin Nelson was on the Colts and is, and moving forward, he'll be a Hall of Famer. The tackle position, especially if you're a right-handed quarterback, your blind side, Joe Burrow needs help. We can't have Joe Burrow get injured again if you're an NFL fan. We need to have him stay upright. Penei Sewell's got the hands, the footwork, the moxie, the drive. He's a smart kid. Anytime you get a guy that's a Samoan, Hawaiian, a Pacific Islander kind of guy. Anthony Munoz was great for them a long time ago for the Bengals, and Boomer Esiason, if you were that old. Ickey Woods, you guys remember the old school, Cincinnati Bengals teams. Chris Collinsworth, obviously we know him with announcing now on TV. But Penei Sewell, I love that. But I'm thinking where the Eagles are going to go. I mean, they could go tight end. Obviously they would love to do Kyle Pitts, but you're not going to get him at 12. I mean, Kyle Pitts is going to be a top 10 pick, and he might be the best player in the draft overall. He's that damn good, all right? I can't wait to watch him. But you're going to need wide receiver. You're going to need tight end, to pair up with Dallas Goedert. You're going to need defense, offensive line. Pretty much anywhere and everywhere you're going to need to be able to beef up that team. But that's my personal opinion. Devontae Smith would be great. A little undersized with the weight, but if he goes with Jalen Hurts, I think you could have some magical things happen very quickly. And that's facts. Fly, Eagles, fly. Bud, welcome to the NWSF. And let them know, message from an Eagle. The Eagles fan base, as soon as I predicted that Slick Nick, was going to end up beating the Patriots, and, I said that they were going to win by 9 or 10, and they did. The Eagles following has been very, very loyal on the channel. Jay Trilla in the building. We damn boys. Dallas Cowboys in the building. What to do? He says, Eagles will be trash, bruh. Dallas and my drafting someone that they need and want now. CD and Diggs all over. Man, I'm wondering what's going to happen. Obviously with the Dallas Cowboys, Patrick Surtain Jr., you're going to be looking at corner. More than likely you're going to be looking at defense, right away. So I'm excited to see what the Cowboys do. They need to pick defense. If they pick anybody on offense, shoot me now. Because that's not going to be able to help that team with the Giants and the Eagles, and especially the Washington football team winning the division, last season, right? If Dak can be healthy, and you got CeeDee Lamb and Cooper, and you got the weapons there, they can do it. But you need to be able to improve the offensive line a little more, but especially that defense. So I'm thinking corner is going to be the position that they're more than likely going to go after. Cash Out Hybrid says, Cowboys are overrated every year. Don't tell that to JJ Trilla, though. JJ Trilla is one of the most loyal Cowboy fans in the building, and that's why I love this channel, because you're always going to get fans from around the world that represent all their teams. It doesn't matter if you're an Eagles fan, a Cowboys fan, a Buccaneers fan, a Rams fan, a Jets fan. We get them all here, and I absolutely love it, because you're going to get that banter. Saints fans and Buccaneer fans, really Saints fans coming after me, you know what I mean? And obviously Saints fans being confident in their team and what they're about. I get it. But you're going to get the hate with the Eagles and the Washington football team and the Giants and the Cowboys, just because that's what it is. There's a lot of heated rivalry and passion in that division. Same thing with the Browns, right? The Ravens, Steelers, Bengals. A lot of hate there too. Maliata is an Islander and a hell of an offensive lineman. Absolutely. My only issue with Fields is processing time, and Lance, small sample size. Mac needs a treadmill. All things fixable. Agreed. But the Niners won't go Mac Jones. The thing is, what do Justin Fields and Trey Lance do well? Play action and bootleg. What does Kyle Shanahan love to do? Play action and bootleg. And if these guys can stay healthy, I personally think that I like Trey Lance a little more than Justin Fields, just based on the Ohio State scheme. Ohio State quarterbacks don't pan out, but if they were going to pan out, it would be this guy, just because the Niners are the best fit for anybody to go in and kind of turn things around. Because if Justin Fields succeeds in San Francisco, then maybe we'll start looking at Ohio State quarterbacks differently. But the thing is, if Justin Fields goes to a team that doesn't have the supporting cast, I'm not sure if he's the same type of player. He made some plays, but I'm not sure if you want to trade the farm and trade the bank. If you're going to trade all those picks and get Zach Wilson, right, at number 2, then I'm like, fine. I'm totally cool with that. Trevor Lawrence 1, Zach Wilson 2, those are the 2 best. But to do it for like the 3rd best quarterback, you better feel 100% comfortable in that guy. So for me, I'm thinking Trey Lance a little bit more than Justin Fields personally. I think that would be the better fit. But like I said, time will tell. Time it will tell as we get further along and closer to the draft. Trey Lance, to me, is a better Niner fit. Justin Fields to the Panthers is a better fit in my eyes. Fields could succeed on the Niners faster than Carolina. So pretty much if you have Kyle Shanahan, we know it's going to work out. As long as you stay healthy and you don't pull a Jimmy G, Ponstat Jimmy, all right? Ponstat Jimmy loves the ladies, all right? He's a handsome man. He loves the ladies, right? But he gets hurt too much. So if you're a Niner fan and you want to compete with Seattle and Dangerous, who knows how long he'll be there, and the Rams with Stafford, and now you got Kyler Murray and J.J. Swat and all these guys coming, that NFC West arguably is going to be the toughest division in football. You saw Drew Brees leave, right? Atlanta and Carolina are trying to rebuild. Tampa's there. Obviously, the NFC East doesn't have really all the weapons there with the Eagles and Washington football team and the Giants and the Cowboys, right? And then you look at all these different areas. It's like, and then you got the North. Green Bay will be good, right? You got Minnesota, you got Detroit, you got the Bears, but the NFC West, out of all the divisions in football, that looks like that's going to be the best division in football, unless you have some serious injuries to Kyler, Russell Wilson, Stafford, and some of these other guys. So it's going to be interesting to see where it goes. And that's the best part about the NFL. You know what I mean? With all the teams and the projections, we don't really know until they get drafted, and then we see training camp, and then we go to preseason. We're going to have 17-game season now. It's going to be fun. It's definitely going to be fun. Let's see here. JJ trash like Whiteside. LOL. Cowgirls stink. Them trolls ain't loyal. Lambs and sea chickens. Ew. He said, yeah, I'm feeling good either way. Absolutely. I mean, you got John Lynch. Obviously I'm a Buccaneer guy. I've been a Buccaneer fan, Chris Lee, since 1995. So I'm not a bandwagon Buccaneer guy. I live here in Oregon. I'm a big Oregon Ducks guy. Go to the games, sit in the front row behind the Duck bench. So I've got to see Mariota and Justin Herbert and be a part of, what it is to be an Oregon Duck out here. I'll do the live streams, reaction videos and whatnot. But being a Duck fan and then being a Buccaneer fan for a long, long period of time, over 20 years, a lot of ups, a lot of downs until we got Brady. And then, things got a little bit better with, Justin Herbert. Obviously with the Blazers and the Mariners, there's not really a whole lot of hope there. You're not going to win any you're not going to win any championships with the Blazers with their roster, especially what you got with the Lakers signing Andre Drummond, and then obviously LaMarcus Aldridge going to the Nets with James Harden and KD and Kyrie. It's like, that's why the NBA is shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, who wants to watch the NBA? The product is horrible with all the threes and the no defense. And now you got these super teams like the Nets and the Lakers. I mean, unless you're a fan of those teams or bandwagon, you might have fun with it. But I mean, I'd rather watch wrestling in AEW, WWE, or even MLB over the NBA. I mean, the NBA is so far down on my priority list. I mean, it's really gone to shit. NFL and college football is really where it's at, in my opinion. So that's how I feel. JJ Watt is a little washed, bro. You say that, right? But if he goes to a team like the Cardinals and you pair him up with Chandler Jones, and Chandler Jones is going to get doubled, and you got, Budda Baker, and you got a nice, defense that's starting to kind of find their way, right? Who's to say that J.J. Watt still can't get 8 to 10 sacks, right? It's possible for him to get 8 to 10 sacks, especially when you got two guys that have been very disruptive, going in. You're going to add, Russell Wilson, Matthew Stafford. There's going to be certain guys that are going to get the sack lunches from J.J. Watt. He's nowhere near what he used to be. Absolutely, right? He's nowhere near what he used to be. But I still think he can have an impact on the Cardinals making the playoffs. I'm not saying the Cardinals are going to be good enough to get past, the Seahawks, the Niners, the Rams, or some of the other teams in the NFC, Buccaneers and the Packers and some of these other Washington football team. But I mean, they're gaining pieces at the right time, and JJ's got a little bit left in the tank. I don't think he's a player that is only going to get you like Jadeveon Clowney stats, where it's like maybe a couple sacks and like underachieve. Watt, if he can stay healthy for, let's say, 14 out of the 17 weeks, right? He could probably get you 8 to 10 sacks still, especially if Chandler Jones, if he can stay healthy too. Both of those guys could combine for 20 to 25 sacks, especially with the Seahawks, O-line that doesn't exist. I mean, even though Russell Wilson's hard to sack, I mean, if anyone could get to a team like that, it could be the Cardinals. I mean, they're getting better and better and better. Catania says, watch the WNBA. Man, I mean, college basketball in the tournament now. Oregon Ducks, ladies, men's and women's lost over the weekend. But yeah, no WNBA. Even March Madness is boring to me. NBA is trash. I mean, NBA is just fucking horrible. It's just fucking horrible. I mean, you got not enough stars. I mean, you got Zion and LaMelo, and, you can tune in here or there. But I would rather watch AEW, WWE, MLB any day over the NBA or college basketball. Sad to say, but the super teams are really ruining it. There's not enough stars in the NBA. It's not like when I was watching Kobe or Jordan or Bird or Magic. It's nowhere near that. It's kind of sad, but that is what the status of the league is at this point. Adventures with AG in the building. What to do? Trilla says CD had 935 yards and 5 TDs with garbage quarterbacks. It didn't even get going because, Dakota Prescott got hurt. Just imagine if Dak didn't get hurt, what that stat line would have been. What that stat line would have been. Easily over 10 touchdowns. Easily 1,400 to probably 1,600 yards. A very bright future. Love me some CeeDee Lamb. Absolutely. Coop went over 1,000. Michael Gallup. I mean, you definitely you ain't sweeping the division. All right, the Washington football team has got a great defense. They got an offense. We'll see what the Giants can do with the improved defense and their coaching to see if Daniel Jones and Saquon can stay healthy, right? No one's sweeping anybody in that NFC East. I mean, the winning team could end up being 10-7. I mean, it's very possible. I mean, we're going to be able to watch and see, but I'm definitely excited to see the NFC East. It's one of my favorite divisions to follow besides mine in the NFC South, just because of the hate that every team has for each other, the fan base that they have for each other, right? But you never know what's going to happen with it, and that's big facts. Adventures with AG. It feels good to be back on the live streams, baby. He's like, I'm going to miss Jared Goff and the Goffense. Hey, but you got to think, Matthew Stafford, big upgrade. Let's see here. I said Stipe. I saw him get knocked the fuck out. I did see that. I literally feel there's no sports on now. Yeah, and that's why I'm, trying to entertain the fans and, give something, out there. When we're at a point where NFL and college football, I know, Catania, you like watching your Alabama Crimson Tide, your Falcons. I like watching all the teams in the NFL and college football. We're going to have to wait on it. But in the time being, I got to be able to keep pushing out the content, for the NFL draft, free agency. And like I said, this channel is 365, 24/7. 365 days of the year, unless I'm depressed or have some kind of personal issue. 3 weeks of having depression and really being at one of my low points was really tough. But I climbed out of it, started to exercise, went on my first walk to try to get dedicated on getting more and fit, lose some weight. I want to lose about 20 pounds. So if I can end up losing maybe 20 pounds, start walking, eating a little bit better, getting back on the grind, feeling good about myself. You got to start somewhere, and with everything that's going on with COVID, it sounds like it's not going to end until the end of 2022. So you might have to wear a mask and kind of keep up this routine. So if I can bring a little bit of happiness, a little bit of light where we can all hang out and talk sports and just make your day maybe a little bit better, I'm actually here for it because I need it too. Just being able to interact with you guys definitely makes my day better. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Some massive donations today for a first morning live stream that I've had in a long time. Monday morning, NFL live stream, V-Man, $5. Odin's Child, $10. Odin's Child, $50? Wow. Unbelievable fans you guys are. $65, obviously, in the donation so far for a Monday morning NFL live stream. That shows you how much the fans really love you. I mean, I've seen fans and NFL, YouTubers and people that are on YouTube that don't get, donations like that. So a lot of love, a lot of appreciation. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Yeah, that knockout was crazy. So let's go into the free agency list. So number 7 is Jadeveon Clowney. Obviously, stock is low. He's not going to get you sack lunches. Maybe better than Yannick Ngakoue, but not better than Matt Judon. He's 28. Looks like he's 38, maybe 48. But who's going to pay him the money? I'm not really that interested in him that much. Mitchell Schwartz. All right, so we know the Chiefs moved on, from some of their guys on the offensive line, but they ended up getting Kyle Long out of retirement from the Bears, so that's an upgrade. So we're going to have to kind of see where things go. Message from an Eagle. I feel you, Ryan. I've been going through some personal shit myself. That's why I was MIA earlier in the year. We're men and resilience. Yeah, brother, absolutely. Football season's coming. I mean, I'm letting you know, man. AB has not signed with anyone, and I imagine that he will sign with Tampa Bay for potato chips because he's not going to want to play with anyone besides Tom Brady if they decide to go that route. That's what I'm really feeling. But yeah, 3 weeks, super depression, 20 hours out of 24 spent in my bed, sleeping a lot, not wanting to face reality. Only time I got up is to go to the bathroom, take a piss, take a shit, maybe go eat. Eat some lunch or some dinner. It was very depressing, very rough. I definitely wasn't suicidal or anything like that, but just being at that low point for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it was so tough. But like I said, anytime I fall down, I always get back up stronger than ever. And I feel comfortable sharing that type of personal story because I know a lot of y'all might be going through the same shit. And as long as you surround yourself around the right people, be positive, get outside, get some sun, exercise, make sure you're talking with family and friends, interacting with them on the phone, text message, on Facebook Messenger, or hanging out with them, safely. Obviously, we still in COVID protocol. Do what you got to do. You know what I mean? You got to be able to have that interaction to kind of turn the corner. And like I said, if you guys need anything, I will be here. I am here. Northwest Sports Fanatics, NWSF for life. So we got Jadeveon Clowney ranked 7th. We got Mitchell Schwartz. He's 32. All right, so Mitchell Schwartz is one of those guys that they decided to give up on, and we saw what happened with the Chiefs against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. If you don't got your offensive line in there, you can't even score a goddamn touchdown against an elite defense. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers proved that, holding that awesome, amazing Kansas City Chiefs team to only 9 fucking points, okay? So Schwartz made the first or second team All-Pro in 4 consecutive seasons before missing most of 2020 with a back injury, which cost them the Super Bowl, right? That he had surgery in February. Impossible to rank without really better medical info. We don't know where he's at this point. He would be a top 5 free agent if healthy, but that would also mean that he would have not got released. So maybe he's going to retire. Maybe there's whispers that he's not going to play anymore. It's definitely going to be interesting to see. Monday morning, NFL live stream with your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can, either on here, patreon.com/NWSF, or the GoFundMe. And if you're looking for merch, Northwest Sports Fanatic merch, link is below every video on the YouTube page. Follow me, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, at NW Sports Fanatic. So we've been live here for an hour and a half. Pat McAfee show on the background. If you haven't smashed the like button just yet, please do. We've got $65 in donations by the best fans on planet Earth. $5, $10, $50. That's love, man. That's love, man. Appreciate you guys very much. Juan Gotti in the building. How about that football team? The best team in the NFC East. It's going to be very exciting to see if you guys can repeat at the top of the division, because as we know, it's very hard to repeat in the NFC East. For a long time, you had a different team win year in and year out. But if you look at the talent on paper, Tampa Bay, NFC South, Rams, NFC West, Packers, NFC North, and the Washington football team, NFC East. Those are the teams that on paper at this point that look like they're going to be the best teams going into the season. Yes, we still have these free agents available. Yes, we have the draft. I'm definitely very excited to see where it goes. Chiefs don't drop them balls, we'd have an awesome close game. And the reffing was questionable at times. I'm not going to act like I'm a blind NFL fan just because my Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things that the reffing could always be better. You know what I mean? But it shows you the value of offensive linemen and how important it is to have an O-line. Because, I mean, you have Tyreek the Freak Hill, you have Travis Kelce, you have Patrick Mahomes. All 3 of those guys are Hall of Fame. Right? But it didn't even matter, Sammy Watkins and the rest of the talent that you had, if you don't have time to go through your progressions. Even as great as a quarterback under pressure as Patrick Mahomes is, they couldn't even get a touchdown. So it shows you got to have offensive linemen. So we got Jadeveon Clowney on the market. You got Mitchell Schwartz on the market. Justin Houston, ranked 28. He's 32. So a lot of these guys are 28 years and older. So we're going to have to kind of wait and see if anyone's going to be interested in him. He's one of the most productive pass rushers in the last decade, but with a reduced role. Who wants to pay for a guy like that? We're going to have to kind of wait and see with the draft and who wants who at what type of price. This is an interesting one right here. Melvin Ingram from the Chargers. All right, he's ranked 40th. So his ferocious playing style could be compromised from his injuries. Missed 12 games since 2019, but he's been a force on the field. So with me, that might be the best free agent that I've talked about so far. Melvin Ingram is a guy that you could place on any football team. He could be a starter. You could put him, at D end or outside linebacker or middle. I feel he's very versatile, even though linebacker is really the spot for him. I'm very interested to see who's going to pay for a Melvin Ingram, and hopefully he can stay healthy, because I think he could be an asset to any team that's available there. Chris Lee says, are they really going to stick with the football team as a name? It sounds like for one more year. And then from then they may be able to pick a team. I'm not sure if you're aware of the situation, but there was an investor last season that spent I think $3,000 or $4,000 on every single possible name, Red Wolves and all these different variations of team names. So that way, if the Washington football team selects that, he gets paid. And it was like $250 per copyrighted name, and he has 30 of them. So we're going to have to wait and see if the Washington football team sticks long term. I doubt it, but they will probably, have that name for this season, maybe even the season after. But I would assume in the next 3 years, they will pick a name. Washington Red Wolves, maybe. I mean, we'll have to kind of see where it goes. Juan Gotti, obviously, if he's still in the room, he's a big Washington Redskin, a.k.a. Washington football team fan. He might have some more insight on that, but I feel that, they're going to go with it for one more, because it takes a couple years for merchandising and trademarking to be able to get a name. You just can't throw out a name and then think everything is going to be, hunky-dory. You got to be able to cross your T's, dot your I's, get everything trademark-wise, copyright-wise. legal-wise to get it going. But I do feel that, at some point we are going to get a name better than the Washington football team. All right. After Melvin Ingram, we go to the other tackle that got released, future number 1 pick. No, past future number 1 pick, Eric Fisher. Now, we know when he got picked overall, first, we were like, what the hell? You know what I mean? He never really lived up to the expectations. Offensive tackle, he's 30 years old. They needed to save cap space. He blew out his Achilles tendon in January, and it came towards the end of one of his better seasons. So multi-year deal in 2022, 2023. Fisher and Schwartz, that was kind of the catalyst of that offensive line. And when you lost both of those guys, you pretty much lost the chance to win the Super Bowl, especially with JPP, Vita Vea, Ndamukong Suh, right? And Shaq Barrett, Devin White, Levante David. We made it very difficult for Patrick Mahomes. So now they got Kyle Long to replace one of those spots, but they're going to need more. So hopefully the Chiefs draft offensive linemen and get offensive linemen heavy there, so that way we can see the Chiefs be the great team that we accustomed and are used to seeing, year in and year out. So Eric Fisher, Mitchell Schwartz out, Kyle Long, who was on the Bears from the University of Oregon, retired. Now he's joining the team. So that's one spot replaced for Fisher and Schwartz, but you need a little bit more. The next player, ranked 44th, is K.J. Wright from the Seattle Seahawks. 32 years old, he bounced back from an injured 2018, down 2019 season to show off incredible instincts and savvy, moxiness and swag in 2020. But the market for an off-ball linebacker who turns 32, not looking too good. So I don't know who's going to go for him. He still definitely has some game left, but I don't know who's going to want to pay for a K.J. Wright. Next two are very interesting. Richard Sherman, the Shermanator. All right, he's 1 year removed from a remarkable late career second-team All-Pro season, a calf injury in 2020, limited to only 321 snaps, most of them at less than full strength, but he could be a guy at 33 that could still help a team, maybe play nickel, maybe play on the outside. You're not going to want to give this guy a lot of money, but depending on what team he goes to, if they're a playoff team, that could definitely help a team get over the hump. Uncle Sherm, I don't know where he's going to end up. I don't know if he wants to go back to Seattle. I don't think him and Russell Wilson really see eye to eye. If I could get Richard Sherman to come to Tampa Bay on a cheap deal, I would take him. He's one of those guys, if you look at when he's come into the league, with all the interceptions that he has, I believe since he's come into the league, he's number 1 in interceptions out of any corner that has played the amount of snaps that he has since the beginning of his career. So obviously he's dropped off in the last couple years being injured. Right? But I still think he's a valuable piece in the locker room, for his moxiness, his swag, his knowledge. He's one of the smartest guys in the NFL. And I hope that he succeeds wherever he goes. Like I said, it's one of those things when you get older, they try to have these corners shift to safety. And I get it. You want to move positions and see if they, can't guard these wide receivers because you're older. The legs are not what they used to be. But hopefully Richard Sherman can find a spot. And then also, age number 33 years old, Antonio Brown. Fly like a butterfly, sting like AB. AB was a lot more productive than you might remember. 483 yards in 8 regular season games. If he would have played a full slate, definitely over 1,000, right? He could definitely get you, 5 to 10 touchdowns. He wasn't the old Antonio Brown, right? But if you think about it, with Tom Brady, he got a touchdown in the Super Bowl. He was very valuable when Godwin and Mike Evans got hurt. And like I said, for his legacy, being able to go somewhere with Tom Brady vouching for him, I would take him back on my team, absolutely. He's one of those guys you got to remember. Back, a few years ago, for about a 5 to 6 year period, he was the best wide receiver in the league. You had him, you had Julio Jones, you had some of these other guys that were competing with him. But for a shorter wide receiver, for a good chunk when him and Big Ben, Le'Veon Bell were rolling, he was the best wide receiver in the NFL. So even though he had some issues, mentally and off the field, he definitely proved himself. And I would definitely take him back on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's the last piece that I would need, even though I got 22 out of 22 starters coming back. Next one, nose tackle, Daquan Jones, ranked 58th. The Titans scheme asked Jones to do a lot that doesn't show up in the box score or on paper, but he did it well. That could be someone that could sign him for maybe a reduced cost to see where it goes. He said he'd be a good vet for the young guys, Uncle Sherm. Absolutely. We'll have to see. He's not going to be staying on the Niners. Obviously, you're a big Niner fan, Chris Lee, so we'll see where it goes. But I'm interested to see if anyone wants him and how much they're willing to pay for him. Let's see. So I knew when Brady beat Mahomes, people were going to say that the refs cheated for Brady and the Bucs. Absolutely. A bunch of haters. You know what I mean? Cash out. You know how it is. Everyone hates on my Buccaneers, hates on, Brady and Gronk, conspiracy. You know what I mean? But ultimately, if the Chiefs had their offensive lineman with Schwartz, right? If they ended up having their guys, Eric Fisher, the game would have been a lot closer. I still think that we would have won, but of course, anytime Brady's involved, they're going to have the cheating scandal. It's rigged, this or that. You know what I mean? But for me, being a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan and having a shit team and having shit-ass Jameis Winston, for years and years and years, I haven't been to the playoffs since '07, and then to go to the playoffs in 2020 and go and win it all, in Brady's first year, pretty amazing. So I'm hoping that we can repeat and go for two or at least be competitive. But, for someone that would be so loyal, loyal to the soil for their team over the years, and see them only win 2 games, 3 games, 4 games, 5 games, and to finally overcome, it was really sweet, man. And it was very bittersweet for me being a Buck fan because I know in Super Bowl 37, with John Gruden, I thought that would be the only Super Bowl that I would ever win. But, when Brady became available and then he decided to come, I knew I had a shot. Even though at one point it didn't look like I would have a shot just because the defense wasn't clicking, Brady wasn't clicking yet. But once they found their rhythm, probably in December in those last 4 games, finishing off the season 8-0, it was definitely bittersweet. And now I got 2 Super Bowl rings. And it's kind of funny that we blown out both teams. We blew out the Raiders in Super Bowl 37 and we blew out the Chiefs. So I guess if the Bucs are in the big dance, you can't bet against them, especially if Tom Brady is there. And that's big facts. Another offensive lineman for the Chiefs, Austin Ryder. Center, age 29. The Chiefs have a lot of tricky decisions to make on the offensive line, including whether to bring back their starting center. After 2 years protecting Patrick Mahomes, you brought in Kyle Long. He can play center and take over that spot. But that's 3 offensive linemen, so they're really just starting over. So it's going to be interesting to see if maybe a team like the Buffalo Bills can leapfrog the Kansas City Chiefs. It all depends on that O-line and what they do. Cordarrelle Patterson, ranked number 68, age 30. He's just one of those kind of guys like Percy Harvin. You don't really know what you're going to get. He's a poor man's Percy Harvin. He's not going to be a guy that can play on the outside or the inside throughout the whole game. You can use him kind of situationally. I don't know how much money I would pay a guy like that. He's a special team player. He's a great one at that. But as far as an offensive weapon, it would have to be a team like the Niners that could get the most out of him. But if you don't have a guy like Kyle Shanahan in the Niners and that kind of brain, or Sean McVay from the Rams, I don't know how good he's really going to be. Number 73 is Duke Johnson, 27 years old. One of the better third down backs in football, but it all depends on fit, money. I don't really know where he's going to go. Number 74, and Alejandro Villanueva from the Steelers. It looks like the Steelers are ready to move on. He's 32, offensive tackle. They may be able to keep him if he's loyal, but I don't know. Alden Smith used to be on the Niners. Chris Lee, you remember that name. Now that he was on the Cowboys, actually had a pretty good year. 31 years old. Comeback faded as the season wore on. He started to get strong, but then he kind of yielded and came back to kind of reality. I'm not sure what you got left with him. He's 31, but it was a good comeback story. Brashad Breeland, another Chiefs player. Cornerback is a weird position. You can have a name brand and make huge dollars, or you can buy a guy or get a guy like Breeland going year to year. So we'll have to see if Breeland will end up on another team. Quentin Dunbar, number 83, 29 from the Seahawks. Inconsistent play, but there's some upside there, so it just depends if you're willing to pay. Casey Hayward, another name like Melvin Ingram. These Charger players that are going on the market. I love Casey Hayward. He's 32, the most underrated cornerback of his generation at 32. He's got a lot of game left compared to like Richard Sherman. He can do a lot. He's had some struggles in 2020, but I think that he could be one of the top 20 corners in the league. It just depends on fit and depending on scheme, D coordinator. It's going to really matter on a lot of those things, but Casey Hayward's still one of the better players. Another one. Number 87, safety Malik Hooker, 25 years old. Players coming off a lot of injuries. The Ohio State University, a guy that could be underpaid and could do a role for you, but who knows if he can stay healthy. I love Malik Hooker. Yeah, Darius Leonard, Malik Hooker, Xavier Rhodes, but Hooker couldn't stay healthy. Good player when he's out on the field, but he just couldn't stay on the field long enough, so he'll be going to a new team. Another major injury. James the Terminator Kana couldn't stay healthy, all right? He's 26. Najee Harris is what the Steelers are going to be looking at. James the Terminator Kana is going to be out. They look at Najee Harris. I'm hoping Tampa Bay leapfrogs him and gets Najee Harris to replace James Conner. But it looks like, as far as what I can see in the first round, the Steelers are the only team that are going to be targeting a running back in the first round more than likely. The offensive line didn't help James Conner's decisiveness, but obviously he still has a lot of game, but it just depends on how much you're willing to pay for him. I like James Conner. I would take him on Tampa Bay for a a cheap amount. I wouldn't want to break the bank on a guy like that. He's still got a little bit of game left. K'Wan Short, number 94, 32 years old, D tackle. One of the better D tackles in football over the last decade, but he's had injuries in the last 2 seasons, so I don't know where that's going to go. Everson Griffin, remember him? He used to be a good player, back with the Vikings. He's the last one, 100. Took long enough, started to show his age, 33 years old. Didn't really get what you wanted from him with the Cowboys. But those are the main guys right now in free agency that I can see that might be able to make some names and make some moves as we move forward to 2021. Like the Raiders. Next year, Cash Out says, well, it all depends on who they draft and who they pick up. You got to think. They picked Cleveland Farrell over Devin White. Imagine if the Raiders would have went for talent, not need. So they went for a D-end, kind of guy, D-tackle, D-end, off, defensive lineman, where they could have picked Devin White. And look how great Devin White is. So, Mike Mayock and Gruden have hit on most of the draft picks, that they've had. But competing with the Chiefs, Justin Herbert and the Chargers, depending on who they get. Denver looks like they're kind of in the same boat as the Raiders. They're kind of looking up at those other 2 teams. But if they draft well and they can get, the quarterback position solidified, is it Carr? Is it Mariota? Is it Drew Lock? Who knows, moving forward. But the Raiders have issues on defense. So that's really what concerns me. The Chiefs need to build that O-line. Right? The Chargers just need to stay healthy. But I don't know. I mean, the Raiders could be the 3rd or 4th best team. I like Darren Waller, Raiders. But they got a lot to improve on, kind of like the Cowboys. I like what they got on offense, but then on defense, they're going to really have to improve there. And then on top of that, you ended up losing Nelson Aguilar, which was one of the comeback players ever in history. We saw what he did, with the Raiders. He had all those drops for the Eagles, right? And then he had a breakout year with Carr, had a fantastic season. Now Nelson Aguilar's gone. So I'm not really too sure what you're going to get. And Tyrell Williams, I believe, is gone as well. So we are going to have to wait and see where it goes. So he's pretty much done with free agents, depth guys, if any, right? Raiders want Jimmy G? No, fuck no. I mean, if you're going to go Jimmy G or Carr, I'll go Carr. You got Mariota already there as well. And I think if Mariota went somewhere like New England, he could have a rebirth in his career like Tannehill did with the Titans. But obviously he resigned and took a pay cut, to come back. But, the Raiders are only going to be as good as the offensive linemen, and the defense that they surround Carr and Mariota with. Same thing goes really with Cam. I don't think he's really that great of a quarterback anymore. They picked up a lot of guys in free agency. They're going to do the Hunter Henry. They're going to do the double tight end set there. So I see what they're doing with all the players that they're picking up, repicked up Calvin Oy. So, I mean, New England should be, on paper better, but I don't know. They're not going to be better than the Bills. The Dolphins are definitely turning the page, and they're just right around the corner. And if we can get something with Zach Wilson and the Jets, maybe in 3 or 4 years, if they build that team, maybe we'll get something there as well. Monday morning NFL live stream with your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash the fucking like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. $65 in donations already. What a great fan base you guys are. $5 by V-Man, $10 by Odin's Child, $50 by Odin's Child. Are you kidding me? That's what love is, man. I mean, it's just amazing to me, when I end up doing live streams, either for shows that I come up with, or if I end up calling a live play-by-play and reactions kind of game, and we get, 50, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 in donations with normally maybe, 100 people or less in the room. Pretty amazing stuff. I mean, if we can just keep growing this channel and we can have people keep, spreading the word, and we can get 100 to 500 in the room consistently, I mean, the sky's the limit as far as sponsorships, networks, and just building the Fanatic family and building my dream. But I appreciate you guys. Smash the like button if you haven't done it. The donations are litty. And like I said, if you guys have any other questions about your team, free agents, let me know. Pat McAfee Show is still rolling on here in the background. They are in the last hour. We are been online for about 2 hours so far, so your boy is grinding. Hope everyone is having a great Monday. Let me know that you are in the chat if you haven't commented already, so I know you are in the building. And comment on anything you want to talk about. You want to talk about my views on the draft. You want to talk about what I think about your team. You want to talk about anything and everything, NFL or college football. Drop it in the chat. And like I said, I'm going to probably end up watching a little bit more of this Pat McAfee show, as well as talking to you guys. Calvin Griffin in the building. What to do? I actually have some questions for you, my guy. Obviously, Saints fans have a very big fan base on here. We got Niners fans. We got Eagles fans. We got Saints fans. I mean, we got Chiefs fans. There's certain fan bases that are very big on my channel just because even though I'm a Bucs fan, I don't have the bias. I cover all 32 teams, and go through everything, pretty much on a level scale, and you don't really get that much. How are you feeling, Calvin Griffin, for your Saints? We already know Alabama, your college football team, is the greatest football team that we've seen in the last 20 years. Can't stop, won't stop. We know that Alabama will be back, recouping with all these great players. So I don't need to talk about Alabama Crimson Tide. Najee Harris going to my Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that's what I'm praying for. But with the Saints, how do you feel about the landscape? Lattimore getting arrested with the gun, right? Jameis Winston taking over. You got AK-41. You still got, can't guard Mike, right? You got rid of Jared Cook. The defense still looks good. You got rid of Trey Hendrickson to the Bengals, so you're going to have to be able to fix that spot. But what are the Saints talking about over there in the NO, in NOLA? What are the Saints fans talking about in the NO? How do they feel? Do they feel right now that like you're kind of going backwards now? Like you guys had your 4 to 5 years, and then obviously losing to Tampa and Breeze retiring. Now I got Brady still, and I brought back all my guys. The Panthers and the Falcons are still in rebuilding mode, so you could still be better than them. And you could be number 2, right, in the NFC South realistically, because it looks like more than likely, unless Tampa has some serious injuries, we should finish top dog in the NFC South. Not saying that we're going to, go to the NFC Championship or win the Super Bowl, but how do you feel about the kind of the Saints right now? Like, do you feel that, with a couple moves in free agency, or that with guys that are left that I mentioned, or with a good draft, that you guys could be, a 10 or 11 win team, and that you guys could do some damage, even though you guys are going to start to rebuild now without Drew Brees? How are the fans in the NO feeling? Are they still mad, with the whole thing that how it ended up with Brees? I'm kind of curious because most of the Saints fans that I've talked with, they haven't really been too vocal anymore. They've been kind of beat up, and they haven't got up yet. You know what I mean? Just kind of in shock that, Breeze, ended up, retiring and getting beat down by the Bucs, and even though you guys swept us in the regular season. But I think there's a lot of light at the end of the tunnel because I'm not a hater. You know what I mean? Depending on who you guys get at quarterback after Jameis Winston, I like the defense. I love the offensive line. I love AK-41. He's my favorite running back in the league, even though I'm a Bucs fan. Michael Thomas is a shit talker, but we know when he's healthy, he definitely is one of the best wide receivers in the game. You got rid of Jared Cook. So, I mean, if you get the quarterback position solidified in the next couple years and you can keep some of these guys, I mean, who's really to say that they're going to drop off? I don't really think that they're going to drop off. So, said Eagles says, I know this is irrelevant. Poor Aints, LOL, from an Eagle fan. Overrated Saints win the division 5 years straight and can't win the Super Bowl. Hey, it's tough, though. I mean, like I said, that's why the NFL is not a guarantee. It really isn't. Calvin Griffin says, Saints fan. All right, he's got no problem with the Saints. Don't want Mac Jones. Lattimore, lazy eye is ass. Anyways, unlike most Saints fans, I think Saints need a receiver before anything else. I agree. Mac Jones, I don't think is the answer. You might be able to hold off on Mac Jones. You already got Jameis, right? You got Taysom Hill. See how that plays out. And if for whatever reason guys get hurt or you have a bad year and you can get a top 10 pick, maybe you get your future QB the following year. You don't need to go reach for a Mac Jones. And with Emmanuel Sanders leaving, I 100% agree. Offensive line is solidified. AK-41 is there. Quarterback, you're going to do what you do with Jameis and Taysom. Defense is set. You're going to have to find someone to fill in for Trey Hendrickson, right? But a wide receiver, I agree, would be great. Who do you see? Kadarius Toney? Is that who you're looking at, Calvin? I know you're a Bama guy and you don't really like SEC rivals like the Florida Gators, but who are you looking at wide receiver for the Saints that might be there? Kadarius Toney, or is that what you're looking at? Who's the receiver that you would want, at that spot? Ole Miss has got one. Florida's got some, not named Kyle Pitts. I mean, there's some there. Saints won't be shit if they don't get a deep threat and a decent number 2 receiver. Agreed. Thin at linebacker. Yeah, I think you could get another linebacker or 2 as well. Do you have anyone in mind? I know it's a little early. You'll take Florida players. I'll take Florida players too. They're very skilled. I don't know if you've watched tape on Kadarius Toney, but if you haven't, take a peek. I'm not sure if they're going to be looking at that direction, but there's going to be some wide receivers that Rondale Moore. Yeah, there's going to be some wide receivers that are going to be going off the board after Devontae Smith, Heisman winner from your Alabama Crimson Tide, Roll Tide, after Kyle Pitts at tight end, even though he's not a wide receiver, after, Jamar Chase from LSU. There's going to be some guys that could really show out, that maybe didn't get a lot of love. Like Justin Jefferson, he was kind of like the 4th or 5th best wide receiver based on all the other Jerry Judys and all the names of those guys that went before him. So it'll be interesting. The D tackle from Florida in the 3rd. I'm interested to see where it goes. And then you guys ended up losing a 6th round pick for the celebrating bullshit or whatever with the no masks. Isn't that what happened? 6th or 7th rounder. So I know a lot of Saints fans are upset, but I don't think it's as bad as people think. You guys got a lot of pieces already in line. To be a good football team, you have to have a good head coach. Sean Payton sometimes is a bonehead, but a lot of times he's a good head coach and makes the right moves and the right calls, right? Running back is set, AK-41. Offensive line, very important, as we've seen in the Super Bowl. Set, Ramczyk and all the pieces that you got. I love your offensive line. Defense, with all the pieces that you have there. Corner, linebacker's a little thin. The D tackles and DNs are pretty good, but the defense, offensive line, and running back, those are almost the 3 hardest things to have in the NFL at the same time. Defense, collectively as a unit, right? Offensive line, collectively as a unit, right? Coach and running back. The only thing you really need is to get that quarterback situation handled, and then you guys could be right back in the mix. Maybe not Super Bowl caliber team, but maybe a team that can go into the playoffs and knock someone off, like my Tampa Bay Buccaneers is kind of an underdog. But like I said, we're going to have to wait and see. Lost a 6 and got an extra 3rd. Yeah, I'm interested to see. And like I said, I'm not one of these haters and biased. I like to see the Saints and the Panthers and the Falcons be good with my Buccaneers. I don't want to see teams in my division struggle. I know with the Cowboys and the Eagles and the Giants and the Washington football team, they all like talking shit. And a lot of times, you're a fan, usually when you're younger, and you just love to talk shit to the other teams. But I think as you get older, as me, being a non-biased fan, loving all 32 teams, I want to see all the teams do good and progress. I love fantasy football, but I just love watching games. And I want to get to a point where, I can watch the Jets and the Jags, but, prior to maybe Trevor Lawrence or Zach Wilson coming there, no one would really want to watch that matchup. But give me that matchup all day and all night, and that's facts. Waddle was better than Smith before he got injured. Yeah, Waddle's pretty good. There's a lot of different players that are going to be available. Ole Miss has got a nice wide receiver. There's a lot of kind of sneaky talent guys. I'm really interested to see this draft coming up. I'm definitely going to be doing NFL Draft Day 1. And that'll be the first round. And I'll probably do rounds 2 and 3 on the next day. Probably not 4 through 7, but I'll probably try to do live streams, definitely for the first round. And I want to do 2nd and 3rd. There's a lot of talent in those drafts, and I definitely want to be able to see where it goes. But that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes, you know what I mean, with Breeze and everything that goes. But I wonder if Mac Jones is someone that the Saints are going to target or the Buccaneers are going to target, depending on if he slips in the draft. If he slips past 20 and no one's picking him up and we're getting all these offensive linemen and linebackers and wide receivers, what's going to happen? I mean, will one of our teams jump the gun? I mean, maybe the Bears will trade up and, try to get a Mac Jones, or Denver, or, depending on what happens with the Niners and Justin Fields and Trey Lance and the Panthers. There's going to be enough teams that are looking for QB. But, I mean, are you really going to want to trade up for a Mac Jones? Maybe the only team that would do that would probably be the Bears, because they got Andy Dalton. I mean, what are you going to do with that? You're not getting Russell Wilson, And the best case scenario for Deshaun Watson, he gets traded to the Jets for Zach Wilson and a bunch of draft picks, depending on how the scandal goes with all these accusations. Now it's 20 women for with the rub downs and whatnot. Obviously we saw with the owner of the Patriots, get in trouble, with the massage parlor thing. Now you're getting all these massage therapists and all these girls coming out saying that, he's guilty of this and that. And we have to listen to both sides of the story, but you're not really hearing a lot of people defend Deshaun Watson. I know he's a great football player, a great guy in the community, you know what I mean? A great story from Clemson. Just kind of crazy that there's so many accusations. Obviously, some people are probably just trying to lie and get money, you know what I mean, and try to get some kind of settlement, because that's how people are nowadays. When someone's hot, they're trying to get at them for money. But I mean, I hope the accusations are false, and I want to be able to see Deshaun Watson play football this upcoming season. But we're gonna have to kind of wait and see. Monday morning NFL live stream with your boy Ryan. Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that fucking like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can, either on here, patreon.com/NWSF, or the GoFundMe. And if you're looking for merch, Northwest Sports Fanatic merch, link is below every video on the YouTube page. Follow me. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, NW Sports Fanatics. So I've been watching the Pat McAfee show in the background, but I haven't really been able to listen to the show because I'm doing my own show. So to see what they're talking about here, take a quick swig of water. Hope everyone's having a great Monday. Like I said, I'm trying to get my life back on track. Went for my first exercise walk in a long time, trying to get back in shape, lose those 20 pounds. Everyone's got those extra COVID 20 pounds that you've gained on hamburgers and pizzas and tacos and just not eating healthy. So I'm trying to get into better shape. Mentally, trying to get into a good time frame as well. And like I said, 3 weeks of having severe depression was rough, but I've turned the page. I've turned the corner. I feel fantastic. I feel great. I'm going to try to be able to put in as much work as I can, try to do some live streams as much as I can until I figure out, kind of the format before we get into the NFL draft. But I do appreciate you guys very, very much. Cash out, message retracted. What's going on, man? Anyone else in the building got any questions about their team, about players, about anything that's going on? Pat McAfee show. Looks like Pat's drinking a beer, but he's not. AK-41, some shit dumb as hell when we're going to 17 games. What do you guys think about that? The NFL going to 17 games. The players don't like it because that's one extra game that they got to sacrifice their bodies, and if they're, depending on what they're going to get paid for or not. But a lot of guys are going to be crawling and struggling just to get to that end of the season. So I know a lot of people are not going to be really, enjoying that type of extra work that they're going to have to be put in. Us for fans, we love it because that's an extra game that we can watch and whatnot. But I know the players like AK-41, Alvin Kamara, AK-41 hates it. What do you think about it, Calvin? You being obviously a Saints guy. Do you like the idea of having an extra game going to 17 weeks, or do you not really give a shit? So did you play Tecmo Bowl and spam Bo Jackson because everybody knew? Yeah, they have these different apps with these different Tecmo Bowl kind of games. Retro Bowl, you can get it on Android or on iPhone. It's an app that you can play, and it's kind of like Tecmo Bowl but with the fake players, and you can kind of do the dynasty thing. So yeah, obviously I played Tecmo Bowl and Super Tecmo Bowl. Bo Jackson was the truth, man. You play with Bo Jackson, you're definitely not getting tackled. That's facts. Do you think the Saints will miss Thomas Morstead? Not really. Definitely, there's going to be probably 16 is more than enough. I agree, but obviously the NFL is greedy as hell. You know what I mean? They want money. The one thing I like about it, if we go to 17 weeks, that gives me more material. That gives me another game that I can call, another week that I can call Monday, Thursday, or Sunday games, and just being a fan of the NFL, I'll take it. But I mean, for the players, I can definitely see where they're coming from, that they wouldn't want to do it. But, yeah, Thomas Morstead is going to be one of those players. Probably Trey Hendrickson is going to be more of a loss than anything, especially Drew Brees as well. I mean, there's going to be some names there that aren't there, that they're going to be really wishing that they had. Cameron Jordan, he's going to do his thing. But obviously a big success for Trey Hendrickson was having Cam Jordan and working together. So I'm kind of interested to see who that next man up is going to be. So Morstead, I think for locker room guy, they're going to miss him. But like I said, it's all a new regime now. It's the Jameis Winston regime, Taysom Hill regime. So Morstead will be missed, but I don't know if it's going to have a serious impact. It just depends on the replacement moving forward. So do you think Julio has wasted his career in Atlanta? Not really. I mean, they could have won the Super Bowl, the 28-3. It was 328 yesterday. Now it's 329, 2021. If they just were able to put the foot on the throat and just put the foot on the gas pedal, right, and be able to keep it moving, but instead of getting tired and being conservative, Atlanta could have won that Super Bowl against the New England Patriots. So it's not like they have never gotten to an NFC Championship game or a Super Bowl, but they've never really had great coaching, right? They've never really had a great offensive line. They never have had a great defense. They've had weapons, Matt Ryan and Julio, but they've never really had the full collective unit. Now Matt Ryan's getting older. Julio's getting older. Calvin Ridley's a stud. Love him, right? Deion Jones was good at linebacker when healthy, but they just never have had the complete package. And you're playing against the Panthers, the Saints, and the Buccaneers. That's rough. They're in the position where the Buccaneers were for years and years and years, fucking at the very bottom in the goddamn ditch, looking up at everyone else, hoping that someone else gets hurt or something happens so you could take advantage. But Julio's career isn't over. So think about this. If Julio gets traded or goes somewhere else, imagine what Julio could do on Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers, or what Julio could do, in a different situation, on the Buffalo Bills with Josh Allen, or just going somewhere, where he could have an impact, or maybe somewhere that doesn't have a true number one. Julio Jones on the Eagles. Imagine what he could do there. He could still revitalize his career. It just depends, if he's willing to play somewhere else. I imagine he's going to play there as long as Matt Ryan is there. Once Matt Ryan is gone, then, if Atlanta was smart, you probably would just move off Matt Ryan and Julio Jones and try to get some draft capital. But the problem is if you get rid of Matt Ryan or Julio and you do a trade, your franchise is too fucking dumb to probably get a proper replacement. You know what I mean? You're going to go Matt Ryan and get in like Mariota, or you get Julio and you get someone worse. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't know if you trade them, you're going to get proper trade compensation. And if you do, you might get the wrong player, because I don't know if Atlanta has proven that they can draft correctly. They drafted Matt Ryan, they drafted Julio, but those were almost no-brainers in those seasons when they drafted. So I think it is time for them to move on. But you know how they are. They're loyal to the soil, and they're going to stick with them for at least one more year. But Matt Ryan would need to go first and get a replacement for him. Mac Jones isn't the answer, though. I'll tell you that. And Julio still, at this point, is a top 5 wide receiver in the league, if you want to say top 6. But I feel, he's still got some game left. He doesn't really get touchdowns like Megatron, but he can still get you yards. He can still get you big first downs on third down. He can still move the chains. He's still got good hands. Doesn't get injured too much. There's still other guys out there that you may want more than Julio, but he's still, a top 5 wide receiver talent. Most people would say he's still top 3. I think in most people's books, as far as if you're not a hater and you're just looking at the NFL as a whole, and that's big facts. Kyle would take him back. Shit. Could you imagine Julio Jones on the Niners? God damn, that would be great. That would be amazing. You know what I mean? But I don't know if you're going to get anything like that. You already got Deebo Samuel and you got other weapons there. But I am wondering when the Niners are going to get a true number one to pair up with their new quarterback that they have moving forward, Chris Lee. It's going to be interesting to see if they ever can get a guy like Julio Jones. But, with the team as good as they are, they'd have to have a bunch of injuries again and then get to that point. But you don't really even need a true number one with a roster like that. You can kind of dink and doink and move pieces around. You could get like a Stephon Diggs type of talent, Keenan Allen type of talent, and not have to pay Julio Jones kind of money and get similar stats. And that's facts. These folks in the ATL throwing crushed ice under the bus. Yeah, Matty Ice. They're crushed. I hear you. So I love the new Fiend Cash Out Hybrid says. Yeah, so I downloaded the new app, for the new platform, right? So do we have to pay for WrestleMania? Because I know with the Peacock, right, app, like you can watch it for free. Like you go to Peacock, you download the app, and you can watch the matches and whatnot, the pay-per-views. But what happens with the new pay-per-views? Do we have to pay for those for each one? Because you don't have to pay for Peacock $9.99 a month like you did for WWE Network, since it's through NBC Universal. It's like $1 billion deal. Peacock is terrible. They're obviously taking away things that are not PG, things that are very controversial, racist, things like that. But if you have to start paying for each pay-per-view, I'm kind of wondering how that's going to go, because I want to do a live stream for WrestleMania for Saturday and Sunday. But how does that work? I don't really know. If I'm going to have to pay each month, because if I have to pay for each pay-per-view, I don't know. I might only do a couple a year. I'm just hoping everything is free, but I don't know. I don't know how they're going to be able to make money if Peacock, is $1 billion company and they bought WWE Network for like $1 billion. How are they going to make money? Are they doing a $9.99 a month, or are you going to make me pay $50 for WrestleMania like back in the day? Like, I don't know. You're definitely. I don't like the move. Obviously, Vince and Stephanie and Shane did it for the money. Yeah, they had some stuff edited, but now even more. But I have not heard anything good about Peacock Network or Peacock app. So fucking, I don't know. We'll see where it goes. If they make you pay $50, a month for a pay-per-view like back in the day, they're going to lose a lot of fans. We'll still watch. on Raw and SmackDown, NXT, AEW, Dynamite, like I watch on Wednesdays. But yeah, I haven't heard good things at all. No Rewind. God damn, it's that bad, huh? Let's see here. So you think Patrick Surtain will transition to the NFL? I imagine that's what you put, sustain, but I imagine that's who you're talking about. I think there's going to be quite a few guys that should be able to pan out, at corner and linebacker. You're an Alabama guy, Calvin. So, I mean, almost every Alabama player, you saw what Minka can do, and a lot of the guys. There's not very many guys on defense that don't pan out. I mean, the only one that I can think of on Alabama that hasn't panned out is, Trent Richardson at running back. I mean, he's really the only one that flopped. Out of all the players from all the different positions, he's really the only one, that was highly touted that hasn't really made it. So, yeah, I'm not really too sure what Peacock is going to do. Not too thrilled about it. Just signed up for WWE Network a couple months ago, thinking that I would be able to do all the pay-per-views, live streams. D. Milner, yeah, okay, that's another one. But most of them, Drake Kirkpatrick. I mean, there's some guys that are like average, but I mean, not everyone's going to be a Minka Fitzpatrick, but a lot of the guys have panned out. I mean, they should. I mean, I'm saying, like, you're the number one draft class and you're the number one recruiting school in college football. So if you're getting the number one quarterback, the number 3 running back, the number 2 linebacker, the number 1 corner, you should be able to do it, Outside the U.S. still gets the network lucky, huh? That's how it goes. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I like AEW. I'm a big AEW guy. I'll watch WWE as well. It's not what it used to be, back with Nitro and Raw and, Stone Cold, The Rock, Mankind, Undertaker, DX, NWO, and watching Goldberg and Sting, back in the day. I mean, that was like really the big moment, but we're going to have to kind of wait and see. Nincompoop in the building. What'd it do? Monday morning NFL live stream. I'm watching the Pat McAfee show here in the background as well. $65 in donations. We're talking about free agents that are available right now that haven't got signed. We're talking about all our teams. We're talking about what the fuck is going to happen in the draft. We're talking wrestling. We're talking football. If you have any comments or questions, make sure you pop them in the chat, my guy. Nincompoop in the building. The new Fiend is rumored to be Bo Dallas, and the Fiend Bray Wyatt will return at WrestleMania against Randy Orton and Paige on a return form with the Wyatt family. We'll see, and I'm not sure if Cash Out this, because I mean I'm a big historian of wrestling as well as the NFL and college football, and you probably do know this, but Bo Dallas and the Fiend are brothers. Did you know that? They actually are blood relatives, so they don't really look alike, and obviously we know with Liv Morgan and Bo Dallas are together. And so it'll be interesting to see how long that relationship holds up, long term. But Bo Dallas and the Fiend, I mean, them being brothers, it would just make sense to have them link up. It would be very, very easy to see. But then I saw one of the Paul brothers is going to be involved. I don't know, man. WWE with these music people and these people on YouTube. I don't know what the fuck IRS is Bray and Bo's dad. Isn't that crazy? I used to watch it. I mean, I'm old, so I've been watching wrestling and NFL since 1985. So, you know what I mean? At that point, I was like 3 years old. So it's crazy how, you see these other guys, the sons of guys that I used to watch when I was a kid. But yeah, seeing, these singers and rappers and God, I just don't know, man. I just don't know. I mean, we saw Shaq go on AEW and he did pretty good, with Cody Rhodes. But I don't know if I like seeing Bad Baby. I don't know if I like seeing these singers and Logan Paul, Jake Paul. Why the fuck are they in there? Are you that starving for ratings? With AEW and competing with them that you have to bring out these guys from like the music industry, Little Bow Wow. Fuck out of here. I don't know. I don't need that, man. Just give me the wrestling people. You know what I mean? I don't need singers, rappers, entertainers, YouTube people. You know what I mean? Just keep it the way that it is, man. Rock's daughter, yeah, and there's a lot of people, and then obviously with I know Dolph Ziggler's brother, is in AEW, so you never know. A lot of these guys have brothers, sisters, that are starting to get involved with everything. It's very interesting. Yeah, I don't know, man. They're just starving for ratings. I think that's what it is. I know they're losing the battle, I think, a lot with AEW. Obviously, NXT hasn't beat AEW in numbers in a long, long time. AEW, once they build their roster up in the next couple years, they can have 2 shows also, like a Raw and SmackDown. They can have a Dynamite and then something else, on TV at some point when they get more talent. But I mean, wrestling Twitter is horrible. I mean, if you guys are on Twitter, everyone's just either AEW or WWE, but can't we just be a fan of wrestling altogether? Especially when the NBA and college basketball is trash. So if basketball, college basketball, and NBA are trash, I need my wrestling with the NFL and college football, and then I'll take MLB, Major League Baseball, even over the NBA and college basketball. But, I mean, MLB starts up here in the next, 3-4 days, so I'm excited for that. I can do some Dodgers games for my dad and some Mariners and cover some of the other top dogs, and I'm excited for that. But a lot of people don't like baseball because they don't have a connection to it. I love it, so I'll be doing some pitch by pitch live reactions, and I'll do some live streams with that. So but NBA is trash, man. A bunch of super teams, no defense, not enough star power. I can't do it. I can't watch it. You know what I mean? But as long as NFL, I'm going to be doing coverage on that, 24/7, 365, college football, give me some wrestling in between, a little bit of baseball, as the time passes. It's sad because I used to love NBA. NBA used to be my number one. I used to love college basketball when I was younger. But now it's like so far bottom on my priority list. I don't know if you can even pay me to watch. Like, it's that bad. I don't know if you could really pay me to watch college basketball. I mean, March Madness is different because it's the tournament, right? But I mean, if you're just talking about NBA, I don't know if you would have to pay me to watch. I don't think I could really do it. It's just so fucking boring. I mean, I love Damian Lillard and CJ McCollum. I like my Blazers, but even watching the Blazers is tough. Like, I can't even really consider myself a Blazer fan anymore and be a bandwagoner just because they're in my hometown state. Because if I don't watch them, like I used to, I can't just hop on that wagon when they're good or when they're struggling, and then with the Mariners, they're horrible. My dad's Dodgers, I mean, I'll rep them and watch them for my dad because he's been a fan since the 50s. So I'll watch Mariners and I'll watch Dodgers and then the other good teams. But, I mean, really, it's just Oregon Ducks, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and the rest of the 31 teams in the NFL and all the college football teams. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It'll be funny, though, getting LaMarcus Aldridge, getting, James Harden, Kyrie, Durant. And if you can't win with that fucking team, even though Andre Drummond went to the Lakers, I mean, it's like those two teams with LeBron and AD, and that's it. And LeBron and AD are hurt. But, I mean, what's that doing for ratings? And there's no fans there. I just can't watch, man. It just sucks. So I stopped watching hardcore after Jordan retired. Yeah, I mean, I'm in the same boat. I'm 38. So, I mean, I've been watching since 85, and the NBA has really gone downhill after Kobe retired, in my opinion. Ever since Kobe, retired, rest in peace, obviously he passed away. We know what happened. But there's not enough star power there. I mean, LaMelo is sexy, LaMelo Ball, but he got hurt. Zion is sexy. Ja Morant is sexy, on paper and watching them, you know what I mean? But those three guys aren't enough for me with Giannis and LeBron, and I just don't have enough interest. I would rather watch the Jacksonville Jaguars, play, anybody. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather watch the Jets and the Jags play, even if they didn't have Trevor Lawrence or Zach Wilson, rather than watch any NBA game. No cap. I mean, I might end up doing a live stream for the NBA Finals just because it's the NBA Finals, just to see what happens, because I know there is NBA fans on the channel that want to watch, and I can watch with them, I guess. But it doesn't really give me joy, and I look forward to watching it like the NFL, college football, and wrestling. I look forward to that shit. Even MLB, I look forward to that, but NBA, I can't. So, said somebody set Kobe up. Well, that obviously Pilot, was, going through the clouds. He was, going through the elevations when he shouldn't have, and that's what caused it. I'm not sure if it was staged and somebody set him up. I think because the pilot lost his life too. You know what I mean? If it was a setup, why would the pilot die also? You know what I mean? You're not going to, you know what I mean? It was a tragedy. Rest in peace, Kobe, man. Definitely miss him. Monday morning NFL live stream with your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, smash that like button, donate to your boy if you can, either on here, patreon.com/NWSF, or the GoFundMe. And if you're looking for merch, Northwest Sports Fanatic merch, link is below every video on the YouTube page. Follow me, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, NW Sports Fanatics. So I grew up, and I still am a Mariners fan. I live here in Oregon. All right, I'm a big Ken Griffey Jr. guy, and that's the reason why. I met Ken Griffey Jr. in 1989 when I was 7 years old, first grade. His rookie year, I got his autograph. I got all the cards, Don Russ, autograph card, Upper Deck, Topps, Fleer, all that, right? I got jerseys in the closet. Met Ken Griffey Jr. and Ken Griffey Sr. in 1989. So obviously that being my hero, obviously that's like the most famous person that I've ever met. Didn't do steroids, got chubby, was great for 10 years, chubby and injured for 10 years, never cheated, and that's why I absolutely love him. I'm a big Randy Johnson guy. I'm a big Edgar Martinez guy, a big Ichiro guy. The only one that I don't like, A-Rod, he's a punk bitch. Fuck him, you know what I mean? Like, he can go to the Yankees or the Texans and do all that, and I know maybe you liked A-Rod when he was there, but not really a likable guy for me being a Mariners fan. I just never was into A-Rod, you know what I mean? He did the steroids. He definitely had some skills, but I definitely would take Ichiro, Randy Johnson, Griffey, Edgar Martinez. I never was a big A-Rod kind of guy. Talent was there, but since he cheated, it definitely left a black eye on his legacy. You met Randy Johnson. Yeah, he's tall as shit, like 6'11", 7 foot. But those are my guys. I got Griffey jerseys, in the closet. I even got a Russell Athletic authentic Griffey jersey, a cutoff. It's like a cutoff jersey with the sleeves cut off, all sewn. $300, $400, $500 jersey. Comes with the Mariners turtleneck. Got it on eBay. Very, very rare. I've never seen them. I rarely wear it, but I'll probably wear it when I do the live streams for like the Mariners or Dodgers. So I'm a big Mariner guy. Obviously because of that. I know that Kyle Lewis is there and they have some, Kellenic. They got some guys that could end up kind of bringing them back. But the Mariners are like a farm team. Anytime the Mariners get someone that's good, they just trade them off to a team like yours. Yankees, Cubs, Red Sox, a team that needs to win, a World Series. Dodgers, whoever it may be, like Corey Seager and these other guys. Mariners get the talent, they get good, and then they trade them away for potato chips. But I still watch the Mariners, still root for them. I go to Mariners games. It's about 3-hour drive from here. Obviously with COVID, that's taking away some of it, but one of the last times I went, there was the Dodgers. Because in interleague play, they only play every, 4 to 5 years. My dad's a big Dodger fan from LA. He's been a fan since the 50s, has all kinds of autographed baseballs and pictures. Sandy Koufax, Don Drysdale, Kershaw, Oral Hershiser, you name it. My dad's got it. We went to the games a few years back, like around 2018, something like that. And we went to there was 3 games in Seattle, and we went to 2 of them. And the first night, I had a baseball thrown up for me from Nelson Cruz, and it dropped 1 seat to the left of me. I reached under, and the guy had one of those helmet nachos and a big, 16-ounce beer. I reached for it, couldn't get it, and then the guy that was seated in front of me turned around and was more eye level to underneath the guy's seat, grabbed it. It was a Dodger fan, a Clayton Kershaw jersey guy, and he got the ball, and I told my dad, fucking A, that might be the only chance that I get a baseball. But believe it or not, the next morning, Clayton Kershaw was pitching. It was in the first inning, and the guy on the, walking up and down the steps, was saying, hey, this is a foul ball, zone, keep an eye out. And in the first inning, believe it or not, Enrique Hernandez, all right, he was up to bat for the Dodgers. Foul ball. I still got it on the TV. Still got it on my phone. Hit a foul ball. This guy with the big ZZ Top beard was sitting right on the aisle. I was 3 seats in next to like a grandma and grandpa that were like 90. Right. He has his glove. The ball hits his glove, bounces out. He puts the glove down below. Right. Bounces off his mitt twice. Goes on the ground. I slide past the grandma and grandpa. I got shorts on. I go in. I grab it with my left hand. The guy bull rushes me because he dropped the ball twice in his mitt and hoping that I would drop it. Knees bloody, because they were right on the steps, and I still got the baseball. So even though that Enrique Hernandez now, is on the Red Sox, but obviously, being a Dodger player, my dad's a big Dodger guy, getting a foul ball. I've always been very lucky when I go to sporting events for NBA, getting headbands or wristbands from the players, NFL, getting autographs or college football, sitting behind the Ducks bench, in the front row, hollering at Herbert. But baseball, being able to get a piece of memorabilia like that, we had the Portland Beavers as our AAA team back when I was like 7, 8, 9 years old, and I got a couple baseballs back then, based off foul balls that I chased down and, had to wrestle around with some kids, and they were the Minnesota Twins affiliate before they went to the Colorado Rockies. So I've always had good luck, getting, foul balls, getting autographs, things like that, but getting that Enrique Hernandez foul ball was fantastic, and obviously that gained a little bit more passion in me. And my dad was funny because, I took a picture on social media and I'm watching the game and my knees are just bleeding, from this guy, bull rushing me, trying to get the baseball. And he had like 6 friends with him. And I was on the 3rd seat in. He was on the aisle, and there was a guy with a LeBron James jersey that was on the aisle on the other side. And I had the least chance to get it, but I'm a fucking honey badger. If the baseball is close, and I'm in, reach, I'm going to go out and do whatever I got to do to get it. I'm going to dive for it. I'm going to knock over, grandma, grandpa, little kid, whatever. I got to get that piece of souvenir. You know what I mean? And so that was really cool. I'll never forget it. And just the fact that it was with my dad and it was at the Dodgers game against Seattle. Obviously, the Dodgers went crazy and beat the brakes off the Mariners, but it was definitely a moment that I'll never ever forget. And I love going to Blazer games and Mariner games, Seahawks games, even though I'm a Buccaneer fan, Ducks games. But I think I like going to Ducks games and Mariner games the most. At least out of games out here, because I just love going to baseball games in general, seeing the Griffey Shrine and Randy Johnson and Ichiro. You can touch the bats and the baseballs. You can do a lot of that. It's definitely a special time when I can go out and do those type of things. I definitely love, going to eating the hot dogs and getting the relish on there, being able to, get the hot dogs and the beer and just enjoying time, with my friends when we can do that. So my cousin caught the very first points in the Panthers' history as a field goal that went into the stands. Security took it back, and everyone booed. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, and like I said, you never know, what type of thing can happen when you end up, going to sporting events. Like getting a football is almost unheard of. It's not going to typically happen, but I'm always in the mix, trying to do that. Ballpark food is the best. That's a big part of it. Just the ambiance. It's just the vibe that you get. It's one thing to go to like an NBA game, all right, or if I go to college football and I can tailgate. Like if I go to Autzen, there's a reason why it's the best stadium in the Pac-12, and it's arguably one of the best places to go watch college football in the country. We have like 50, 60,000, but it feels like 100,000 based off the noise and just the fanaticness, of the fans there. The Ohio State University, Penn State, Michigan, some of these other places that hold 100,000, we can keep the decibel level just as much as them with half the amount of people. It's a great atmosphere being there. That's my favorite, going to Ducks games. But Mariners is number 2. Just going to see, even if the Mariners suck, just going in there. Like I watched the Yankees came into town when they had Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton. Went there, 2 years ago? Obviously last year was COVID, so we couldn't go last year. But I went to go see the Yankees and the Mariners because my buddy's a big Marlins fan, and Giancarlo was obviously the man there. So we got to watch that and sat like in the 10th row, so off first base, because that's where I usually like to sit, either off first base or off third base. James Paxton, Big Maple, obviously he was on the Yankees. Now he's back on the Mariners, so I'm loving that. So I don't know if they're going to allow fans. It sounds like they're going to start to allow some fans out there, so I'm going to try to go and watch at least a few games, hopefully, at some point, because, I love going to the bobblehead days when they have Ken Griffey Jr. bobblehead days, Randy Johnson, Edgar Martinez Hall of Fame bobblehead day. I got Ken Griffey Jr. They recreated the 1989 Upper Deck rookie card bobblehead. I was there. So anytime they have like a giveaway, that's when I go, because I like to be able to collect, different things. Like my collection is probably like 10 to 20 grand, based off the toys and memorabilia that I've collected since I was 5 years old, since like the early 80s. So that's big facts. So I want to hang out with Bills Mafia once in my life. Yeah, they look crazy out there, don't they? Monday morning NFL live stream with your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can, either on here, patreon.com/NWSF, or the GoFundMe. And if you're looking for merch, Northwest Sports Fanatic merch, link is below every video on the YouTube page. Follow me, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, NW Sports Fanatics. I probably will end up doing kind of like a reveal with a lot of the boxes that I have, because sometimes I don't even know what I got in there. I got wrestling figures, I got Star Wars, I got Ninja Turtles, I got G.I. Joes, Walking Dead, starting lineups, McFarlane's, NASCAR McFarlane's, baseball, NFL, NBA. I have so many things, and I would say 95% of my collection is still in the box. So whether it be Thanos and, something to do with Avengers or Star Wars or whatever it is, being a collector is one of those things that gives me a lot of joy. Obviously, with COVID, I haven't been able to get too much just with everything that's been going on, but I might have to start doing kind of like a kind of unboxing, of some of my stuff, just to kind of have some memories and go through some of the items, and maybe I'll even, trade or sell some of my items on here, because I know there's a lot of collectors on YouTube, but I don't think they really realize, how much I really have, and a lot of the stuff is, it's worth a lot to me where I can't necessarily just give it away, but you never know. Let's see here. Calvin Griffin said, hello, I know I'm late, but I was in the same restaurant with Anthony Davis. Dude was tall as shit when he walked by me. Never felt so short in my life. Yeah, I haven't met too many people. Rick Smits, when he was on the Pacers, Damian Lillard, Ken Griffey Jr. was the biggest one, obviously, out of everyone. Sandy Koufax was another, one of the greatest left-handed pitchers, one of the greatest pitchers of all time, but the best left-handed pitcher ever. Steve Carlton was great. Randy Johnson was great, the big unit. But Sandy Koufax, if you go back and look at your history in the 50s and 60s with the Dodgers, Brooklyn Dodgers going to Los Angeles, I met him when I was 10, and we got his autograph, and that was my dad's hero. So I met my hero at 7 and Ken Griffey Jr. before he even played his first professional game. Then I met my dad's hero at 10. So that's what kind of really made me a Northwest sports fanatic, meeting two of the best lefties of all time in sports that didn't cheat. You know what I mean? Sandy Koufax at pitcher, and then meeting, Ken Griffey Jr. in 1989, and then meeting Sandy Koufax in like 1991, 1992. So pretty crazy. Marcos Pineda in the building. Cash outs. Have you seen Coming to America 2? I have not seen that. I've seen the Mortal Kombat trailer. It looks pretty nice. I might go and see that. But go Beavers, man. I mean, the Ducks and the women's and the men's couldn't get there, but getting to the Elite Eight, crazy, man. Go Beavers, dude. I normally don't like rooting for the rival, but when it's not against my Oregon Ducks, it's definitely awesome to be able to see. It would have been awesome to see the Ducks and the Beavers make it to the Elite Eight. I don't know if they can get any farther, but can you imagine if the Beavers make it to the Final Four? I mean, this is the farthest they've been in like 40 years, 50 years. So I'm excited. Hopefully they can end up pulling off the upset as being one of the lowest seeds left in March Madness. Pretty crazy, man. That's why sports is great. You just never know. You never know what's going to happen. The time Randy Johnson destroyed a bird, I know the anniversary to that was just like a few days back, like a couple weeks ago, I believe. Met the late Dusty Rhodes, one of the nicest guys I met. Man, meeting Dusty Rhodes would have been insane. Yeah, but I definitely think the highlight for me is definitely Ken Griffey Jr. And definitely Sandy Koufax. Haven't really met too many others. I mean, if we're talking about like meeting, there's one thing, like if you get daps or you talk to him for a second, but like obviously when I went to NXT TakeOver Portland, I got to talk to Matt Riddle and obviously touch the tag belts, when he was there and when he was tagged up. I'm trying to think. Beth Phoenix, got to talk to her and got a low dap from her. Keith Lee, when he was in the opening match against Dijakovic, got to get daps and talk to him for a second in the front row. But I don't know if I really consider that like a talk. It's like when you actually meet someone, it's like more than just like, a minute, when you actually can like talk with them, get a handshake, get an autograph, ask them a question. And with Sandy Koufax and Ken Griffey Jr., it was like that. With those other guys, it was just kind of a brief moment, but still cool. You know what I mean? Not many people will get a chance to talk to Keith Lee or get a daps or Matt Riddle in WWE, as well as Beth Phoenix, a legend. So that was definitely cool. Dodgers, Mariners in April, bro. Yeah, I know, man. It's crazy. I don't know if with COVID and everything, how many fans that they're going to let in, but I definitely want to try to go, and I'll have to talk to my dad and see if, he's gotten tickets or if he's willing to go with anything that's going on. I mean, with COVID and everything, he got his, he got the shot, the COVID shot. So I haven't really got a chance to hang out with my dad in about a year. I mean, like very briefly dropping off food for like Thanksgiving, Christmas, but I haven't really got to hang out with him. And that definitely hit my mental health a little bit, by not being able to hang out with family and friends like normal. That's what kind of put me in a little bit of a funk over these last, 6 months to a year. But if I could go back, try to get another foul ball, from the Dodgers or the Mariners, I definitely would love that. And it seems like the Dodgers are primed to win another World Series. I mean, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to compete with them. Picking up Trevor Bauer, Bauer outage. And then you already got Walker Buehler and Clayton Kershaw, and you got Mookie Betts there. Jock Peterson's gone, but they got pretty much everyone back and added to the roster. So obviously, as a fan of the Dodgers and the Mariners, my Dodgers is my dad's favorite team. It was great being able to see them finally get over the hump and win the World Series since 1988, since they were so close against the Astros and the Red Sox and everything that happened with them. But we got to be able to watch something, before we get to NFL season. But I'll be covering the draft and free agency as we get more people signed, the combine, training camp, preseason. But then I'll do a little bit of wrestling and MLB, just to kind of keep things in between. Delivered to Chipper Jones' house twice with like what? Like Uber Eats or like something like that. Chris Lee says, "Boo Astros, boo." That's Calvin Griffin. That's his favorite team, the Astros. So I kind of get to know a lot of the fans on the channel. That was rough for me. Trash can, I know. It was rough, being a Dodger fan and seeing that, but that was after the fact. But now with the legacy, and seeing George Springer, he's on like with the Toronto Blue Jays now. it's a different landscape. Jose Altuve. It sucks though with the whole scandals, whether it's steroids or something like that, because you want to give the team the credit that it's legit and there's no cheating. Yeah, go Astros. I know you were going to say that, Calvin Griffin. But it just sucks because now the legacy of Springer and Altuve and all the great players they had, it's a little tainted, kind of like the Patriot players and Belichick and Brady. Over time, people might get over it or whatnot. And obviously with the Dodgers' chances, they could have won that one, right? But they wouldn't have won against the Red Sox. That one was all Red Sox. There's no chance that the Dodgers were going to win that one. So, maybe they got fleeced out of that one World Series. But, like I said, sometimes you got to lose before you win. Sometimes there's some controversy there. But like I said, we normally don't have it too much in baseball, we think, anymore. But let's be honest. There's cheating in all sports. NFL, MLB, NHL, NBA. It's just a matter if you get caught or not. So I've been looking for a steroid dealer. Can't find one, man. But like I said, the Dodgers winning the World Series, that was definitely exciting. And who would have thought Tampa Bay, would have been able to get over there and get to that point? We knew how good they were before with like Evan Longoria, but that's way past that point. And then we saw, with the pitching and everything that happened, you got to have pitching, but you got to have studs like Mookie Betts. Without Mookie Betts, there's no World Series. So, the Red Sox really gave up on a top 5 player in MLB, and they're going to be regretting it for years and years and years to come. They weren't going to be able to afford him anyways, but, already having, certain guys there, that were making an impact, with the team. But then to add a Mookie Betts on top of that with a Cody Bellinger and having the pitching staff, adding a Walker Buehler, to a Clayton Kershaw, and Kershaw actually staying healthy instead of just, fizzling out in the playoffs or playing like shit in the playoffs. It was kind of nice to see. So I'm always going to root for the Dodgers for my dad forever, as well as the Mariners, even though the Mariners are trash and I know they're never going to be good. Even though they got Kyle Lewis, rookie of the year last year, and then they got Kelenic and they got some potential. James Paxton's coming back. But let's be realistic. The Mariners aren't going to do shit. But the Dodgers more than likely will win the World Series again. So I'm going to enjoy, watching some games and doing those as well. And that's big facts. Monday morning NFL live stream with your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Let me put on, so the Pat McAfee show on YouTube just cut off. So let me go back to my Good Morning Football. All right, one sec here. I got lights coming on and off. I got to turn back on Good Morning Football. I got to go grab my phone here in a second, too. One sec, guys. All right, let's get back in here. Apologize for the little bit of the delay. All right, Good Morning Football's back on. Always got to record that. Kay Adams, hello. Oh, the Buccaneers. We're talking about the Buccaneers, baby. Let's go. Officially signed all 22 players. No shit. Of course we're going to jump right back in. Yeah, she is. I'm a big Kay Adams. I'm a Colleen Wolfe kind of guy, too. Like when Colleen Wolfe was doing, the football show in the afternoons, I know they got MJ Costa Ruiz that took over. Not the same. You know what I mean? Obviously, Colleen Wolfe, being a Fly Eagles Fly, member and just being, not only attractive, but just knowing football. Like I said, I like listening to her, like watching her and her analysis and her breakdowns and her fandom. Obviously, Kay Adams knows her stuff, being obviously a Bears supporter and a Saints supporter as well, her being from Chicago. Obviously, Kyle Brandt, being a Chicago Bear guy. Nate always rooting for, the Vikings and the Lions, kind of where he played from. And then obviously we know Peter Schrager more as a Chiefs guy. But yeah, the only shows that I'm always going to watch daily that I respect, not Colin Cowherd, not fucking Skip and Shannon, even though Skip and Shannon once in a while, I'll be able to handle it, but it's just too fake for me. Like Shannon is real, Skip is fake. It's all for ratings, all for arguing. I just can't do it. You know what I mean? But for NFL Network, for Good Morning Football, I can do that. Pat McAfee Show, I can do that. And once in a while, Skip and Shannon, and that's about it. And then, a lot of reading and a lot of film study, a lot of ESPN.com or NFL.com, Bleacher Report, things like that. So Dodgers are stacked. Absolutely. Chris Jericho made me laugh when I saw him in person on Raw. Yeah, I've seen like The Rock and a lot of these people back in the day. But it definitely, the last one I went to was NXT TakeOver. Only wrestlers I met are Mick Foley and Sting. Well, shit, those are some legends right there to meet guys like that. Mick Foley and Sting, man. Roman Reigns, AJ Styles, Kevin Owens, Kofi, Seth Rollins, Jericho. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to see them in person, but, it all depends if it's like a meet and greet or if it's just like a pass-by, dap, high-five kind of thing. Iverson or Kyrie? I'm more of an Iverson guy. Kyrie, Iverson never complained. Iverson is a better scorer. Iverson had the handles. Kyrie's got arguably the best handles in the league now. But to me, I don't know. Kyrie, I don't want to say Kyrie's a crybaby, but I don't think he's really likable. Iverson is legendary. Like, you're not going to have anyone talk bad about Iverson crossing up Jordan his rookie year. I had an Iverson rookie red jersey, you know what I mean? The champion, jersey. That was my favorite jersey in 8th grade. And just, one of those guys that was kind of hood, but you respected. Watched him at Georgetown, watched his story, watched him on the Sixers, single-handedly, brought them, to the championship, with guys like fucking Eric Snow. Like, how the fuck are you supposed to win with guys like Eric Snow? You don't really have any talent surrounding you. But I've always been an Iverson guy, never will be a Kyrie guy. I mean, like I said, there's not very many guys in the NBA now that I enjoy. Like, Dame Dalla, Damian Lillard, love. CJ McCollum, love. Steph Curry, I can enjoy watching him. Klay Thompson, I can watch him. Draymond Green, for his intensity, I can watch guys like that. But as far as just enjoying, certain guys, LaMelo's entertaining, Zion's got some game. I like John Morant, but I'm not really into the NBA anymore. I mean, I like Bird and Magic and Drexler and Jordan and Pippen and Ewing and Olajuwon. Yeah, LeBron carried a lot of trash teams too, but I'm always going to be an Iverson guy, never a Kyrie guy. You know what I mean? Kyrie can have the handles, right? And Kyrie helped win LeBron the championship in Cleveland. If it wasn't for him with that jumper at the end, there is no championship in my opinion. And obviously Draymond getting suspended had a lot to do with it also. Luka's great, obviously. I mean, who doesn't like Luka? Doncic, I mean, he's amazing, right? But yeah, definitely Iverson over Kyrie, no question. You'll never, ever get me to buy a Kyrie jersey or have me go out of my way to watch something that Kyrie's in, unless it's like the NBA Finals or something like that. That's facts. What will be the biggest challenge for the Buccaneers as they try to repeat? I'm not sure if there is any really challenges for the Buccaneers on Good Morning Football they're talking about right now. We re-signed all 22 players. On offense and defense. We can get AB, but if we don't, we have Tyler Johnson, already waiting in the wings that could, step up and take over that role. Can we, get maybe a Najee Harris, instead of the Steelers, and then have Leonard Fournette, Rojo, and Najee Harris? We need to end up getting, not for need, but for depth, someone to replace JPP, Ndamukong Suh, Shaq Barrett at some point. Shaq Barrett's going to be there. Suh and JPP will be out sooner than later. So getting another D tackle or DN is definitely a possibility. Running back, because Fournette will be gone after next year more than likely, unless he does another 1-year deal. Rojo will be there for a little bit, and then he may be gone, right? Getting some more corners and safeties. We got Jamel Dean at the nickel, Carlton Davis, Sean Murphy-Bunting, Antoine Winfield Jr., but we could always get a few more pieces there. So I'm not sure if there's really any weaknesses there. Gronk is back. Everyone is back. Levante David is back. Devin White. Everyone is re-signed or there. So obviously the Buccaneers are going to be the team, Tampa Bay, my team, since 1995. They are going to be the team that everyone's going after. On paper, it looks like the Rams and the Bucs would have the best shot to get to the NFC Championship game, but it's so hard to repeat. It's so hard to get back to the Super Bowl after you've won or lost. But on paper, it looks like on the NFC side, those are the two best teams. If Stafford can stay healthy for the full year, those are the two best teams. You got to put the Packers in the mix also. Packers, Buccaneers, right? Washington football team should be pretty good too. So you want Washington football team, Packers, right? And then you end up getting a team like the Rams and the Buccaneers, and then the AFC side, Chiefs, Bills, the Browns, Steelers, Ravens, kind of the same teams that we assume that are going to be there. And then obviously having some weapons, leave the Titans. That might be a jump for the Colts with Carson Wentz to take over. A.J. Brown is there, but Corey Davis is gone. So I don't really know how the Titans are going to do because their defense is trash, but they did have a pretty good offense. You got Tannehill, you got King Henry, you got A.J. Brown. Packers ain't doing shit. Well, and then they ended up losing their center. They lost, they're losing some pieces. But I'm just saying, as far as the Packers getting to the playoffs, winning the NFC North, it's very plausible. It's easy to see that they could be better than the Bears, who are trash. Vikings are up and down, right? And the Lions, who knows how long it's going to take for them to get good, right? So that by default, they're going to win the NFC North more than likely, or second place to the Vikings. And they could win a playoff game if you have Aaron Rodgers healthy, and Devontae Adams and Aaron Jones all coming back, right? Defense is sometimes suspect, very sus, but they could get to an NFC championship game like they have gotten in the last 2 years. Maybe not good enough to win the NFC championship game, right? But you know what I'm saying? Come on, Calvin. I know you're not a big Aaron Rodgers guy or Packers guy, but they'll probably be better than the Washington football team. So, it could go Buccaneers, it could go Rams, and then it could go Packers. And who knows how Seattle will do or the Cardinals will do, or some of these other teams, the Niners, depending on, how it works out with, Trey Lance or Justin Fields. Maybe they'll get in there, but Buccaneers, Niners, hey, I'll take that. It could be Buccaneers, but you just got to hope that you hit on those players and they stay healthy. You know what I mean? But I'm excited, though, because, like I said, me being a fan since 95, there wasn't really a whole lot of wins for me. From 95 to 2003, that was the window with Lynch and Rondé Barber, Simeon Rice, Warren Sapp, Joe Juravicious, Keenan McCardell. I had Brad Johnson, and, I had Michael Pittman. I had some pieces, Mike Allstott, I had the legends. Derek Brooks, my favorite player of all time, right? But to get to this point, and having no wins since 07 in the playoffs. Like, I won the Super Bowl, 05 went to the playoffs with Chris Sims, lost to Washington Redskins, then went in 07 and lost with Jeff Garcia at quarterback, and then it wasn't good since. Horrible, trash, a laughingstock of the NFL, and then got Brady this season, and then found a way to win. But I do think that the Bucs could repeat. I really do. Why not? We got everybody to come back to the team, but it's going to be a matter of if we can stay healthy, who doesn't get COVID. A lot of factors have to come into play. But, as far as Stafford coming in as the new guy, seeing what the Niners bring in at quarterback, what the Packers can do with Aaron Rodgers, I still think the Bucs have to be the favorite as the best team, especially bringing back everyone. Shaq Barrett, JPP, Ndamukong Suh, Vita Vea, Levante David, Devin White. Even we brought back the goddamn kicker, Ryan Suckup. It's crazy. I never thought in a million years that some of these guys would take less money to stay around. But if you're going to play with Tom and you're going to win, why would you go anywhere else? And franchise tagging Godwin, he could have got paid somewhere else, right? But if you're going to go to like the Jets and make like 15 to 20 million a year and be horrible, or go, to the Buccaneers for, a short period of time on maybe short-term deals or getting franchise tag and winning Super Bowls for your legacy. I guess it just depends if you're satisfied with just one ring, or if you're like Rodgers and Breeze and some of these, and Russell Wilson, who have aspirations to get more than one but never did. Or you're a guy like Brady that just wants to win all the time, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and is going to keep playing until he's 50. So, I'm excited. I'm excited, and like I said, as long as I have the coaching staff, with Byron Leftwich as my OC, Todd Bowles, both guys could be head coaches in the league sooner than later. I still got Bruce Arians. Everything came together. I'm just really excited. It makes it exciting for me when I play the Saints, the Panthers, the Falcons, the rest of the good teams in the NFL. Maybe we'll get Buccaneers and Bills. Maybe it probably won't be Buccaneers and Chiefs again, but it could be, depending on what they do with that O-line. You got to think the Chiefs have got to be the favored team, in the AFC, and then the Bucs have got to be the favored team on the NFC for today. But that doesn't mean that the Bills couldn't do something, or one of these other teams like the Rams could overtake the Buccaneers or someone else. So I'm definitely excited to see where this draft goes. Anything can happen. Anything can fucking happen. They did get a lot of old fuckers, but think about that. When they got all those old guys, did anyone really think that Brady was going to play that good? Or Gronk would really start to get into high gear towards the end of the season? Or AB? You know what I mean? Like, there was a lot of doubters or a lot of haters. Remember, Calvin, didn't you tell me at the beginning of the season that the Bucs were going to go 8-8? Didn't you tell me that at the beginning of the year? I don't know if you were trolling or you were just hoping the Saints were going to win the Super Bowl, but there was a lot of haters telling me that we were only going to win 7 or 8 games. Right? And they obviously didn't win 7 or 8 games. So a lot of times you can be proven wrong. You know what I mean? Even I was surprised that they got as far as they did, because after losing to the Bears on Monday night by 1 and Brady forgetting what down it was on 4th down, I mean, I didn't know if they were going to get the chemistry in time to beat the teams like the Saints, to beat the teams that looked a little bit better like the Packers at that point. But you said that after, we were going further along in the season when you start to see the team rolling in December. Because I already predicted they were going to win all 4 games in December. But obviously, the way that they played against the Washington football team and then the Saints and then the Packers and then the Chiefs ultimately to cap off the season. Anything and everything is possible. And plus, maybe that was part of my strategy, being humble instead of being this cocky Buccaneer fan thinking that I'm just going to win it all. And just, that's part of the strategy. Maybe just being a little bit humble and then hoping for the best, but not being cocky about it and thinking that, oh yeah, we're going to beat the brakes off everyone. Because I feel that sports karma is real. Once you start talking shit and saying how great you are and this and that, and you don't appreciate the little things, that's when bad shit happens. But if you can be humble and take the results, good or bad, you win some, you lose some, you know what I mean? Then anything can happen. And then, ultimately, the dream came true. I got Super Bowl 37 and Super Bowl 55. So I am the only Buccaneer fan in existence. For real. And I'm a real one, though. I'm not a bandwagon. You know what I mean? A lot of people, I started the channel here on, 2017, but I started recording in, 2013, on Facebook and other platforms, wearing my Buccaneer hard hat. I got a leather hat, all kinds of jerseys. You see the Devin White there behind me, sitting there on the bed. It's just crazy. I think I might be the only Buccaneer fan in fucking existence. And hopefully we get more Buccaneer fans on YouTube to hang out and join your boy. But I don't mind having a strong Saints fan base, Panthers, Niners, Chiefs, Eagles, Steelers, whoever it is. I like fans all over from any team, even the Cowboys. You get JJ Trill in here talking shit, whatever, it's fine. You know what I mean? Everyone's got their team, everyone's got their players, and that's why we love this game, man. Yeah, there are a lot of fake Brady people or people that are ex-Patriot fans or bandwagon people that, once they saw how, the Patriots kind of fell off, that they were going to follow Brady. And like I said, I've always been kind of a Joe Montana, Peyton Manning kind of guy. But actually getting to hear, Brady talk in interviews and how he treats the players and how he talks to them, and his legacy, it's hard to argue that he's not the GOAT. Now you're in 10 Super Bowls, you won 7, you lost to the, Eagles and the Giants twice, in the NFC East, and in all 3 of those games that they could have won. But obviously you got to lose some, you're not going to win them all. Can you imagine if Brady won every single Super Bowl? But it just gave me some hope. And it also gave me, regardless if I would have went to the Super Bowl or not, that's not really the big thing. If I could have just made the playoffs just to get that monkey off the back to show, hey, Tampa Bay's okay. We're pretty good. You know what I mean? We're pretty good. And then to overachieve and then to get to the NFC Championship game and win the Super Bowl the way that we did, I would be happy if we won by 1. But to win 31-9 and not to even have the best quarterback in the world, Patrick Mahomes, even throw a touchdown pass. That's I'm a defensive guy. For anyone, Chris Lee, and anyone that knows, most people like quarterbacks and running backs, wide receivers, tight ends. I'm the opposite on YouTube. There's no one else on YouTube that's like me, that's not biased, that loves all 32 teams. I got over 1,000 videos in the library, over 100,000 hours dedicated to the channel. We're at 3.3 million views, getting close to 20K subscribers again. But the thing is, I'm a linebacker guy, I'm a defensive guy, and I'm an offensive line guy. You never hear people that love offensive line. I do. That's one of my favorite positions in football, but I love defense first. Linebackers, middle, outside, weak outside linebackers. The Wills, the Mikes, the outside linebackers, the corners, the safeties, the DNs, the D tackles, the nose tackles, the offensive line. That's what I like. Linebacker is my favorite position, but I really love offensive line. I just see the game a little differently when I watch tape. and when I read articles and I go through things, a lot of people, they just watch the quarterback, the running back, and the wide receivers and the tight ends. When I watch a game, I look at the offensive line first. I see who's pass blocking. I see who's pancaking. I see who's pulling, from the guards and the tackles. And on defense, I'm looking at guys that have good hands, who has good footwork, who can do spin moves, who's got good power moves. So I definitely see the game a little bit differently, and I think that's why fans love the channel, because I give them a little bit different of a perspective than the average NFL fan that sees offense, fantasy football, quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, and that's all they see. And then every once in a while, maybe a superstar, linebacker, D tackle, D end, or corner, something like that. But, it definitely, when you watch the game that way, you see it, and it's like, some teams are playing checkers. I'm playing chess. I'm on that next level shit. So, but I definitely appreciate you guys. I love you guys. And yeah, I'm happy the Bucs won too, Marcos. We'll have to see what happens with Russell Wilson and your Seahawks, but I'm not too sure, man. Brady grew up a Montana fan. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I live here in Oregon, so obviously it was, if I wasn't a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan, I would be a Niner fan. Because like I said, when I was growing up, it was all about Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, John Taylor, Brent Jones, you know what I mean? And then you had a lot of those guys, Merton Hanks, and then you went to Dion in 94, my favorite Dion of all time. Not the Cowboys Dion, right? Not the Falcons Dion, not the Ravens Dion, but that 94 Dion team. Steve Young, getting the monkey off the back. But like I said, once in 94, when Steve Young and Dion, and they won that Super Bowl, I was at that point 12 years old. Right, and I didn't have a connection with the Niners besides just loving that offense with Joe Montana and Jerry Rice, because they didn't have enough defense. They had Bill Romanowski on cocaine, but that wasn't gonna last a long period of time. You know what I mean? They had certain guys on their roster, but they didn't have enough for me to really claim them as my team. Then in '95, the year later, right, they got Derek Brooks and Warren Sapp in the draft. John Lynch was already there, and those were like my hard-hitting, decleating, pick six, fuck you up kind of players. And then I'm like, yeah, I can relate to these guys, because I lived in Oregon, and Seattle didn't have any defensive players. The only one I really liked was maybe as far as players, Steve Largent, Cortez Kennedy. There were some guys that were there on Seattle, but not enough for me to say this is my team, right? So once they had those guys, and then they picked up Rondé Barber, and then Simeon Rice, and then Mike Allstott was great. All those guys personified what I loved about football, especially Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, Rondé Barber, John Lynch, and Mike Allstott. Those were my guys. But if I wasn't a Buccaneer fan, I would have been a Niner fan. But maybe I just had a feeling that in '94, that they were never going to win again. And I didn't know if they were going to have the right coaching or the right defensive players for me to love. So that's where the Buccaneers really came from for me. And I watched a lot of Florida Gator football as well as Oregon Duck football. So when the Florida Gators, they had, certain guys like Jaquez Green, Rydell Anthony, Ike Hilliard. All three of them ended up playing on Tampa Bay, but Rydell Anthony and Jaquez Green around that 95, 96 era went to Tampa Bay. And that was another reason why I wanted to follow them with Danny Werfel at quarterback. They were just that run and gun offense with Steve Spurrier. So that was a big part of me being a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan, saying, okay, I watched Florida football and enjoyed it. I like Oregon Duck football. Those guys went there. Warren Sapp got drafted. Brooks got drafted there. Lynch was there. Allstott got there. Rondé Barber was. I was like, these are my kind of guys. Obviously, Rydell Anthony and Jaquez Green never panned out. Ike Hilliard panned out when he went to the Giants and later came to Tampa. And obviously nobody in that Florida bunch really panned out because it was a Steve Spurrier gimmick offense with that spread offense, but the defensive players did. So that's kind of my back history. For me, living in Oregon, rooting for the Oregon Ducks, it's a given. Rooting for the Portland Trail Blazers, a given. I live here, right? Being a Seattle Mariner fan because it's close to me. Otherwise, I would have been maybe like a Giants fan or an Oakland A's fan with Jose Canseco or Mark McGuire in the steroid era. Jose Canseco does follow me on Twitter, which is pretty crazy. I have a couple celebrities. John Cena follows me on Twitter as well. You never know, who will follow you on social media and who knows about you. But the Seattle Mariners meeting Ken Griffey Jr., living in the Northwest in Oregon, it's a given. So Tampa Bay is really the only team that I follow that's nowhere near me. You know what I mean? But hopefully I'll get to visit, the ship one time. Seattle needs the Supersonics back. I definitely agree. 3 hours in the live stream. Your boy's grinding, man. Your boy is grinding. 3 hours in. The only Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan in fucking existence, your boy Ryan, and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. See, Chris, I like this now because I never saw you comment before, and now I feel like you're going to be a regular. And like I said, I just need about 50 to 100 more subs, to get to that 20,000 mark and get over that. Like I said, we hit it last year And then obviously we had some haters, take away their subs. So if we can just make up those 50 or 100 subs, we'll get back there, instead of being at 19,900 something, hitting that 20 and then getting over that hump to get to 20, 21K, 22. And then hopefully I can get to 25 and 30, 40, 50. And eventually the goal is to get to 100,000, even though it might take some time unless I go viral on something. But I'm going to keep grinding. I'm going to keep working hard. And I appreciate any time I get new fans to join the Fanatic family. Because like I said, with me, you don't see me looking down at notes. I'm not on necessarily like looking and reading off something. You know what I mean? A lot of it's just off the top, for being a fan, since 1985 with the NFL, college football, wrestling, NBA, whatever it be, MLB as well. Monday morning NFL live stream with your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can, either on here, patreon.com/NWSF or the GoFundMe. And if you're looking for merch, Northwest Sports Fanatic merch, link is below every video on the YouTube page. Follow me, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, NW Sports Fanatics. Got my NWSF chain sitting in the closet. I should be wearing it right now. But like I said, I decided to do the morning live stream. 2021 NFL Draft, number 1 pick, Jacksonville Jaguars. Number 2, New York Jets. Number 3, Niners, Chris Lee's team. Number 4, Falcons. They will trade down. 5, Bengals. Number 6, Miami Dolphins, Jamar Chase. Number 7, Detroit Lions. Number 8, Carolina Panthers. Number 9, Denver Broncos. And number 10, the Dallas Cowboys. We damn boys. We know the Cowboys will probably pick corner. Broncos, are they going to stick with Drew Lock or not? More than likely. Panthers need a QB. Lions will probably pick someone that not a lot of people are going to be looking at. It sounds like they're going to end up picking linebacker. It sounds like that's what the Lions are going to be looking at that spot. Penei Sewell going to the Bengals. But I'm so excited for this NFL draft. This is probably just as exciting as last year's. I mean, every NFL draft is exciting as I watch Kay Adams on the screen. Let me take a quick peek. Yes, very nice. So what does the Eagles trade say about their plans for the future? Hold the number 12 overall pick in the 2021 draft is what they're talking about here. And this is what I recorded since it comes on at, 5 in the morning, going to like 4 in the morning to 7 or 5 to 8. And then obviously they do a replay. Definitely going to be interesting to see what the Eagles do there as well. But I hope everyone is having a good day. Let me take a peek in the news if there's anything that's broke out here in the news. Elite 8 tournament, Gonzaga versus USC, Michigan and UCLA, Baylor and Arkansas, and Oregon State and Houston. And Oregon State is ranked 12th. Crazy. You're nervous going into the draft? Hey, as long as they pick the right guy out of the two, you're going to get Justin Fields or you're going to get Trey Lance. You know what I mean? I'm hoping that they do the Trey Lance, to be honest. That's what I'm kind of hoping that they go for, because I think that would be – they're both going to be a good fit, but I think that there'll be less comments of people hating if they just go Trey Lance, even though that it seems like maybe like a project QB. I just have more faith in Trey Lance than Justin Fields. I think Justin Fields could do it in the Niners scenario. I definitely think that they could do it. You know what I mean? But if he went anywhere else besides the Niners or the Panthers, I don't know if I believe in that pick. You know what I mean? It's just no other Ohio State quarterback has panned out, Yeah. And like I said, you don't have to be fantastic. I mean, look at Jimmy G. He's average, and he took him to the Super Bowl. So if you can just get a guy that stays healthy, that has some quick feet, that can run the play action in the bootleg, which Justin Fields and Trey Lance can, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You might be able to win the division or compete with the Rams and the Cardinals year one. You might win the division, depending on if Bosa stays healthy and Fred Warner's healthy, and you can keep Deebo Samuel healthy. I mean, it's all a matter of staying healthy for the Niners. I mean, if they're healthy, they're a 10-win team minimum, right? But if they're not healthy, you're probably going to win 8 games or less, especially in that tough division. It could be, 5 or 6, depending on what Russell Wilson does, what we get with Matthew Stafford if he stays healthy, and then the Cardinals getting a little bit better with Kyler Murray. I mean, that's big facts. So, I mean, anything can happen. That's facts. $5 from V-Man, $10 from Odin's Child, $50 from Odin's Child. Fucking A, man. You guys are beautiful. Love you guys. Let's go. $65 in donations. Been doing the live stream for fucking 3 hours plus. Have you guys seen that Twitch streamer that streamed for like 2 weeks straight? Wouldn't that be crazy? I mean, you obviously must not have a job if you're just going to be streaming 2 weeks straight. You got to make sure your internet connection is strong. obviously you can get a lot of subscribers doing that. I know he did a thing where it was like a countdown on there, and he got a lot of subscribers to keep the stream going. Kind of a nice play on that for his Twitch account. But that's just crazy. I don't think I've ever heard of someone, going that long. That would be something that, if I obviously had a different living situation and with the jobs and what I do, if I could live stream during the NFL season, for a period of time. But obviously you got to eat and shower, and have people with you. Unless you're doing it straight by yourself, but it's pretty crazy. Monday morning NFL live stream with your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can, either on here, patreon.com/NWSF, or the GoFundMe. And if you're looking for merch, Northwest Sports Fanatic merch, link is below every video on the YouTube page. Follow me, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, NW Sports Fanatics. Brady will never reach Bill Russell status. Maybe based off the physical rings, but I think overall Brady might be considered the greatest athlete of all time besides Jordan based off rings. Russell's got the rings, but no one talks about him. One of the greatest defensive players that we've ever seen in the NBA. 10, 11 rings, right? 11 rings. I don't know if anyone's ever going to catch something like that. Phil Jackson, with the amount of rings he has as a player on the Knicks and a coach for the Lakers with Kobe and Shaq and Jordan and Pippen. But it all depends on perception. Obviously it's Jordan and Kobe usually are kind of considered the top dogs. Brady is considered the top, more than likely. You got Joe Montana and you got Peyton Manning and some of these other guys, but most people now with the Buccaneer, Super Bowl added on to all the ones that he already has, being at 7, more than any other franchise in NFL history. It's going to be an argument, a very debatable. And then on top of that, Brady might not be done. He might end up getting 1 or 2 more before it's all said and done. Who knows? Brady's playing, anything's possible. We've already seen it. You should watch some of Deion's youngest son highlights. He is insane. I've watched some. I've seen some of his son. So how do you feel about Urban Meyer will do in Jacksonville? I think he'll do great. It's going to be kind of a learning curve. I don't think they're going to be great right away. Obviously, you got to pick Trevor Lawrence or Zach Wilson. They'll go Trevor Lawrence. You got to be able to get wide receivers in different places. You got James Robinson and these other guys that overachieved last season at running back and other positions there. They have some talent already there. They just got to beef up the defense, beef up the O-line. Shark is pretty good at wide receiver, so they got some weapons, but it's not going to be like they're going to make the playoffs year one. At least I'd be very shocked. They'll probably be shooting for, 9 or 10 wins would be the goal, but they'll probably end up getting 5 to 7, I would assume, year one, unless there's injuries and Carson Wentz goes down, Tannehill takes a dive. If there's, some kind of injuries that happen, who knows? But I think that over time, Jacksonville, could be a wild card team, but just not year one. Maybe in year 2, year 3, if they draft well, and they get free agents to come and join Trevor Lawrence and Urban Meyer. But, it's probably not going to be right away. Probably year 2 to year 3, year 4. But year 1, if they make the playoffs, more than likely, there'd be a lot of injuries in the AFC South, and they overachieved and took advantage of that. But I just don't see it right away. A maximum wins I think that they could get would maybe be 9, and that would be if everything went right. A lot of people got injured in the division, like Tannehill and Carson Wentz, and they had to slide back. But that might still not be good enough to make the playoffs. Because if we go to 17 weeks, 10-7 might not be good enough to get in, or 9 wins. If you're 9-8, that might not be good enough. 10-7 might not be good enough. That's facts. Big facts. All right, let's see what Good Morning Football's talking about. Talking about the future of the Eagles, trying to be able to get some draft capital, but Kyle Pitts off the board. The only one that they might be able to get is Devontae Smith. Jamar Chase would be a great fit. Devontae Smith would be a great fit. They're going to need someone to pair up with Jalen Hurts. That's in my opinion. Big facts. Trevor and Urban can show up on AEW now too. No kidding, right? You never know what's going to happen. I love AEW. Obviously, in Jacksonville, anybody can show up. Trevor Lawrence declined to go to the NFL draft. He's just going to watch it at Clemson with his girlfriend and his family, which I probably more than likely knew that was going to happen. Like I said, I hope Trevor Lawrence pans out. He looks like he could be like an Andrew Luck kind of guy, John Elway kind of talent, right? But he got the arm. He's got the hair. He's got the intangibles. He's got the leadership. But the only thing, like I've mentioned in the past couple live streams, is just that he doesn't really win the big games. I know you've gone against teams like Alabama, and you've gone against some of the powerhouse teams, and even though Clemson, has won a natty, and they were a good football team and a good organization, sometimes in the bowl games or the big games, he doesn't win. Yeah, you can beat up on the shit teams in the ACC, which you should if you're that good of a quarterback, right? But I don't know, it just kind of concerns me. He's got the height, he's got the arm, he's got the moxie, the swag, he's got the footwork, he's got the ability to make all the throws. But how come you couldn't win some of those big games? Of course, you need supporting cast. ETN looks great. I'll take him in Tampa Bay at running back as well if I can't get, Najee Harris from Bama. But Zach Wilson played at BYU, not a lot of competition there. But just because you play in a lower division doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to pan out. Here we go. Pro Day special. Justin Fields tomorrow. Devontae Smith tomorrow. Mac Jones tomorrow. And Patrick Surtain II tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Shit, I might actually live stream when this is on. I might live stream while the Pro Day is going on for those 4 players. But ACC is weak, but you can still have players that pan out in the ACC, right? Because we've seen Clemson really start to take off as like the premier college football school besides Alabama and Ohio State. Those are kind of like the top 3 for like the last 10, 15 years. Has there been really better teams than Ohio State, the Ohio State University, Clemson with Dabo Swinney, and Alabama? LSU had that one year with Burrow and Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Justin Jefferson. I get it. But as far as year in and year out, based off recruiting and talent and NFL players, Ohio State and Alabama typically have players that pan out more. But we'll see. I'm hoping Trevor Lawrence pans out. I'm hoping Zach Wilson pans out. But when I watch them on tape, like I said, it looks like Trevor Lawrence is going to need more supporting cast to be successful. Zach Wilson seems like he's got more natural raw talent to me, throwing the football. He's got the strongest arm out of all the quarterbacks in the draft. He's accurate, more accurate than Trevor Lawrence. He's got good footwork, good hands, good leadership. So I kind of put Zach Wilson ahead of Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is the safe pick. Zach Wilson, to some people, might be risky, but again, Zach Wilson's going to have the hardest time to really prove himself because he's going to be on the Jets at number 2, or if they trade him for Deshaun Watson and he has to go to Houston, not a good situation to start your career off if you're Zach Wilson, going to Houston with no weapons or in a horrible franchise being conducted right now, right? J.J. Watt gone, all their studs, Hopkins gone, anyone that's important gone, right? Or I'd rather be on the Jets than Houston. Houston might be the last destination that I would want to go to, period. And that's big facts. It doesn't look like there's any bright future there. They might be the worst football franchise, that's out there. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if I see them doing anything. So I don't know. I'm not too sure. Oh, man. Yeah, more likely he'll be on the Jets. And like I said, unless they do some kind of trade, and we also have to talk about Sam Darnold too. You know what I mean? What's going to do? They would, but who's going to want Sam Darnold? The Bears? I don't know if the Panthers want him. Does the Broncos want him? You might as well just keep Drew Lock at that point. I don't know if Sam Darnold would be valuable on a team like the Patriots, with Bill Belichick and Josh McDaniels, competing with maybe Cam Newton if Cam goes down with an injury. But if you don't go somewhere that has a supporting cast, I don't know if Sam Darnold is going to have that value. Sam Darnold to the Niners, obviously, that could be something, but I don't think that's going to happen. But he could succeed in that type of situation. But Jimmy G's got to get out of there. You know what I mean? But I don't know. We'll have to kind of wait and see where Sam Darnold goes. I think he's kind of gotten a bad rap because I think Baker, Lamar, or Josh Allen would have not succeeded on the Jets. You would have gotten maybe a couple more wins with Lamar, a couple more wins with Josh Allen, maybe around the same amount of wins as Baker, maybe around that. But, they didn't really have – when Jamison Crowder is your best option on offense, you're kind of fucked. You know what I mean? You're kind of fucked at that point. So that's facts. So Monday morning NFL live stream with your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, smash that like button, donate to your boy if you can, either on here, patreon.com/NWSF, or the GoFundMe. And if you're looking for merch, Northwest Sports Fanatic merch, link is below every video on the YouTube page. Follow me, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram at NW Sports Fanatics. 3 hours and 15 minutes in, no bathroom breaks, barely any water. Your boy's hustling. APP OrionNWSF.com. The best rivalries of all time on Good Morning Football. Whew, that's tough. North Carolina Duke. I mean, there's a lot of sports rivalries. Cowboys Redskins, Cowboys Washington football team. I mean, Saints Buccaneers, Bears and the Packers. I mean, you can go up and down. The Niners and Seahawks has definitely got to be up there. I mean, they hate each other with a passion. Sammy Watkins, I want to thank the Ravens organization and the coaches for the opportunity. I cannot wait to get started with the guys this year. Will be one to remember for a long time. Let's go Ravens. Flock gang. Ohio State, Michigan, absolutely. That's one. Yankees, Red Sox, absolutely. See, you got it. You're on it, man. How old are you, Chris Lee? How old are you, my guy? And where do you live? Where are you from? I always like to get to know the fans, where they're from. Of course, I can remember your Yankees and your 49ers logo, so I'll always remember your name and your logo. But how old are you? Where are you from? That way I get to know a little bit more about you since you know a little bit more about me now. Signing Sammy Watkins fulfills the Ravens' biggest offseason need at wide receiver, but they still need a true number one. Obviously, Hollywood Brown, I'm not sure if he's even a number two. He's almost like a number three wide receiver to me. Mark Andrews is a top five, tight end with Darren Waller, Mark Andrews, right? George Kittle, Travis Kelce, and maybe Kyle Pitts. 37 in South Carolina. Nice. We're around the same age then. I'm 38, So right there's a lot of fans that are on the channel that, are, I would say probably 18 to 50 is probably the kind of major demographic. There's a lot of people that are under probably like, I would say 12 to 17 that watch. And there's people that are 51 to 90, that watch depending on if they're hardcore. But I would say a majority of the fan base is probably like 18 to 50, just based off that demographic. That's awesome, man. How's the weather in South Carolina today? How is it out there? You got some rain out there, sunny? Yeah, but I'll be doing some baseball, and there's not a lot of people. Like I said, if I could do more reaction videos to like wrestling, but they'd give you copyright strikes on AEW and WWE, so I can't do that. I mean, I can do a watch party for pay-per-views like WrestleMania and Royal Rumble and things like that. So that can fill a little bit of the need while we're waiting for football, college football, and NFL. I do Oregon Ducks, live streams for the games whenever they're playing if I'm not at the game since of COVID. But normally I'm at Eugene, in the stands watching the game. But if not, I can do live streams for some of the college football. But I don't think there's really any YouTubers out there that are doing MLB. So if I can do play-by-play and reactions like I do for NFL, pitch-by-pitch and reactions, and I can do some baseball, even though it's not for everyone, I think I could open up a whole new demographic, of people that are fans of the Red Sox and the Yankees and the Cubs and the Dodgers and the Mariners. So I'll probably try to do a lot of Mariners and Dodger games, and then on Sunday Night Baseball, if there's a good matchup, Red Sox, Yankees, or something like that, if I can do that, I might be able to gain a little bit more followers because I don't really think there's a lot of people that have the knowledge or that could, I don't necessarily need to call the game pitch by pitch. That's why they have like 3 or 4 people in the booth in baseball because there's a lot of downtime. You just can't have one guy in the booth, calling a baseball game, because based on the action, it's a little bit slower. If I could have my dad, come on, and it'd be me and my dad calling a Dodgers game, that would be great. But he lives about an hour away. He's got COVID fears, unless I called him on speaker, and I had him on speaker and we could, watch the game because he watches every Dodger game. I mean, he's that dedicated. 162 Dodger games. I mean, he watches them all. He's got the MLB package, watches it on his laptop. There is a baseball crowd on YouTube, but I've seen certain YouTube channels. I mean, of course, ever since I've been doing the NFL, and there's a few YouTubers that do it, and then you get some newbies that try to do it. Calling games for NFL. You got to have the knowledge, you got to have the pronunciation, that hard work. I can do reaction videos to the highlights, and I can do that as well. But as far as NBA, there's a couple people that do it, not a lot, that do reactions or live play-by-play. People sometimes will do the watch parties for wrestling, but and no one really does hockey that I've seen that much, like kind of a, a game breakdown, of that. But as far as MLB, like I said, it's one of my favorites, you know what I mean? And with wrestling kind of being up and down, I hate the NBA. I love NFL and college football. I think MLB is kind of an untapped market to me. So if I can end up doing a pitch by pitch reaction, and even if I'm doing it by myself and I can have a watch party and, we can go over our teams and go over the action in the game. I mean, I have enough knowledge, watching baseball since 1985 that I can, do it like I do an NFL game. Maybe, not as much as an NFL game, because obviously with baseball, with the amount of players that are there, I don't follow every single team in the MLB like I do with NFL and a lot of college football. Even I know a little bit more probably on the NBA side, but obviously if I started off, I think it could grow, and that is maybe a little bit of an untapped market. Baseball is how long the games can be. Absolutely. That definitely can be a little bit of a downside. But I mean, if I can do some live streams, I can't really do reaction videos to baseball highlights because they'll copyright strike you. So it sucks. I mean, if it was a little bit more of a relationship that I could have with NHL, MLB, NBA, you can do some and not get copyrighted. And NFL is probably the most lenient, which is nice. NFL will let you do, certain reaction videos and whatnot. But I would love to be able to do reaction videos to MLB, highlight package of the game last night and do a quick 5 to 10 minute video with the highlights. But you can't do it. Just all these big, organizations, either they'll let you do it or they don't, and I'm not going to risk a copyright strike and just lose my channel. If you get 3, then your channel could disappear forever, which is not good. But I would like to do live streams for MLB. So I think I'm going to look into that. And like I said, I think I could start to gain a following. I mean, like I said, my dad loves the Dodgers. He's been a fan since the 50s. I watch all their games for the most part. I watch a lot of the Mariner games, and I always keep in track with the Red Sox. So that's good for you, Chris Lee. Yankees, Cubs, the kind of the upper premier teams. I always like to keep up with them. So as long as they're on, like on Sunday Night Baseball, or if there's certain games on opening day that I can do, I definitely think I can gain a following, and I can show off some of my memorabilia that I have too. A lot of my Griffey jerseys, a lot of my baseballs, bats, cards, just a lot of just knickknacks, McFarland's, starting lineups, a lot of things that I've collected over the years. But yeah, I'm definitely a huge baseball fan, and it's not for everyone. You have to have a relationship with it. I think it's with my dad, meeting Ken Griffey Jr. in 89, meeting Sandy Koufax, in 92. If I never got a chance, to meet Sandy Koufax or Ken Griffey Jr., I probably wouldn't have the love for the baseball as much as I do. But meeting those heroes and those legends that early in my life made me the man that I am as the Northwest Sports Fanatics. If I didn't meet Ken Griffey Jr. or Sandy Koufax when I was 7 and 10 years old, Northwest Sports Fanatics would still exist. But that really put it over the top, being 7 years old, first grade, being 10 in fourth grade and meeting those kind of legends and understanding what it meant to meet those kind of people, that those might be the most famous people that I ever meet in my entire life. I mean, as far as heroes, in my life, besides Ken Griffey Jr., it's my dad. You know what I mean? So, besides my dad, having Ken Griffey Jr. be my hero and meeting him at 7 and understanding that I was meeting my hero at first grade, I don't know if a lot of people would have that understanding at 7 years old. How important it was when I did meet him, and Ken Griffey Sr. Met him. He was there as well. Got a picture with him. Got the autograph on the Donruss card. Still have it with me to this day, the picture and the autograph. Lots of Ken Griffey Jr. memorabilia. If I had to pick one guy that I've collected the most baseball-wise, it's definitely Ken Griffey Jr. for that reason. Koufax, I'm a big Koufax, Don Drysdale guy, big Kershaw guy for my dad. We just love the Mariners, and obviously we love the Dodgers. That's big facts. But I also have a lot of appreciation for a lot of the Yankees greats, Red Sox greats, Cubs greats. My dad's mom, who passed away, was a big Cubs fan. Obviously passed away before the Cubs, could win that World Series. But obviously in heaven, up in heaven there, she probably saw that. Garcia, NFL, go Buccaneers, go Bucks, my guy. Big Super Bowl for Tampa Bay, my guy. Long stream today. 3 hours and 25 minutes. There was times when, Chris Lee, when I did NFL, bro, I would do like 3 games. Live, play-by-play, and reactions, calling color commentary and play-by-play with my high energy. Imagine doing a full football game and then doing the morning game, the afternoon game, and Sunday night football. I don't know if there's anyone on planet fucking Earth that could do, let alone one game by themselves with high energy and be entertaining, but then doing 2 games or 3 games. Now, usually my voice starts to go out, after like one game, because I'm so into it. I can't just call it and talk. I have to almost yell and show my enthusiasm and my, fanatic, presence that I have on the mic. But I'm excited, man. I'm excited for this baseball to start coming up. Your pops is a big Ohio sports fan. Any team for Ohio, he pulls for. So he's an Ohio State Buckeye fan, Browns or Bengals? Which one? Or does he have a preference? Yeah, my dad doesn't really follow. I mean, he likes the Ducks because I like the Ducks. He doesn't watch all the games, but he watches probably half of the games throughout the year. He doesn't watch the Blazers. I don't either really anymore. He watches all the Dodgers. It's pretty much my dad's Dodgers, Ducks, and that's it. And then I'm, Dodgers, Mariners, Ducks, and Bucks, and that's it. So, unless something changes with the NBA. I mean, if my friends invite me, to go watch Damian Lillard and watch the Blazers, of course I'm going to go, you know what I mean, and root for the home team. But it's sad to say that, being a Northwest sports fanatic, I don't have any love for the NBA or college basketball anymore. It sucks. Part of me has kind of died. Like, damn it. Like, do I really hate the NBA and college basketball this much? And I do. I mean, you can't pay me to watch it. I just don't like it. I'd rather watch wrestling and MLB. I mean, that's facts. He likes them all, but likes the Browns more than the Bengals and the Indians more than the Reds. Nice. You must be lucky, man, to be able to root for teams. Does he live in Ohio or does he live in South Carolina with you? Because both of those teams, I mean, the Bengals are on the up and up. The Browns obviously achieved some greatness, and Ohio State is always great. Buckeyes is main college. I mean, if you're an Ohio State Buckeye fan, I mean, the NFL talent, Zeke Elliott, Michael Thomas. You look at all the greats that have come out besides quarterback, not Dwayne Haskins and some of these other guys, but besides quarterback, running back, wide receivers, defensive players. I mean, they have so many. He was born in Ohio. I mean, what a fun team to root for. I mean, I love my Oregon Ducks, but Ohio State, we were supposed to play each other. I was supposed to be at Autzen and watch them, right? I was supposed to watch them, but then they had the whole COVID thing. Trey Holiday in the building. What to do, my guy? But Ohio State, Alabama, LSU, Clemson, those are all easy teams to root for, but especially with obviously Saban and Alabama. But even after Urban Meyer left, Ohio State is still top 3 team, it seems like, every single year. But I love my Ducks. I'm always going to represent. And like I said, some guys pan out, some guys don't. But just being there in that atmosphere as one of the top 5 fandom teams. You got Alabama, you got LSU. I know teams at Oklahoma and Texas love their football, but I think Oregon and USC, fans out here on the West Coast, we love our football out here, and we got some talent. I think people sometimes fail to realize, we might not be good enough to win the Natty, but we can definitely win Rose Bowls, from time to time. We're not going to be able to compete with Ohio State, Clemson, and Alabama, LSU's when they're great, when they have the recruiting that they do. But getting Mario Cristobal, we're starting to kind of turn the corner, and look how good Justin Herbert is. I mean, Justin Herbert might go down in history as Oregon's best player ever. I mean, we had Dan Fouts that played on the Chargers in San Diego. We've had certain guys. We hoped Joey Harrington was going to pan out. Dennis Dixon was going to pan out. Mariota won the Heisman, but he didn't really pan out. His career's not over. Maybe if he goes to the Patriots, he can make a name for himself. But Justin Herbert could be arguably our best player, like Hall of Fame kind of player, and that's exciting. I watched all his games, either on TV or in person, and watching him play. Saw Mariota play in person. I've been watching Ducks games since the late 90s. Early 2000s. I'm 38, so I've been in the game for a long, long time. But definitely watching Justin Herbert and seeing his success that he's had, it's definitely awesome. So I spent time growing up in the Bay in New York, how I became a Yankee and Niner. There you go. Hey, you got to do it, man. Stick with your teams. I'm excited on how the NFC will play out. Garcia NFL. I am, man. I am too, man. Go Bucks, man. Go Bucks. Tampa Bay. Trey Holiday say, who dat, baby? Hey, we were talking to a few of the Saints fans earlier, Trey Holiday. How you feeling about your Saints? I mean, I've been live streaming 3 hours and 30 minutes. Your boy is grinding. $65 in donations by the best fans on planet Earth. While I was watching the Pat McAfee show earlier today, watching Good Morning Football now as well. Figured, if I can keep myself grinding, I can gain some new fan base. And like I said, I had severe depression for 3 weeks, where I was in bed for 20 hours out of 24 hours. Really, really at a low point in my life. And then at the end of last year, in December and January, maybe about a week and a half, 2 weeks, just this COVID, just not being able to see my dad and my family and my friends like normal, it really took a toll. You know what I mean? And I went to the beach this weekend with my girlfriend. It really rejuvenated me and my energy and my outlook on everything. Because that's my happy place. If you can go to the beach, the coast, and walk around and feel the sand between your toes and hear the waves and just get out there and smell the air. It just really rejuvenates you and gets you really pumped up. I went on a walk for the first walk that I've had in months just to get the blood flowing. I want to lose about 20 pounds. So as long as I can keep walking And as long as I can exercise, try to eat better, even though I love my junk food, pizza, tacos, hamburgers. I'm a fat boy. You know what I mean? You may not see it in my face, but if you see my belly, you know, the belly gets big when I like to eat. But with this COVID, I mean, it really took its toll. But as long as you can stay positive, I got dreams, I got goals, you know what I mean? And then Chris Lee, I don't know if you know the whole story because if you followed this, but the main reason when I started the channel, I sold a 1986 Fleer, number 57, PSA 9 Michael Jordan rookie card 4 years ago, knowing that it was going to be worth $15,000 to $20,000, you know, prior to the Jordan documentary, just to be able to get the iMac, the lighting, the speakers, you know, the microphones, you know, to get the setup, you know, to go from, you know, going on Facebook and then taking it to the next level on YouTube. And so when I ended up selling it for $5,000 or $6,000 4 years ago, I never would have sold something like that. I got it for $1,000 in LeBron's rookie year in 2003 on eBay, when it was worth $2,500 in an eBay auction because the economy was down. So I won it for $1,000 with shipping when it was worth $2,500, and I held on to it for as long as I could, sold it for $5,000 or $6,000, spent it all on equipment, you know what I mean, to be able to take the channel to the next level. Now, as a collector, that's the holy grail. The only thing better than a PSA 9 Michael Jordan rookie card is a PSA 10 or a BGS 10. So now the card is worth $15,000 to $20,000. But where would I rather have $20,000 card? Of course I would love that, or 20,000 subscribers, and have my legacy and my dream kind of come into play. So, I mean, if I didn't have a dream at all, I would have never sold it. I would have hung on to it forever because I have figures, I have cards, I have jerseys, but that's the holy grail, right? You can have a Mickey Mantle rookie card, a Babe Ruth, you know, a Mike Trout or a Brady. You know, there's certain ones that you could have that are just like legendary. But if you think about with Jordan, what he did with the shoe game and the clothing line and everything that he did off the court and on the court, 3 championships, dad got murdered, tried baseball, didn't succeed, came back, did 3 more years, you know, got those championships. There's that story, right? Jordan, to me, that's like the one to have, the holy grail. So for me to sacrifice a card that I knew that was going to go up to 15, 20,000, will probably hit 30 or 40,000, right? But I did it for my dream. That's why I'm never going to quit. That's why, you know, I grind as hard as I do. That's why, you know, I have over 1,000 videos in the library. That's why I have over, you know, 100,000 hours dedicated to the channel. That's why I'm at 3.3 million views, but I'm not satisfied. You know, that's why I hit 20K, lost a couple subs, and need to keep going, you know, to hit 30, 40, 50, 100. So, I mean, not a lot of people know that story unless you're an OG, triple OG that I've told it over the years. But hopefully that gives you a different perspective, you know, on me and the dreams and how dedicated that I really am. But, you know, sometimes I think about it. If you go to my Instagram on NW Sports Fanatics, I have it private right now, but if you go there, I have a picture of the Jordan rookie on there. So you can see that I'm not bullshitting, you know what I mean? Like, I have it on there with my Clyde Drexler rookie card, PSA 9, that I have to this day. But obviously the Clyde's only worth like 100, you know, the Jordan's worth like 15 to 20 grand since it's so rare. And the condition on those cards with the borders is almost impossible to get in good condition. I just was, you know, I'm a savvy motherfucker. You know, I'm always grinding. I'm always a flipper. You know, I'm a hustler. I'm always looking for deals. And to be able to get that card, it was almost destiny, you know, to be able to get the iMac that costs $3,000 that you see that I'm on today, to get the microphones that you see me spitting on, right? You know, for $1,000, the speakers below me for $1,000. I mean, it costs a lot of money, you know, to be able to take it to that level, but it's all worth it, man. I have no regrets whatsoever. Sometimes I wish I had it, but if I had the card and then no subscribers and no dream, you know, down the road I'll be able to get another Jordan rookie card, but hopefully I just won't have to pay $20,000 for it. And that's big facts. Let's see here. Kyle and John have a presser in 20 minutes. Trey Holiday in the building. Yeah, we're almost through. Well, they say that COVID might not be over until 2022, the end of 2022. So we will have to see. Only thing I'm pissed off is about Lattimore as a ref. Trey Hendrickson is gone to the Bengals. You got Jameis Winston and obviously Taysom Hill. I'm not sure if you guys are going to be the same team that you were before. Calvin Griffin was in the building. We'll see. You know, a lot of Saints fans not too happy that the Buccaneers, you swept us in the regular season, but we got the last laugh. I still think you guys can be a quality football team. I just think you're going to have to find that guy after Jameis, because you're going to have someone better and more consistent. Jameis could have some success, but, I mean, going from Drew Brees to Jameis, that's tough. I mean, you're going to have to try to find the next Drew Brees, either in free agency or in the draft, and I don't think it's Mac Jones. So I don't see a bright future for the NFC except for the Buccaneers. Oh, the Rams, Matthew Stafford, they could be right there. Packers, Packers could be, good with Aaron Rodgers. They can make another NFC championship game. The Niners, if they get the right pick, at this number 3 pick, they could be in the mix. Kyler Murray could be in the mix. Russell Wilson. I mean, they're Washington football team. I mean, there's a lot of potential there, Garcia. I mean, the Buccaneers are going to be the team that everyone wants to clip. Then you got the Rams with Matthew Stafford as the number 2 best team, right? Then you got the Washington football team and the Packers sitting there. Washington football team probably 4, Packers 3. And then you got teams like the Seahawks, and you got the Cardinals, and a few of these other teams. Maybe the Vikings can do something. You never know. Jared Cook, you had to get rid of him. He had fumbleitis. Not all his fault, because, you get guys like Devin White punching the football out. Anyone would have been able to punch that football out the way that he was holding it, but especially if you have a Devin White or Levante David, he definitely made Jared Cook look bad. He had some good plays for you, some bad plays, but ultimately, I guess I was a team of destiny, and it wasn't just because of Gronk and AB and Brady and Leonard Fournette and Suckup. I mean, those were big pieces. But I really think that if you look at our drafting and the last 3 years, I've never seen a team draft as well as Tampa Bay did in the last 3-4 years than maybe back in the day, when I had Tony Dungy drafting for me with Derek Brooks, Hall of Famer, Warren Sapp, Hall of Famer, John Lynch, Hall of Famer, Rondé Barber, Hall of Famer, Mike Allstott, Hall of Famer. I mean, you don't really get someone that's that on point with drafting. Quarterback rankings: Trevor Lawrence 1, Zach Wilson 2, Trey Lance 3, Justin Fields 4, Mac Jones 5. We will see. Monday morning NFL live stream with your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, smash the fucking like button, donate to your boy $65 fucking dollars on a morning NFL live stream. If that's not fucking love, I don't know what is. $5 by V-Man, big Jets fan. Odin's Child, big Chiefs fan, $10. And then Odin's Child, $50. I mean, think about that. It's one thing to subscribe to the channel, and that makes me so happy, and to have the interaction with you guys, right? And then to share the channel on your social media, on Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook, right? And then to smash the like button, but then to donate out of your debit card, your hard-earned money, whether it be from the government and that $1,400 stimmy, or just the hard-earned money that you have, just to show some love for all the hard work and passion and energy that I put in it. It means a lot. Not everyone can donate. I mean, everyone can donate. It is a matter of if you want to donate, if I'm worthy of a donation, if you have it in your budget to do it. But when you get people that donate 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 50, 100, it just makes me feel so good, because there's a lot of people out there, that do YouTube or do social media, and they don't get donations. Maybe they deserve it, maybe they don't. But, to be able just to talk, about my passion and my knowledge and spit my game and show the education that I have and the hard work in the film study and, reading and all 32 teams, no bias, and going through MLB, NBA, college basketball, football, wrestling, whatever it is, and to be able to get paid, on that level feels really good. You know what I mean? I'm nowhere near where I want to be, but fucking A, man, if Skip Bayless can make $1 million to $8 million and he's some shit and he can make that kind of money, there's got to be an opportunity for me somewhere. You know what I mean? I got the voice, I got the passion, I got the energy, I got the dedication. You know what I mean? It's just crazy to me. Someone that like Skip Bayless could make $1 million to $7-8 million a year. I mean, I don't need to make that much. I mean, obviously that's the goal if you're in sports radio, YouTube, TV, Bleacher Report, Fox, ESPN, wherever you're at. That's the goal, to be able to make $1 million or more, a year and talk sports, right? A lot of that shit is fake that's out there nowadays. You know what I mean? But shit, man, even if I could do 50 grand, 100 grand, but it's just nice, because a lot of these guys are getting older. So it shows you that, NFL players and athletes, there's money there. But there's also money for people like me that have dreams and aspirations. And as long as I don't quit, I know the door is going to open for me. I mean, I've had a lot of people reach out for sponsorships, but it has to be the right company for me to be able to link up with. Collegiate Art Designs that makes the Oregon Ducks chains, I'm linked with them. But other than that, there hasn't been any other ones. There's been a couple, fake NFL jersey places, through like China that, wanted to represent. And I can't really support fake NFL jersey buying. If you're going to buy a jersey, I would recommend buying it from NFL Shop instead of just some fake jersey. There was some man cave places that wanted to be able to hop on. But, I mean, the right opportunity will come around. And then hopefully I can go viral, or more and more people will find out who I am and what I'm about. And we can grow from 20K to 30K, 40, 50, 60, 100. But that's the most amazing thing, I think, to me, is I don't even need 100 people in the room, right? And we can have a great time. I don't even need 100 people in the room, and you can make $100 to $500 in a live stream. I don't know if there's anyone else that's out there that's doing what I'm doing with the amount of people that's in the room that shows that kind of love. You know what I mean? I can only imagine if I can get to a point where I can have 100 to 1,000 people in the room, at the same time, I might be able to do $1,000 a live stream or more. And if I can do something like that, I can give back to NFL jerseys and some Venmo and some Cash App. I mean, I can't wait for the day that can happen. Besides opening up a YouTube studio here in Oregon, and I can help other people's dreams come true. But if I can start getting, $200, $300, $400, $500, $1,000, on doing shows, and I can give back Cash App, and I can make other people's days come alive and make them happy. I mean, that's a dream. To be able to be someone that can be entertaining, right? But then also to give back. Because you guys are the best fans on planet Earth. That's big facts. Ravens and Chiefs have a lot of potential. So do the Browns. So do the Steelers. So do the Bills. There's a lot of teams. Chiefs, Bills, Bucks, Niners. That's what you think, Trey Holiday? Niners, and it was 2019 was good Jimmy G with George Kittle. Yeah, you need somebody better than Jimmy G. So maybe that's Trey Lance. Now you got to stay healthy. Let's not sleep on the Rams with Matthew Stafford either. I mean, on paper, that's got to be the second best team, right? On paper, if they stay healthy. Matthew Stafford, Cam Akers, Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, Aaron Donald on the defense. I mean, that's a pretty fucking good team. I mean, if you got Matthew Stafford, he's a lot better, than Jared Goff in the offense. So, I mean, you're still going to have to beat up on the Packers and the Washington football team and some of these other teams, but let's not sleep on the Rams. They should be good too. Could be the Rams and the Bucks. But it also could be other teams too. Maybe Rams and Niners. Maybe the Bucks get clipped. But I mean, bringing back all 22 starters, I like my chances of getting to the playoffs, winning the NFC South, possibly getting to the NFC Championship game. And if we get to the Super Bowl, we got to be the favorite team, especially after winning it once already with Brady and seeing what we did to the Chiefs. I think that there'd be more people hopping on the Bucks bandwagon if we made the Super Bowl again, even though it's tough to win back-to-back. But anything that anyone has ever said about Brady and not being able to get it done, it just seems like he rewrites history and finds a way to come back. So who knows? Anything is possible. Love me some Nick Bosa, Trey Holiday. Skip Bayless, can't stand that dude. Hey, but he's making money. Like Stephen A. Smith, I don't like him either. A lot of these guys are fake. It's all for ratings, all for argument. You know what I mean? But, who knows? Maybe I can do a commercial voiceover. Like, Buffalo Wild Wings, they got a guy, that would do the voiceovers on YouTube. And you just never know where, you might be able to get the right company to back you. And you don't need to be on necessarily TV or on radio. You can, find a way to get in social media some way or somehow. That's facts. Let's see. I wouldn't be surprised if I see a Super Bowl rematch. Could be. Definitely. I wouldn't be sleeping on the Bills that much either, though. They're getting close. They're getting close. They're maybe they didn't show it against the Chiefs. You know what I mean? But I could definitely see the Bills in a Super Bowl sooner than later. Not sure about the Steelers or the Ravens or the Browns or some of these other teams. You know what I mean? Maybe the Chargers, if they can stay healthy and have some weapons around Justin Herbert, down the road, they can make an AFC Championship game, maybe. But as far as teams that look like they're in their bubble now, Browns, Bills, Chiefs, those kind of look like the top dogs. Obviously, Corey Davis left with the Titans. They don't have a defense. But I definitely would say Chiefs, Bills, Browns, they look like the teams, to kind of be looking at moving forward. And then, there always are surprise teams every year as well. And then you got Cardinals, Niners, Seattle, Rams, everyone in the NFC West, right? Washington football team and the Packers, and then probably Tampa Bay. And then who knows? Maybe a couple other surprise teams also. Yeah, Taysom can't be the quarterback. Taysom cannot be the guy. I thought that maybe he could be the guy. So I'm sorry I'm not critiquing Devin White for Jared Cook's bum-ass Butterfingers. Devin White is great. Come on, let's be honest, Calvin. All right, you're an Alabama guy. You hate LSU players. It's the rivalry. You don't like them. That's fine. But you can't sleep on Devin White, and you saw what he did on his run and what he's done since coming in the league. I mean, we got the best duo at linebacker with Levante David and Devin White. And you could argue Bobby Wagner, right? Fred Warner, Darius Leonard, Devin White. I don't think I've seen a linebacker ball out interceptions, fumbles, sack lunches, playing in coverage. I don't know if there's a better player than Devin White right now. I mean, you can argue Fred Warner. You can argue, from the 49ers. You can argue Darius Leonard, great, from the Colts. You can argue Bobby Wagner because he has been the best with Luke Kuechly, 1-2 when they were playing at linebacker. But I'm telling you, Devin White is the real deal Holyfield. If we didn't have Devin White, there's no fucking Super Bowl. I don't think I've seen a better player win a Super Bowl at linebacker in the playoff run than Devin White in the last 10 or 12 years. Name one other guy that has played that impactful. Ray Lewis is the only other one, since 2000 to 2021. There's no other player besides Ray Lewis, in my opinion, at the linebacker position that has made as much of an impact on their team winning Super Bowls. Ray Lewis won 2 with the Ravens, right? Devin White might be able to get more than 1 for my Buccaneers. Mac Jones more like 9. We'll see. Tua's still on the Dolphins. See, I better see the Saints draft a corner. What about wide receiver, though? See, just like Calvin. Emmanuel Sanders is no longer there. Jared Cook is gone. You got Michael Thomas, but he might be injury prone. You're going to need some depth. You know what I mean? You're going to need some depth there. Yeah, you got Lattimore stealing the gun and all that, right? You got some pieces there, at corner and safety, and you're going to revamp that position. But you're going to need more than corner. Maybe corner in the later rounds, Trey. But I agree with Calvin. You need a wide receiver. You could have drafted, Justin Jefferson last year. Except you went for O-line, and O-line is important, as we've seen in the Super Bowl. You don't got an O-line, you're fucked. And the Saints, to me, have a top 3 O-line in the league, period. It's hard to have O-line, defense, head coach, and running back, and you guys have it. The only thing you need to really firm up, is the quarterback position after Jameis Winston, right? Corner is going to be something you're going to have to look at, and you're not going to be able to afford everyone. Lattimore, right? And a lot of these other guys, their contracts are going to be coming up at the same time. So out of all the big-name guys that you have on the offensive line and on defense, you're not going to be able to get everybody. So can't none of them bums the Saints got get open on their own outside of Michael Thomas. Facts. Don't run great routes outside of Michael Thomas. Saints got no offensive Thomas shutdown, and they spy AK-41. See, and that's coming from a Saints fan. See, Trey Holiday, you know what I mean? It all depends on how you see your team and you see what they can do. And that's facts, and it's not hating on your own team. Calvin's not doing it. It's just stating the facts. You know what I mean? That, if they shadow AK, AK is going to get his no matter what. He's arguably the best ball catcher out of the backfield that's out there. You got, guys like Dalvin Cook and other guys that are great, that can catch the football out of the backfield. But is there anyone really better than AK-41 receiving the football and running the football? He's fantastic. He's my favorite running back in the league. And I'm a Bucs fan, okay? But you shut down Michael Thomas or he gets hurt, and Emmanuel Sanders is no longer there. Jared Cook's not there. You're fucked. You don't even got Drew Brees there anymore. So you definitely need to address the wide receiver position and make sure you get a stud there. Imagine if Justin Jefferson was there. Feel a lot better going into this year and seeing the talent, but it also depends on who's throwing to him. So if Justin Jefferson would have went to a different team that didn't have Kirk Cousins, we wouldn't be talking about Justin Jefferson the same way. So it all depends on who the O coordinator is. Diggs left, so it gave a window for Thielen on one side and then obviously Jefferson on the other. You know what I mean? But if you went to a shittier team, like maybe like a Raiders or a Broncos with Drew Lock, with Jerry Jeudy, you're not going to get the same kind of results. Or like when Dak went down and, CeeDee Lamb still had a pretty good year with all those other quarterbacks, Andy Dalton and all the others, but it is what it is. So I feel like the secondary position has fucked us every single year. We do need a wide receiver, but I'm a very defensive guy. I'm a defensive guy as well, right? But the thing is it really the secondary, right? Or is it more the coaching, right? The play calling. Really what's derailed the Saints is injuries, right? It's injuries, bad reffing. You know what I mean? But when you guys have AK-41 not healthy 1 year, you can't get it done. You get Michael Thomas hurt 1 year. You got to have a full-strength team. You can't have Drew Brees go down. Anytime you have a stud team like the Saints had, in the last 4 or 5 years, you guys obviously shown that you don't have depth, and that's what really fucking fucked you guys. If you had more depth, at wide receiver, at running back. You got Latavius Murray, but the thing is, when Brees went down, yeah, we saw what Teddy Two Gloves did. But for them to be able to have the continuity and the chemistry, you needed to have Drew Brees, AK-41, Michael Thomas, the O-line, the defense. You had to have nobody get hurt. And then you guys probably would have ended up winning at least a Super Bowl in that 4 or 5 year run. But when you have one of your key pieces go down and it changes the dynamic of the offense or defense, you guys just couldn't recover. And obviously the NFC is very competitive, as we've seen over the years. So depth is important, and that's one thing that you guys have had Hall of Fame type of players, Brees, Michael Thomas, AK-41, a great backup in Latavius Murray, Teddy Two Gloves when he was there. But when it comes down to winning big playoff games, you can't win them with backups. You got to have, a majority of your studs there. And if someone gets hurt, you got to have guys that you can step in that you can count on. You know what I mean? Like, look at when Vita Vea came back, the impact that he had. People thought that he was a bust. People thought Vita Vea from Washington was nobody. Then he comes in there and single-handedly just shuts shit down with Sue. You know what I mean? So sometimes people take people for granted. Imagine if you didn't have Trey Hendrickson last season, how much worse the team would have been. You know, he definitely accounted for a couple dubs for you guys throughout the season with his depth and his ferocious just motor, just nonstop. And you guys are going to miss him. And hopefully you guys will be able to get someone to replace him as well. So depth is very, very important, man. Monday morning NFL live stream. Your boy's been streaming for about 4 fucking hours. Your boy is fucking grinding. Patrick Queen. Don't say that name, Trey Holiday, to a Calvin Griffin. He's a Saints fan like you, but he hates LSU players. I like LSU players. Patrick Queen is nice. All right, Devin White, nice. Clyde Edwards-Helaire didn't really do as much as I expected him to do. Should have been a better player. Joe Burrow's nice. Justin Jefferson is nice. But, yeah, your O-line is important. Maybe you don't see the dynamic of what Ruiz brought you from Michigan, but with Ramczyk and all the guys, I wasn't really big on Andrews Pete from Stanford either getting re-signed. But you guys have an amazing offensive line. You're an LSU fan, so there you and Calvin Griffin are going to butt heads. You guys are Saints fans, but you got LSU on one side, Bama on the other. But I think one thing that we can agree on is that most of the players that come out of LSU and Bama usually end up panning out. Same thing that goes for The Ohio State University. So that's something you guys can be proud of. Those guys that go there, usually when they go to the NFL, it's not like my Oregon Ducks, where it's like 1 out of every 4 guys pans out. Every once in a while, we'll get a Patrick Chung, who else can I think of? We got Justin Herbert recently. Haloti Ngata panned out. But sometimes it just doesn't work out. There's a lot of guys that I hope that would have panned out, like Joey Harrington, but it didn't work out. Not the right time, not the right team, not the right player. Saints can get a decent vet corner to go along with lazy-eyed dumbass on the other side. They said at safety, the Saints ain't had one wide receiver from some years now. Yeah, and they need it. And Sanders was a temporary Band-Aid, but you knew that he wasn't going to be there. So I'm not sure if they regret not getting Jefferson in the draft. That might have been the ideal person to have. Obviously, Jefferson with Breeze would have been different than Jameis and Jefferson. But having someone that can run routes that has good hands, I don't see Jefferson slowing down one bit. As long as they have a decent quarterback in Minnesota, Cousins' ability or close to that, you're not going to see him slow down one bit. Jefferson is a stud, and that's big facts. But again, if Jefferson would have went to the Raiders or the Broncos or one of the other teams that had a shittier quarterback, we wouldn't be talking about Jefferson the same way. Brandon Cooks and Michael Thomas, agreed. Yeah, and like I said, you got to have more than one guy, especially now with a tight end gone. You're going to need to address the tight end position too. You know what I mean? So Jared Cook was a Band-Aid, but you need that stud like a Kyle Pitts. Imagine having a Kyle Pitts on the Saints. That would take care of that position for like 10 years if you could re-sign him after his rookie deal. You're going to have to be looking for that Tony Gonzalez, that Kyle Pitts, that next guy at tight end. You know what I mean? That nice check down guy. But yeah, you definitely need depth. I mean, look at Tampa Bay. I mean, we got Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, 2 top 10 wide receivers. Then AB, who wasn't too shabby. Tyler Johnson waiting in the wings. So, I mean, and we had Gronk and O.J. Howard and Cameron Brate. I mean, you got to have depth. It shows you if you have depth. You got Leonard Fournette, you had Rojo, even though Shady McCoy didn't play. But, you got to have as much depth at running back, wide receiver, tight end as possible, as well as depth at D-line, linebacker, and secondary. If you don't have the depth, you're going to get fucked at some point. You know what I mean? Because you can't just rely on just your number one guys because people get hurt. This is a man's game. It's the NFL. That's big facts. Monday morning, NFL live stream with your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash the fucking like button. Donate to your boy if you can. $65 in donations. We're the best fans on fucking YouTube. Are you kidding me? $5. V-Man, Jets fan. Huge Jets fan. $5. Odin's Child, Chiefs Kingdom all the way. $10. Odin's Child, Chiefs Kingdom, $50. Get the fuck out of here. These guys are amazing. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, so we'll have to see. I mean, I know Mac Jones, there's certain people that are going to be looking at, Mac Jones, depending on if he slides, the Saints in Tampa Bay. There's a lot of wide receivers. Kadarius Toney from the University of Florida. Go look at the wide receivers that are available. There's one on Ole Miss. There's one on Florida. There's quite a few wide receivers after Devontae Smith from Alabama who won the Heisman. He won't be there, right? Kyle Pitts at tight end, right, from Florida, won't be there. You know, Jamar Chase from LSU, you're familiar with him. He won't be there. So you're going to have to look for, after those guys, who's available. And there's a few of them that, you know, might be able to get the job done and be a solid number 2. I just kind of fear that Michael Thomas might not be able to be healthy. I don't think he's necessarily injury prone just yet, but it's going to be a good test to see if he stays healthy for the full year. And something tells me that he won't, that he's not going to be able to stay healthy for the full season. And then at some point they may be looking to trade him and try to get something for him, but they can't do that if they don't have anyone else to step up. I mean, that's really the only piece you got. No Jared Cook. You don't have anyone really behind him. Sanders is gone, a bunch of young guys, but no one that you can really count on, especially when Drew Brees isn't there. So you got Jameis Winston and Taysom Hill probably going to be throwing the football. So very interesting. Quan Alexander got hurt. I would take a decent linebacker and just get a vet corner. Casey Hayward is still on the market. Richard Sherman is on the market. I don't know if you guys are interested in guys like that. I like Casey Hayward a lot from the Chargers. You know, Melvin Ingram's available. You know, so I mean, shit, if you could get guys like that to hop on, but you guys are in cap hell. You guys don't have any fucking money, so I don't know if that's going to work out for you guys. That's facts. Rondale Moore, Jalen Waddle, the kid from Florida, the kid from LSU, plenty of wide receivers Saints could draft. Yep. Yeah. There's quite a few, man. Absolutely. Man, I can't wait for baseball to come back. Your boy's grinding, man. 4 hours, and 2 more minutes, we're 4 hours in. Normally, I never would live stream this long unless it was like the Natty or like an NFL game or whatnot. But you know what I mean? Like I said, I was in a bad place, you know, mentally with depression and whatnot for 3 weeks, and now I'm exercising, I'm grinding as much as I can. And I'll probably try to do a stream every morning this week if I can. Obviously, with job situation and doing YouTube full time and a regular job, kind of waiting in the wings. So as long as I have the time, I'm going to try to grind as much as I can. 2020 season, oh yeah, that was one of the best seasons that we've ever seen. That Joe Burrow season, insane. Now, the season after that you're talking about, last year, ouch, man. Talk about a fall from grace. One of the best teams ever on college football to one of the worst teams I've ever seen. But, I mean, look who you lost. Burrow, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Jefferson. I mean, you lost a lot of talent. He had you on a mental breakdown. Hey, if LSU had you on a mental breakdown, imagine me being a Buccaneer fan like me prior to this year. Talk about mental breakdown. Talk about mental breakdown being a Blazer fan, right? Being a fucking Mariner fan. Longest streak of not making the playoffs, right? Since 2001, Ichiro's rookie year, right? So all my teams are just straight shit and garbage. You know what I mean? But I'm still hardcore. Mariners, garbage. Blazers, average. Ducks, pretty good with Crystal Ball. Won the Rose Bowl at least. We can't win the Natty. We're not good enough there yet. But at least we can beat teams in the Natty. No, the Rose Bowl, right? And then we got the Bucks kind of overachieving. So at least my football teams are decent. But I don't really give a shit about the Blazers or and the Mariners. We're just a bottom feeder team. So. So what's the name of the 6'5" receiver LSU got? LSU's got a couple nice wide receivers. He said, it's okay, we beat Florida. Trey Holiday should know. 17-game season as we're going into the NFL. Let me go on social here to see if there's any breaking news. Your boy's grinding like a motherfucker. Jags headed towards Lawrence at number 1. No shit. That's Blake Griffin joining the Nets. Who cares about that? No one cares about the fucking NBA. Deshaun Watson deleting IG DMs trying to settle. Uh-oh. Not good for Deshaun Watson. That's like the worst shithole in the NFL right now in sports. Houston Texans. Who wants to go there? Fucking nobody. Rizzo ending talks with the Cubs to focus on the season. Okay. Getting closer and closer to that. Is there anything else? Let's look at the NFL. Giants signing D-tackle Shelton to a 1-year deal. Let's go do a little mock draft right here real quick. Your boy's grinding 4 hours in to the live stream. Not many people have that dedication. All right, let's look at a mock draft. First pick in the draft, Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence has rare potential, special traits. I'm not wavering from the projection from Zach Wilson because we know Urban Meyer wants the safe pick. He doesn't want to take the guy that has the most talent, the risky pick, right? He wants to go with the safe pick, Trevor Lawrence. Number 2, the Jets and Robert Saleh, the great D coordinator, right? He's going to go BYU quarterback Zach Wilson. We know that. We saw his pro day. Big splashy throws on his pro day. And the Jets are locked in. And even if Deshaun Watson is available, I don't know if you want him. Sounds like it might be a headache if that was available, okay? Number 3, and this is what I fully feel it's going to happen. The San Francisco 49ers are not going to take Mac Jones. They're not going to take Justin Fields because Ohio State quarterbacks don't pan out. They're going to go fucking Trey Lance. Lance is the projected selection for me in the draft when they held the number 12 pick. So it won't be a surprise he's the player they're targeting after trading up. The perfect fit for Kyle Shanahan's offense. Justin Fields is a great fit also, but I like Trey Lance more. To me, that's the guy that if I had to put money on, that's where the Niners are going. Number 4, the Atlanta Falcons, right? Should pick Kyle Pitts to have Tony Gonzalez 2.0. I don't know. I'm thinking that could be an option. I think they're going to trade back. But then some people think Patrick Surtain II, the Alabama corner. So Atlanta needs corners. Atlanta needs corners, okay? Fields ain't going to go to Atlanta, because they could use a tight end and corner, right? But the Cowboys need Surtain more, right? But I don't know what's going to happen. But if I had to take a guess, I bet the Bears or the Panthers or someone, the Denver Broncos, someone trades up and gets that player. Some people think Kyle Pitts. Some people think Patrick Surtain II. We'll see. The Falcons need a lot of help. Number 5, the Cincinnati Bengals select my guy, one of my favorite players, Penei Sewell, the future Hall of Famer at offensive tackle. We always talk about Quentin Nelson, right? We talk about Quentin Nelson, the best offensive guard in football. Penei Sewell will be the Quentin Nelson of the tackle position, guarding the blind side for Joe Burrow. He's amazing. Great hands, great footwork, smart kid. Penei Sewell, remember that name. The best offensive lineman in this draft, hands down. Number 6, the Miami Dolphins trading up after trading back and getting different collections of picks, right? And trading with the Eagles. Jamar Chase seems like that is the player that will go there, all right? Tua is going to be the guy, at least temporarily. They don't have Ryan Fitzmagic anymore, to back up since he's on the Washington football team. But that would make the most sense to me to give Tua some help, give him some weapons. And so even if Tua's not the guy long term, you got a guy that could be a Pro Bowler year 1 or year 2. From LSU, Jamar Chase. I absolutely love him. He could be the best wide receiver in this entire draft. Unless it could be this guy, number 7, Devontae Smith. Now, some people have the Detroit Lions picking him. I don't see it. I mean, they obviously need to replace some of the pieces. You have Kenny Golladay. You have some openings, Marvin Jones. You need some fillers. You got a new head coach there as well, right? But I'm not sure if you're going to be able to go that player at that position. You might end up going Micah Parsons, all right? If Micah Parsons from Penn State doesn't go at that spot, it could be a Devontae Smith, all right? They need help at wide receiver or linebacker. I would probably go linebacker at that spot, but who knows? It all depends on fit and where they want to go. Number 8, the Carolina Panthers. Could either be Mac Jones or Justin Fields. It all depends on chemistry and fit with Teddy Two Gloves. I think Justin Fields would be a better fit, but it could be Mac Jones. Denver Broncos could be Mac Jones or Justin Fields. Number 10, Rashawn Slater, Northwestern offensive lineman. Could be him, but I think it would be Patrick Surtain, right? The second could be him. The Giants, Kyle Pitts at 11. This mock draft says, don't think he's going to last that long. Too talented. Jalen Waddle, number 12, Alabama wide receiver for the Eagles. I love him. He could be great as well. I'm not sure where Waddle will go. Somewhere probably between 10 and 20, but that would be a good fit. The Chargers, Christian Darrisaw, offensive tackle from Virginia Tech, supposedly in this draft. 14, Elijah Vera Tucker, USC offensive lineman for the Vikings. They got Micah Parsons on this one, right? 15 to the New England Patriots. You better hope he doesn't go there because that would be a great spot for him to go. I see him really going towards the Lions, at kind of a top 10 pick personally. J.C. Horn, South Carolina corner to the Cardinals. That could happen. Christian Barmore, Raiders D-tackle from Alabama. Calvin, I know you know who that is. Kwity Paye is definitely a sleeper from Michigan, an edge pass rusher. The Dolphins could get him at 18. Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa, Washington football team linebacker from Notre Dame. He's a stud. Gregory Rosu, Miami edge rusher for the Bears if they don't trade up. For who? Mac Jones. Jason Owe for the Colts, Penn State edge rusher. A lot of edge rushers, a lot of corners in this draft. Greg Newsome, the second. The Titans need a corner. Aziz Ojulari for the Jets, Georgia edge rusher. Lots of edge rushers. Zaven Collins, Steelers, linebacker from Tulsa. Should be actually who? Najee Harris. So I'm hoping they do that. So I get Najee Harris. Jacksonville, Tevin Jenkins, Oklahoma State offensive tackle. 26, the Browns, Jalen Phillips, Miami edge rusher. A lot of edge rushers in this draft. It seems like there's like 10 out of the first 30 picks. Ravens, Terrence Marshall Jr., LSU wide receiver. He's a sleeper. What do you think about him, Trey Holiday? Terrence Marshall Jr., sleeper. And another one, this is a link to the Saints, which I like, Elijah Moore. Elijah Moore, to me, could be one of the biggest sleepers. You had guys like DK Metcalf go to Ole Miss, right? You had A.J. Brown go to Ole Miss. This guy's a little bit smaller, but he can do everything. Elijah Moore, wide receiver to the Saints, perfect fit. I hope they do that. Packers, Tyson Campbell, Georgia corner at 29. Caleb Farley, corner for the Bills at 30. Landon Dickerson, Alabama center, like him, to the Chiefs. And then they have Tampa Bay at 32, Travis Etienne. So if I get Etienne, that means Etienne would go over Najee Harris? I don't know. But I'll take it. Etienne or Najee Harris with the pick. I definitely would go that route. That would be definitely very, very exciting. We'll have to see if there's any more news that drops as we go further and further along. Monday morning, now we're in Monday afternoon, NFL live stream with your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the fucking channel. Donate to your boy if you can, either on here, patreon.com/NWSF, or the GoFundMe. And if you're looking for merch, Northwest Sports Fanatic merch, link is below every video on the YouTube page. Follow me, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, NW Sports Fanatics. Well, I'm over 4 hours in. I still got Good Morning Football on the screen I'm watching as well. I think it's time to have my voice take a little bit of a break. Maybe I'll do some reaction videos later on tonight, or maybe I'll hop on a live stream a little bit later. I'm probably going to go for another walk, get a little exercise in since I did it this morning. Really try to get committed to losing 20 pounds and losing some weight. I appreciate every single one of y'all that hopped in the room, donated to your boy, asked me a question, commented in the room. V-Man, Jets Fanatic, $5. Odin's Child, Chiefs Kingdom, $10. Odin's Child, Chiefs Kingdom, $50. Get the fuck out of here. Best fans on fucking planet Earth, the Fanatic family. Trey Holiday, Calvin Griffin, all y'all in the building. Appreciate you very, very much. Hope you guys are going to have a great rest of your Monday. I should be back tomorrow in the morning as well. Try to do maybe a morning live stream all week if possible with my schedule, if it lets me do that. Probably around 9 a.m. Pacific time, somewhere around there for maybe an hour, 2 or 3 or 4 like today. Hope everyone has a great rest of their week and a great rest of their day. Make sure you go back and watch some of the stream if you missed it. Have a great, great rest of your week. Stay safe, and I will be back either later tonight or tomorrow. And I got one question for you. Who you know talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Peace.